ready. Puck in.
All right, everyone, we're here. All right, and I've got with me, I'll let him introduce yourself, though he needs no introduction.
My name's Wait, what?
Yeah, you can just let him.
Okay. I'm Connor Cummings. I'm Colin's younger brother.
To my left.
So you know his game probably better than anyone. What are you looking for out here today? I mean, we just started. It is 0-0.
So
Game
Colin,
one.
in my opinion, Colin's most deceptive shot is his top left right wall under. He usually goes pretty hard for that on Jacob.
My left.
And it's very deceptive because he comes up to the top and he comes straight at you, but then he banks around you last second. So it looks like he's going to shoot a straight shot, but just last second he banks around you. But Colin also has so much variety in his offense that he'll usually just find something that's working and then he'll try exploiting it. So it usually just happens to be a strong right wall under.
Absolutely. We definitely saw a lot of that yesterday in the doubles tournament. Now, you've played against Jacob as well. What can you tell us about what you've seen in his play style, what you might expect?
Yes. So, in my opinion, Jacob has he has the strongest, like, setup style. So his style is very, like, he sets up a shot, and it's just, they're all perfectly executed. Like, his right wall is at perfect speed, his cut is at max speed, and it's very deceptive. His cross is the same way. And now he's got to get over. So his setup, it's all very, like, in my opinion, it's machine-like. Because it's all, like, not predictable, but you know it's going to be one of the main shots usually from a similar area. But they're all executed so similarly and so powerfully, it's very hard to read his offense.
That's a great insight. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about what power means here with someone like Jacob Weissman and, of course, your brother, because we have seen pucks go flying off recently. Just the sheer force we've seen these competitors put behind it. What can you tell us about what it's like to play either Tell us how that happens.
Yeah, so a lot of the times it's either a player hitting it too hard, or there's a lot of luck involved in how, like, where it hits the rail and the quality of the puck and the quality of the table. So that's a big part of the game, is being able to adjust to the table and adjust to the puck that you're playing on, because both players are playing with the same puck and on the same table, so you're at an equal playing field either way. It's just about who can adjust to it better.
Absolutely, we were talking about that. You know, sometimes they consider air hockey to be a bit of a ragtag sport. We're out here playing in bars, in basements, in amusement parks. So we're not playing on the best table with the best puck every time we're out there. How do you think that impacts when we're out here at the World Championship with some pretty high quality tables, but there's some variation among them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it does make for some unpredictable factors. Like, so for example, there's some matches that on paper you would think, oh, like, that person's going to win easily. But the person who's supposed to lose might play a more light finesse style where their puck won't fly off as much because they don't hit it as hard, and their opponent is hitting it super hard for them, and they could lose that. So it adds another level of strategy to it.
Of course, and we're going in now to game 2. Jacob Weissman has won the first game 7-4 versus Cummings, but it is so early in the game. We are going to 7. How do you all keep, I assume you two have slightly similar strategies. How do you keep your head if you come out the gate to a loss?
So I know Colin in particular is much more of a adaptable player, so he's not as worried about his first game. He usually plays his first game trying to scope out his opponent and look for weaknesses in their offense and their defense. And then in game 2, and game 3, and game 4 is where he implements it. I learned that from Billy Stubbs. He has a blog post about it, but it's a good strategy to use your first game just to learn your opponent and look for their weaknesses, as opposed to just coming out the gate, playing as hard as you can.
Absolutely, especially when you're going 4 out of 7. Would you consider the same advice if you're in a spin-off and it's only 2 out of 3?
What did you say?
So in our spin-offs here, it's actually you play 2 out of 3 instead of 4 out of 7. Would you still want to use that first game, or do you just have to go all out when there's so little time?
Yes, so for 2 out of 3, I would definitely just go all out as soon as you can, because you lose twice and you're out. So one game, I mean, that's half the match that you've lost already. So you can't risk it as much. And 2 out of 3, definitely, it's much more unpredictable in who's going to win, because it's so easy to win 1 game and win 2 games. A lot easier than it is to win 4 games. So.
Absolutely. And now I'm going to recruit your help. I am not the best at knowing the exact names of shots we're going to see. So if you just want to start calling out what we're looking at,
okay.
Just let me know.
So that was a right wall under, but he missed it. That was a left wall under, blocked by Jacob. That was a cut shot by Jacob. Another cut by Jacob. Probably one of his best shots.
Like you said before, Jacob likes to throw the same shot.
There you go, yeah. Very nice cut. There you go. That was also a cut. It was very nice. And so you can kind of tell by how it hits the goal when it's at max speed. Like, the sound of it hitting the goal is just so telling. If you would hit it any harder than that, it probably would have flown off. And that's Colin's right wall under I was talking about.
And we're going to take a timeout called by Jacob Weissman. But I know what you mean, that sound. It's addicting, right?
It
you
is.
get a couple in a row and you're like, I'm going to throw this shot every single time. It's also how you know if someone is a good area hockey player or there's children on the table.
Seems like Jacob is just going for that cut. He's probably going to go for an under soon. No, he went for the cross instead. He's just going for that cut. I think he needs to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, he's kind of taking what we in Carolina call the spaghetti approach, right? Throw a bunch of spaghetti, see what sticks. But it's not really sticking right now. Like you said, a bit of a change might be good for his game.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Colin. You have to be ever changing, because that's his right wall. It's so deceptive. So his defense is always changing and always adapting. So you won't score the same thing on him 3 times in a row. There you go. He went for the under, but it flew off.
And the ref is going to dab something off the table just to be sure. It looks like when that puck went flying, maybe a speck of dust.
That was a nice cross by Colin.
Oh, wow. I think that is now about 2 or 3 in a row for Colin. Unanswered by Jacob.
And that's something Colin is also very good at, snagging the puck. So that's a big reason he stays out on defense, is because when he's out, it makes it easier to snag pucks that are off goals or missed shots, and it gives him a whole extra possession. That's how he can roll people. That's the whole thing. That was close.
Was there anything in particular Colin was practicing or really wanted to work on coming into this championship that hasn't been on his radar before? Or he knows his game?
Yeah, Colin, he doesn't really have much incredibly structured practice at this point. He's just been so dominant for so long. He really just plays a lot. He plays matches, he plays games. And he does most of his time teaching others, honestly. But in particular, no. He's just always trying to add new things to his game. But in my opinion, he's more of a challenge match player, even though, well, he's obviously won so many worlds in a row. But you'll see in challenge matches, he'll throw a lot more things at people. But in world tournaments, he's usually just right wall undercut for the most part. Like, he plays the same style a lot of the time. But in challenge matches, though, he's got a lot more variety.
Yep. And it is game point.
There you go. See, that's the right wall.
Game.
Very deceptive.
So, what are we thinking now that great, it's 1-1 games? What do you think your brother's out there thinking about, if anything? Some of our players say all they want is a blank mind going into the next game.
I think Colin's probably thinking about the right wall. I mean, it's very much like his go-to shot. So another reason it works so well is because the angle it's from. He can shoot it under and over in the same way, and it's so deceptive. And Jacob's defense and most master defenses, you want to prioritize blocking the straight shot. So if you can make your under or your right wall look like a straight, it's going to make the defender like almost freeze, and they'll think, this is what I'm looking for, to block the straight. But then he shoots an under, and it leaves the defense like just like that. Even though he pulled for that one, it was just too fast. There you go. Jacob, amazing cut. That was a little bit of a rush right wall under.
Well, both these players can be incredibly fast when they need to be. We don't always necessarily see them lining up shots as calculated as you might see in like the 60s range. Like once you reach the top, I feel like there's some instinct, but you think a lot faster and you stay in movement.
Yeah, so I believe that's what's referred to as the flow state. So you reach a point when you practice so much, like you've hit the same shot so many times. If you want to hit a cut shot, you'll hit a cut shot. If you want to hit a cross, you'll hit it. And you reach this zone where you're like in the match, you're feeling intense, and you can just hit shots not even thinking about it. It almost comes second nature.
And it does look second nature out there. Tell me about your own experience in the championship this weekend.
Yes, so it's been great actually. So I was dealing with, I've been dealing with a shoulder injury for about the past month and a half, and I actually was gonna pull out of the tournament about a week and a half ago because I thought it was gonna be so bad for this tournament, but it ended up healing just enough that I could fight through the pain, and I ended up making it to the 9 through 12. So I'm very happy about that. If I win my first 2 matches in the 9 through 12, I'll make top 10, and that'll be my first time ever finishing Masters. So we'll have to see how that goes. But I'm very excited about it.
Well, we are wishing you all the luck in that. That is very exciting. And you know, the best stories of athletes come off of an injury, and it sounds like you put yourself up there. If it's going to hurt, you're going to make it worth it. So I'm very excited to see what you do going forward. And Weissman is in possession, 3-all.
Nice. That's his under. It's so good. Like, and that's his over off the same release. I swear. Like, out of his.
On the replay.
Same release, just so deceptive. Out of his whole game, if there was anything anyone should be inspired by or learn from, in my opinion, it is that shot combination. If you can learn those 2 shots and make it that deceptive, you'll make top 25 at least. It's so deceptive.
Those are some very wise words we're going to give out for free. But I hope you're listening, folks. We just heard that combo of shots is what's going to put you in top 25. I know everyone out there listening is in it because they love to win it. Gold is our ultimate goal for all of us. So we're going to continue to watch Colin Cummings versus Jacob Weissman, masters of their craft for sure, and getting wonderful health tidbits from his very own brother.
my right. Ready. Puck in.
Jacob did a good job blocking that one, though.
That is a bit of a disadvantage of this table specifically. The sander is so worn down.
Yes.
It really hasn't been able to contribute much when you need to get a little off the puck.
See, and that cut combines so well with those right walls because it makes it so hard to predict which one it's going to be. They look so similar.
Timeout has been called. It is game point 5. Colin is in possession, has just called a 10-second timeout.
10 seconds. Ready. 5-6. Puck in.
There you go.
Fantastic way to finish.
You have a cut shot and a right wall under and an over from the same spot that looks so similar. The experience Jacob's having, it's very frustrating.
And was it yesterday or day before, they all have started to blur, but in the doubles championship, he called himself the king of air hockey.
Who, Colin?
Yeah, and we
2
are.
days ago.
Oh my gosh, we have been here for a while. But how do we feel about him calling himself king of air hockey now? He's got a couple more to get through. I know he looks like a strong favorite. What are your thoughts?
So my opinion about him calling himself the king of air hockey, I think it's cute. I think he's a little arrogant, but obviously it seems that he's earning it. I do think he's the greatest air hockey player of all time. And I think he will win the most championships that any player ever has. Right now, he's at 10 world championships, and I believe he's 1 away from tying the record with Danny Hines, or maybe 12 with Jesse Dowdy. I forgot if Jesse won 12 or 11. So he's either 1 or 2 away from tying the record of world championships.
That is incredible, and Colin is so young. There's so much more time for him to just rack up these allocates, and he's an older brother. I feel like the arrogance has always got to be there, just 1 degree or the other, as I have several myself. But we're going to see him focus, keep that under control as we move on to the next game. This is going to be game 4. It is 2-1.
I will say though, like, his arrogance is more like playful. He's not like.
No, I would never say he's an arrogant guy.
I wouldn't want to say that about my own brother. It's just he's like a very fun, arrogant about it. But
he's cheeky.
Yes, he's more cheeky.
He's a little cheeky.
He doesn't like think he's I'm so much better than everyone. He has fun with it. So. And
I think you're absolutely right. He doesn't think he's better than everyone. Like you said, he likes to teach and help grow the sport.
Exactly.
I know he has corrected a shot or 2 of mine just when we were setting up the other day. And so he's got such respect from the beginner players to the masters. It doesn't really seem to matter. He's willing to help them all.
Yeah, it's all a part of his personality. I mean, he really is one of the nicest guys I know. Like, even saying that as his brother, like, even if I weren't his brother, he's such a genuine, nice guy. Like, he'll never hide his style. He'll always teach anyone who asks, anyone who wants to learn from him. So.
And that's really a testament to his talent and skill. He says, I can teach anyone my game, and I'm still probably going to be the best.
Well, for him, actually, on a more, in a way, he loves the challenge. He wants to be challenged. He has no fear of teaching others to play his game or to improve because he wants the biggest challenge. He wants the sport to grow. He doesn't care, like, about his own personal glory. He wants the sport to grow. He wants others to get as good as he is. So he's very selfless in that way.
Absolutely. All right, puck is in play.
That was a very nice cut shot. That same right wall under.
At the state tournament, we had a radar gun to clock the miles per hour these pucks would go. I would just keep one on Colin all day every time he hits that right.
Yeah, it's very fast. And the sound, it's so addicting. Like, it's so nice to hear.
All right, game point, here we go.
Very
And
nice.
he cinches it,
Off speed
7-3.
over.
And I'm going to switch out here. We have our own Victor here, Timothy Young, off match, and would love to get a little bit more information from you.
Thanks so much, Jody. Yeah, I had 2 back-to-back spin-offs against, I think that was James Minnick and someone named Chris. I didn't catch his last name, but James took me for a spin. But you know, I had to do it to him. How you doing, Connor?
I'm doing good. How are you?
You know, I have been watching YouTube videos of Colin Cummings since I first entered the air hockey scene. I literally rolled up to a shout out to Boxcar Durham in Raleigh, near Raleigh, North Carolina. I rolled up to a free air hockey tournament hosted by the one and only Kurt Zender, and I literally, while I was waiting to start, YouTube or Googled how to win at air hockey, and the first thing that pops up is Colin Cummings showing me the shots, the triangle defense. This, I think Jody really said it best. This is a man who wants to see the sport grow, and because of and when I met, I think I met Colin when you both came down to North Carolina.
Yeah, that was.
And the first thing I said was like, it's nice to meet you in person.
Yeah.
And watching YouTube videos, it's kind of a weird way to be famous as an athlete. You know, is that so many people are like kind of analyzing your game. But it really kind of shows how this sport kind of feeds in on itself, and we love to grow and get new blood in the game. You know, I believe Connor's now up 3. Colin is up 3 games to Weissman's 1.
Yes, 3-1.
So, what do you think is running through your brother's head right now, as he knows all he has is 1 game left to go, kind of seal the deal?
I think right now he's in a flow state, so he's feeling pretty good about where he is. His shots are working, his defense is on. I think he's feeling very confident right now.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's funny. I was commentating Cummings' game yesterday against Billy Stubbs, and I had next to me Anthony Yebernetsky and Jacob Weissman, who's now on the table right now. And Weissman actually described that flow state as something like, I think he called it dragon mode that Cummings enters. And I know I've heard of goblin mode, I've heard of beast mode, but to be the dragon, to find that flow state, you see calm, cool, and collected. You know, again, I will always harp on these players if they're not from North Carolina, because you can't tell they're not from North Carolina because they chose not to opt for a face-off every single game, and I will continue to give you all a hard time. I will say Weissman told me on record yesterday's stream, he said if he makes it to the finals, he would go for a face-off every game. Connor, what do you think about that being an optional rule, and you know what goes behind the decision-making of choosing to do it or not to do it?
Oh, I think it's a great option for sure. It adds a new level of strategy, and I think it's great that you're allowed to choose if you want to do it or if you don't want to do it. Both players can be happy. So, for me personally, I'm decent at facing off, so I don't particularly like doing it every game. I'd rather just be like, okay, I have possession this game, and this is how I'm going to start, or okay, I need to start on defense, as opposed to how am I going to face off. But it makes sense that Jacob would want to face off, though, because he's one of the best face-off players, in my opinion.
He's got that wingspan, too, the same way as Cummings does. But, yeah, it's just, I always love adding the hype factor, you know, the X factor, they call it that. And, you know, I actually personally asked every single person I've matched up against, both during doubles and singles, hey, do you want to do a face-off? Only one person has said no, and that's because she was about 1.5 feet shorter than I was.
Yes.
So, you know, maybe just a strict strategic decision there.
Yeah.
1-1. Oh, blocking that cut, that puck control, make it. See how he snaps. You see, he just kind of clatters off the wall. To get it back. During that replay, Cummings took the goal number 2 for this game. Only 5 away from winning the set. Weissman has to find a way to answer.
Very nice cross
there. A little bit of volley back and forth. That puck will go to Weissman. And And fun fact, Colin Cummings, along with you and Rob Kennedy, I believe, are a part of the Air Hockey Association.
Yes.
What can you tell me about the agency, and what can you tell me about the sponsors that is sponsoring this team?
Yes, so there's 4 main sponsors: Task Insurance, Speed Skills Hockey, 670 Sports, and Ice Hogs Hockey Club, and the Voice of Fans podcast. The Voice of Fans podcast in particular, I know, are very interested in Colin and Rob.
Fortune, how that kind of slipped through Colin's goal there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I know they had an interview just a while ago, and they've been very active in supporting our community.
Great job by Cummings. Yeah, so tell me what the Air Hockey Agency is about. It's just a team of 3 players, right?
Yeah, so this time Rob came to Colin and I, asked if we wanted to be on his team.
Good
And
cross
we're
from Cummings.
very nice. And yeah, of course, like to me it's very fun to be on a sponsored team, and especially being on one with my brother and with Rob, who are both guys I really like and look up to. So it's been a great time.
And not to mention how cool your polos look. Not polo, your athletic shirt.
Yeah.
That must keep you really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Colin Cummings,
Ooh,
6-point game, potential match point. Weissman has to score 3 unanswered in order to get anything done.
I predict he'll shoot a right wall over. Right wall over, right wall under. That's my prediction.
Ooh, so you're going to guess a bank shot coming off the right side of Colin's wall. He's going to try to seal the deal here. Is that one of his favorite shots to
That
take?
is. But he's also so much variety, you never know. But we'll see. Oh, the cross.
Tried the cross.
Right wall under. That could have been a...
What a great prediction as Colin Cummings off the right wall under. That's an 80-mile-plus shot.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Colin Cummings as he continues to move his way. All right, we're going to have him in the winner's circle. Jody Jackson. Thanks, Connor.
Yep, you're right here. Or not. Inspired by your song. We already had these, but it made us feel better. Somebody else was willing to do it for the bit. All right, hello everyone. You just watched a match here. Fantastic. As always, you had a very decisive victory against Jacob Weissman. You're moving on. How do you feel?
Feel great. Feel like I'm just one more step.
We actually had your brother, Connor, as our guest commentator here. First off, he says you're the nicest guy he's ever met in his whole life, so we'll add that. But he said that it's your right wall that absolutely every time you're going to go for, and it's a killer. Do you feel like that's what you used today to defeat Jacob?
I do. I think he has a hard time seeing my strong wall bank, right wall under. So usually if I can get, you saw it was pretty close. It was like 2-2, 3-3 a few times, but that's like my ace in the hole against him. If I'm able to get 1 or 2 of those in a row, that just gives me the edge to like barely win over him. So.
And we know you're gunning to win a championship and it's going to tie the record, right, for the most air hockey championships won by one person. You've got that sitting on your shoulders and so little standing in your way. What are you going to do in the meantime before your next match?
I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go hug my wife and probably just hang out. So.
The best possible answer you could have given. All right, thank you so much for taking time. We'll see you very shortly. Great game.
Thank you.
sure the ref puts this on. Like, there's been confusion, and then they've like put it up there. That way we can have sound. Thank you.
Score 7-4 for you guys.
Hey, I'm just gonna warn you guys right now.
Bro, we've been trying to find a good puck for like an hour. Do y'all want to steal one off of another table or something? I think we've tried all of those, but I think so. Yeah, that one's like that. Steal one off of a good table.
Everybody, I'm about to be joined by the one, the only, several-time world champion. Why don't you go and introduce yourself, though? I think you're one of those men who doesn't need an introduction. But why don't you go and tell us who you are as we get ready to pop into this next game of Pete Lippincott versus Austin Fernandez.
Yes. So my name is Danny Hines. I'm an 11-time world champion, and I'm loving this entire weekend. I'm also serving as head ref here at the largest air hockey world championship of all time. So Austin Fernandez and Pete Lippincott know each other's game very, very well. Pete Lippincott is playing out of his mind. He took out Vince, which was a huge upset, 4-1 earlier in the tournament.
Wow.
Vince by far has been playing all year round like the #2 player in the world, and for Pete to do that,
Going to the face-off here.
nowhere. Yeah. As for Austin also has been playing out of his mind, and more so defensively, taking out Jacob Munoz in the 7th game in this last set. And that was a beautiful, beautiful match. I'm all about defense, and for me, I've worked with both those guys a lot with their defense, and it was kind of a proud papa moment for me.
I mean, it's always great seeing somebody that you've kind of maybe nurtured, somebody you've kind of mentored, kind of in that
Absolutely,
success,
that's
right?
what it's all about.
Their
Absolutely.
wins are your wins, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, we're well underway. Best 4 of 7. Pete Lippincott versus Austin Fernandez. Now, Lippincott owns the 7-6. I believe that's kind of a Houston, Texas special. What can you tell about the 7-6?
Yeah, so 7-6 is a venue we have here in just south of downtown Houston, and there's air hockey tournaments there every Friday night. It's a blast. It's a great place to be, great place to compete, great place to learn if you want to learn this craft. and get involved in a sport that anyone can play. Doesn't matter who you are. Anybody can play this sport.
All right, so I can drop in at any point in time and pop into the 7-6 and play in the tournament?
I'm sorry?
So you're saying that anybody can kind of walk into the 7-6?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yeah.
So anybody, can walk in the 7-6, tell them you want to play in the tournament. As long as they still have a spot open, they will fit you in and they will welcome you with open arms.
That's awesome. And that's really how you grow the sport, right? We often hear from Phil Arnold, future Phil of the future, whatever
Yes.
have you. And he talks about, the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years of air hockey. And he's telling you those players have already been born and they're going to have to be mentored and shown what's what in this sport. Because they're going to be the ones that reinvent it from the inside out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think for us, eldermen of the sport, like Phil, the sport's in good hands. And I think we feel more and more comfortable with that as each year passes. The young masters we now have in the sport, they're all great examples of high character individuals. They're very supportive of each other. They want to beat each other up on the table, but the second that the match is over, it's family.
Wow, great shot by Lippincott there. Let's see if we can get that. I think that's a.
Yeah. So this is a cut shot, cross-cut shot by Pete. Pete's actually very slow and methodical to try to keep Austin from creating pace. Austin, when he plays faster, gets into a zone offensively where he's more comfortable, so his shots are more accurate. So Pete's doing a really, really, really good
nice
job
under.
of actually slowing down that pace.
Also, you can see on Lippincott's mallet, you actually can see the 7-6 sticker.
That's correct.
Right there.
That's correct.
We always, as someone who works in broadcasting, branding is everything.
Yeah,
right?
you got to become the brand, right? So it's a good thing. Now again, right wall over, beautiful shot. So what Austin's got to figure out right there is that cut straight and the right wall over are actually going to the exact same spot on the goal. So he's got to realize that and settle down just a little bit, in order to take those shots away from Pete. But again, Pete's doing a very good job of keeping him honest, because the second that you feel like, you're going to go ahead and commit to that, he goes for that shot there, which is more of a cross straight that, Austin was there to block it. But that means that Pete, again, will go right back to that cut straight.
And so I heard you mention earlier when talking about being a master level player. What can you tell me about what that means and what the rankings and the hierarchy, quote unquote, of being an air hockey professional is?
So we have in our sport, our top 10 ranked players are considered master level players. If you finish top 10 in a world championship, you are considered a master. And once you finish master, you're always a master in this sport, and that's a beautiful thing. So it's an honor, because out of 50 years of air hockey, there's probably been 80 players that have actually done it. And I don't know the specific number. Will Upchurch is more of a historian than I am. He can tell you exactly how many. And then we have a top 5, which we consider master elite. Master elite.
Gotcha. So what? So are either of these players on the table right now considered master players? I know that Fernandez kind of looking at the history, because I'm a North Carolina boy. Really, we care about a lot about our state ranks. And when we come to Texas, it's kind of like we're fish out of water.
Sure.
And y'all are very welcoming, and it's great. It's great to be here. But what can you tell me about these two players and their status as masters or anything along those?
Yeah, no doubt. So Pete has finished master several times. In fact, I believe he has also had a Master Elite finish.
Game 1.
And for what he just did. Again, controlling the pace, forcing the issue with Austin. What I love, though, to see right now is Austin's demeanor. He lost the game. It's intense, but, he didn't get upset. He's staying within himself. And he's going to be focused on the problem at hand. And the problem at hand is, again, taking away those shots that Pete is putting together on the table. Now, whether he's able to do that or not, we'll find out. But again, Pete, like I said, he's been here before. He's got more experience when it comes to tournament play. Austin, this is so far the best he's done. Now, that doesn't mean that Austin's out of it just because he doesn't have that experience. And what it means is that Austin's got to figure out a way to play his pace and not let Pete control the pace of this match.
Yeah, it seems that Pete has really found himself in a flow state, as he called it, kind of being able to make sure that everything seems to be synchronized. You are able to be completely have that autonomy over yourself, your mallet, your puck, and even your opponent.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's such an emotional game. When you get to this point in a tournament, every point, every possession is very, very stressful, and the more possession time you build up, the more stress you feel, the more stress your opponent feels. It's just like playoff baseball, every pitch, it's a 3-2 count and they foul off like six pitches in a row.
Yeah.
And the stress of the entire stadium, you could just feel it, and the atmosphere. And it's very similar right here, today. Everybody in the audience here, they're watching every shot, and when it's a 6-6 match point either way, no one's breathing. Everyone's waiting for that shot to happen.
I'm glad you noticed. You reminded me to breathe as we go into game 2. Pete Lippincott, I believe that's his wife in his corner. It looks like
yes. Georgia is definitely supporting her husband, and she is right there at his side. And I guarantee you, she is stressing out just watching this match.
Y'all make me see. I think that might be Austin's partner, also in the audience watching their game. It's nice having people in your corner, either figuratively, literally.
Austin's girlfriend is up there as well in the audience, and she is, in addition, stressing out watching this entire thing.
Yeah. I saw at one point in between games after taking that harsh loss, Fernandez got some brief words from our tournament director, Brian Acrocco. Looks like he was able to share some insight.
No, absolutely. Brian is an amazing coach, an amazing mentor. He is almost Austin's, he's one of Austin's father figures for sure. He also just played Pete Lippincott and lost to him, so he's got some direct experience as to how Pete is playing.
Here's what I did wrong, and here's what you don't.
Exactly.
Do, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
What worked for me.
That's right. So, again, Pete is continuing to control the pace. He's building up more and more possession time. Austin took a very smart time out there.
Yeah, anytime I talk to the Weissman family at any point in time, every single one when they answer their player profile about what's the best advice they've ever heard or used, and it's if you get scored on 3 times in a row, you
take
better,
a timeout.
You better be using that timeout.
Yeah.
It's also seemed that both players actually did use the 2-minute break in between the games, taking that time to really recalibrate, reorient.
Yeah, the Weissman approach in this game is one of the most methodical and successful approaches that the sport's ever seen, obviously. But again, that was a great example right there. Austin's not picking up the pace with that drift. It was a slower drift. If you remember just, about 30, 45 minutes ago when he was playing Jacob Munoz, it was a fast, aggressive pace, going after it. And now he's making mistakes because he's not comfortable playing at this pace.
Yeah, you see Lippincott. He looks like he's got all the time in the world. You do have a 7-second shot. Oh my God! Over and over and over again. Lippincott working. Let's watch. He's gonna go from the drifts.
That's it.
Go up to his left quadrant. Snap.
From the center or just right of center, and it goes to the left side of the goal. So that's that cross-cut shot. And it's a beautiful shot, and he just did it again.
Over and over.
Billy Stubbs kind of mastered that shot in the 2000 teens, and it brought him another 3 world championships when he mastered that one and brought it back.
It feels like your mallet is made out of nothing when I see that shot my way.
Yeah.
I see that kind of methodical drift from players like Sauceda. I was able to commentate on his games and interview him when he played at North Carolina State Tournament, where he did take first place. He's a left-handed player, so he goes up to his right quadrant, and he does that, and he takes maybe 10-plus different shots from that same angle, and looks like that seems to be part of a very, very popular strategy. You see Lippincott again using his full 7 seconds on his shot clock. Looks like Fernandez is going to learn one way or another how to block that.
Yeah, you got to be patient, and
he
disciplined.
Switched it up. He went to the left side instead of the right.
Yeah, so that was the difference in that is he held that release a little longer. So it was more of a cut straight instead of the cross cut. And again, doing that, again, there's no reason for Austin to move. He should have just, again, had the discipline and stayed there and forced Pete to do something else. But unfortunately, that's just not happening right now for Austin. But credit to Pete, he is keeping him honest by hitting some banks, even the ones that aren't necessarily effective. Pete is, still getting the puck back. Pete Lippincott. Frustrating Austin quite a bit, but, again, we'll see what happens here. It looks like Mike Shoppy, an old player from the 80s, former Master Elite player, is talking to Austin, trying to give him some advice. And hopefully he gives him some good sound advice that will make this match very interesting.
Absolutely, that's what we always want. Interesting, fast-paced. We're just here to watch air hockey, honestly.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. Joining you back again. Our Timothy Young is playing again in his spin-off, so you'll be joined by me and the fantastic Danny Hines as we go into, I believe this is game...
This will be game 3. So Austin's down 2-0. The pace of the match has been absolutely controlled by Pete Lippincott. So, if I was to give Austin advice right now, I would tell him that he's got to be more disciplined on defense and take away those cross cuts and the cut shot and the right wall over, which is all going to the same side of the goal, and literally be disciplined in blocking that and just be patient. Let the puck come to you. So instead, and when you're on offense, you have to push the envelope. In other words, you have to be the aggressor with your drift. Come up, hit some fast off goals. Come up, hit some fast hard shots. Be crisp. Let it go. Just let it flow. Don't sit there and play at a slower pace because you're just playing it. You're playing into Pete's hand. That's exactly what Pete wants this match, and so far, Pete is getting exactly what he wants.
Oh, well, just looking at the score, it seems like that is the case. It's all about pace and possession. Control those two things. You control the game. We've seen it time and time again. Are you surprised that it is, in fact, 2-0 when we are so far into the championship? Usually we've seen a lot of neck and neck.
Yeah, well, let's not count Austin out just yet.
Definitely not yet.
But you know what? You're absolutely right. I would say normally I'd be surprised, but the way Pete has been playing last night and today, I don't know. Pete took out Vince 4-1. He beat Brian Akrako 4-0. Pete is playing out of his mind, which is a great thing. So, I think any of these players here is capable of actually, ending up. And now, right there, what Pete just did was actually change it up to a cross straight. And if Pete does that, that'll make him win this match where he changes it up. So, again, that was good there with Austin because Austin actually increased the pace, then hit a good hard shot. So, again, but Pete's doing the smart thing. He's taking it out slow, taking his time, went right back to that cross cut. Even though he hit it as an off goal, it still gives that motion to try to control the defense. Yep. Again, Austin is jumping. He's pulling back instead of staying out on defense. And that's that lack of discipline. And I can't stress it enough that at this point, you're tired, you're stressed, you're physically beat up, and to have that discipline, it's very, very difficult. So, hats off to Pete for controlling this match so far. And the other thing too that what he's getting Austin to do is Austin is getting frustrated, so then he hits a little too hard of a shot, ends up flying off the table. And then he gets more frustrated, because he's giving up possessions. But that was a beautiful forehand left wall under that Austin just hit. But you heard what he just said. He actually got on him because he knows what to do.
Oh, yeah.
He said, don't pull back, Austin. He knows. So he's got to do it, though. It's one thing to know it. It's another thing to do it. All right.
We've had Austin on our stage multiple times. We know he likes to play with aggression, but frustration will show on his face every time. And usually it's when that happens.
Yeah, so that was an excellent block there by Pete. You know, again, he's playing smart defense. He's forcing Austin to hit a perfect shot, and the level of frustration just builds and builds and builds. Then you start having doubts, you lose confidence, you know, and that could be the difference in this match. You know, they could play a challenge match in 2 weeks from now, and it could be a completely different story. But right now, it seems like Pete is definitely dominating this match. Now that was a brutal left wall under, and that's the kind of pace that Austin needs. But Pete responded, and that's where Austin has got to have that same intensity on defense right after he scores.
Absolutely.
All right, so Pete tried a left wall, so he's changing it up a little bit so that Austin doesn't key in on that cross-cut right wall combo. And again, frustration there setting in with Austin. Unforced error, you know, again, hitting the puck a little too hard maybe, off target, ended up flying off the table.
And Danny, I believe you were able to see the game earlier as well, where one game in a match went on for 19 minutes because the puck flew off the table so many times, with Austin pulling out the victory then. But that was such a level of exhaustion he had to fight through to get to this point.
Absolutely. So again, that was the match with Jacob Munoz, and one of the most intense defensive matches you'll see. And obviously that has a lot of, it caused a lot of wear and tear on you. Mental just exhaustion of constantly blocking. But it was a beautiful match to watch. But again, this is Sunday championship air hockey. So, you know, when you have that kind of thing, there's no rest for the weary. You know, you got to keep on pushing. And that's why this is so difficult.
It was compared to a marathon by more than one individual we've spoke with today. It is stamina is really the name of the game, and air hockey, you think, moves quickly. It only goes to 7 points, but it has been 3 straight brutal days, especially for our top players here.
Right. Yeah, it you know, you'd be surprised at the physical stress it puts on your body. I mean, most everybody here, their hamstrings are tight, their hamstrings are sore from you know, playing this. You wouldn't think that they would be, but they are. Your shoulder, your arm, your elbow, your forearms, your fingers can barely make a fist. It definitely puts a wear and tear on you.
That's a funny little side story. The first time I ever met Brian Okrako was at the North Carolina State Championship, and he was stretching out, and I was a college athlete, and he said my shoulder really hurts. I was like, well, let me show you how to fix that. At the time, not realizing who he was, and he went on to explain it is just wear and tear of years of air hockey.
Yes.
So if you want to learn some cool stretches, I gave Brian a little list just for air hockey, guys. We got to stay limber.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. All right, another good shot by Pete. Austin showing the frustration though. He's got to relax and just, you know, stay in the moment. When you get so frustrated at yourself, it affects your ability to hit good, hard shots, to really think through it. Right now, he rushed that entire possession, just hit a bank that really went in the middle of the goal. It didn't do anything, and then he scored on himself just now. So he's got to take control. Great. So it's a great timeout that he just called just now. He's got to get his composure back on the table. So looks like he's arguing with his coach Brian a little bit. That's the wrong thing.
Sportsmanship, you got to keep the anger to yourself. Unfortunately, it's hard when you're at this level and so frustrated already.
Yes. Yeah, you'd be surprised, you know, when. So I tell guys all the time, you know, it's not really the opponent as much as it is the puck.
Yes.
the puck is all you have to focus on. That's it. If you're thinking about who you're playing, you're letting that person get in your head, and there's no reason for that. So the puck is the only thing that exists. When I won my first world championship, I was going against a 10-time world champion who had already beaten me once that tournament very soundly, and I just basically figured out that I had nothing to lose and just focus on the puck, and I taught myself a lesson that I never forgot, and and it helped me to gain confidence.
Gonna take it.
Yeah. I believe Pete is now up 3-0.
Yeah.
Again, just having freezing level of frustration of staying, now he wants to stay out so bad for that cross cut. He literally is just stuck out there, and Pete easily banked around him.
Absolutely. When you get that level of frustrated, it's so hard to change your mind about how you're going to play the game, because you hit it and it misses. You said, no, that should have gone in. I'm going to hit it again. And you do things like self-score when you get to that level of lack awareness.
Yeah, Austin's been playing a long time, but there's a little bit of inexperience when it comes to Championship Sunday for him. So, like I said, Pete has that experience of being here, battling on Championship Sunday. You can't let those little things get to you, because you're more worried about that than the actual, what's actually happening in the game. If you keep it simple, right?
Yeah.
It makes things so much easier.
Like you said, it is just the puck.
That's it. It's just the puck, and I can't stress that enough. And I tell these guys, it doesn't matter if it's Colin Cummings or Jesse Dowdy or Tim Weissman that's up there on the table. They have the same size goal on their end as well, and their mallet's no bigger than yours, and the puck is the exact same one. The table's the same. There's you got to take away excuses and just focus on the moment.
Absolutely. And next time I'm playing, please stand in my corner. This is a pep talk I would have loved to hear. But
anytime. It's probably it's not probably. It is my favorite thing to do now at this point in my career, is to actually help mentor, help players get better. And actually when I was watching the whole match between Austin and Jacob Munoz earlier, it was kind of a proud papa moment. I think I've said that already, but I'll say it again, because, I love helping those guys achieve what they're achieving now. And again, I look forward to more and more great air hockey, but I believe Austin can actually dig out of this hole. I really do. He's a strong young man. This might be the exact thing he needs to have his back against the wall and not be able to do, not to have any room for error. Sometimes when that happens, the greatest comes out of you. And let's see if that's the case for Austin right now. I believe in him.
I absolutely am not counting him down and out. We saw in the women's tournament, it was 3-0 and we had a comeback, so I'm ready to see it again here.
That's right. All right. So Pete starts off with the puck, goes right back to that cut shot. Austin was there, so that's a good sign for Austin. Now he goes back to the bank, and Austin was there again. So another good sign.
Looking a little more composed.
So again, Pete being smart. He's taking his time, held that release, and it actually worked. So he got Austin to move once again for that cut.
Table is off. We're going to have to wait a moment here. A little bit of a breather early on in this fourth game.
All right, so good pace there. Made a decent shot. It's not too hard where it's going to fall off the table every time. And now he's trying to set it up. That was a little impatient there, so it ended up fluttering up and hitting his hand. But being a good sport, he gave the puck up. So good job. All right, so Pete tried a little left wall bank there that Austin was prepared for. Again, going back to that cross cut shot, holding that release. Now he tried the bank. Austin was there, so another good sign. So that one there was maybe a little bit rushed of a shot there. It was a right wall over. Pete, it was actually so fast, Pete almost didn't have time to get out of the way for it. So that's one thing people need to understand when you hit a right well over. If you hit one too fast, you actually go right into the mallet of the defender.
Yeah.
You have to take something off of it sometimes, speed-wise.
I think that's something we see that kind of separates our absolute top players and all of us who are like on the upward trend, knowing how to take some off of it and not just knock the crap out of it because you can. That's a hard one to pull. What is your advice?
Sure, it's not easy. It just takes a lot of practice to learn finesse. It's kind of like just having that touch, and it's. So yeah, a lot of guys, it's easy to kind of have that Nolan Ryan fastball here, playing air hockey because anybody can hit the heck out of it, and where it's almost going to fly off the table and be really fast. But can you make it look like you're about to hit the hell out of it and then hit an off-speed shot, a changeup, like in pitching? And it does the same thing. It just freezes up, the opponent, just like a batter freezes up with a changeup, You think of like some of the greatest pitchers, like a Greg Maddux that would use, such great accuracy, but he never really pitched super, super fast. He didn't have that ridiculous arm, but hitters they just struggled with him. And they didn't know what to do. And it's because, he was so smart, so clever, kept them off balance. And that's the same thing in air hockey. You have to keep your opponent off balance where they're not sure what they're going to do. So Austin, I'm okay with the pace he's playing at here. It seems like it's a little more control. He's changed up his drift, a good, hard, deliberate shot. And now good control there. He slowed it down. He's got control. Rushed that one, but he's got possession back. So again, very good. So it's kind of a very shallow reverse circle drift what he's doing here. There's not much of an ellipse of it. Like, it's not a very large circle, but that is what he's doing right there. It's kind of a hybrid line attack. And, he's watching what Pete's doing there. So the key, I think, again, is to make Pete worry about those banks. And he's doing a good job right there. So, yeah, he's just got to keep up that pace and keep up the defensive intensity. And like I said, I don't think he's out of this.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't count him down and out.
Yeah.
He's an impressive player who has been a fan of comebacks before. We've seen in doubles as well. It made some very impressive wins from behind. So.
Yeah. So, and the other factor to consider as well, not that Pete is, as old as I am, but he's not a spring chicken either. So, he could get fatigued if Austin does start making this comeback. And that could play a major factor in the rest of the match. So Austin really just needs to get through this game and maybe one more game. And I think the advantage goes to him completely for the last, for potentially the last two games and maybe get this to a game 7. But again, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
We can speculate all we want, but ultimately we are spectating, and we're going to let you know what's going on.
But I definitely love what Austin's doing there with his defense. It looks like he is figuring out how to block what the attack Pete's using. He's just trying to maintain that possession because Pete is hitting it so hard that it ends up going back to him. So that puck was literally fluttering in the air and it went back to him. So that time Austin had it. He was able to catch it. So let's see if he's able to maintain it, hit a good drift at a good speed, and make good sound shots just like that. Right well and under. Beautiful shot.
And returned with some ferocity there.
That was a serve left well under by Lippincott. That's one of his go-to shots. He does it very well. Now that was a world-class left all over by Austin. So that was beautiful there. A little too quick. But I like his demeanor. He's not stressing. He's not screaming at making that unforced error. He realized that was a chance he's going to make. But I think he feels that, his defense is going to carry him through this regardless. And if he can keep up that mindset, like I said, he's got a chance. He's not out of this.
I do think it's a change from what we saw earlier. He even puts the puck down more politely.
Yes.
He is honed in more. Something in that last break we took really helped him find where he needed to be and step outside of the anger of the past 2 games.
Yeah, so just now when Pete hit that last shot on him, he kind of fell back into those bad habits he was doing early just now.
Oh, yeah.
But, again, hopefully he realizes that, and then Austin, will step up and make this a match, because that's what everybody here wants to see. They want to see Game 7.
That's what we've been saying. All we want is 7-6 Game 7 on our table.
Yes.
We want everyone on the edge of their seats. We are holding our breath. We've had a couple, and we want them all to go because that's how good these players are.
Oh, another very, very strong cut straight by Pete. I believe that makes 4-4. This is an extremely important possession. This could be the match right here if Pete is able to withstand Austin's offense right now. Like I said, this is huge. This point is huge.
If you were Austin, what shot would you be trying to make right now, knowing what's going to ride on it?
I probably would be trying to cross straight. I haven't seen him try one the entire time. I could have missed it, but I've seen him try to hit a lot of cuts. I've seen him try to hit a lot of banks, but I'm not seeing him try to hit a cross straight on Pete. And I think cross straight cuts, you just keep staying with the straights, and keep him honest. And there we go. So that was a huge, huge possession. Pete came up and kind of showed that same flaw in what Austin's been doing defensively. So this is going to take a lot of heart right now from Austin to stay in this match. Let's see what happens. He does have possession. So that shot there was little not set up like it should have been. Little lackadaisy, I suppose. Trying to hit a forehand level under. It looked to me like that cross straight is there if he just would hit it. Oh my God, that was a beautiful right wall over by Lippincott to give him match point. Huge, huge point.
Potential match point. Austin holding on at 4 points here in game.
Oh no.
Well, congratulations to Pete. Not the best way we want to call it.
No one likes that. Pete didn't like that. Good, congrats to Pete for playing still in this tournament. 4-0 against Austin Fernandez, the way he's been playing.
Absolutely.
I can't say enough about that. And yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful game he was using. So all hats off to him.
Absolutely. Both competitors really laid it out there. Thank you so much, Danny Hines. This has been amazing to hear your perspective and your commentary. I have to skedaddle off to go run a little interview.
Right.
I know our own Timothy Young is here, but otherwise it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you
being
for
on our
having
stream.
us, and thank you for what y'all are doing. And whenever you want that coaching, you let me know.
I'm going to be hunting you down. We saw how I did this weekend, and I'd like to do a little better. But again, thank you so much. We'll probably be pulling you again soon. You are the expert ref at
The head ref.
Head ref.
Basically, they're going to call me up to whenever they need a ref, so I'll do
Every
it.
time. All right, Danny. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. I'm going to sit here. Right here? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can take it.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Danny. So talk to me, camera is right here. So who are we talking to?
Hi, I'm Peter Lippincott.
Fantastic. If you're watching the match even for a quarter of a second, you know this was our victor here today. That was very fast-paced. You had a very strong opponent. How are you feeling pulling out the victory, knowing it's going to take you on just a little bit further to go?
Well, I've never beaten him in a big tournament. Last time he played me, he 4-0'd me. I didn't know what was going to happen. I just brought the best I could, chose my shots, and was hoping to be out of the way. That's how I faced it, and that's how it worked, I guess.
Yeah, we were speaking with Danny Hines. He said you had an excellent pace and composure, and that really seemed to be serving you well against such a power player. But I know you've had a lot of practice coming up to this World Championship. You have a gym, I believe it's called the 7-6 here in Houston. How has that been contributing to growing the sport here?
Well, 7-6 is our come on down. We play every Friday night tournaments, but Wednesday nights practice, and we've been practicing religiously, obviously. And yeah, it's we got lockers. We have a good time. That's what 7-6 is. So shout out to 7-6. Thanks, guys.
And clearly it pays off. Look at the caliber of victory you're able to pull out, getting practice there at the 7-6. So what is in your head going forward? You've got a little bit more to go. What are we thinking? What are we hoping for?
Well, I got Colin Cummings next. He was my last challenge match, and he beat me 16 games to 0, 4 sets to 0. And the closest game I had was 2 7-6 games. So I'm going to give him what I got, but Colin's in a different level right now. So we'll see. I'm going to give him my game and see what happens. Yeah.
I think your best is going to be very impressive to watch. I'm not counting you down and out yet. Either one of y'all could take it. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game that I can't wait to watch. All right. Thank you so much for stopping chat with me. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, you are in for a treat. We got a battle of the Jacobs. Jacob Weissman versus Jacob Munoz. And another treat you're hearing about is I am joined by the one, the only one. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Goran.
I'm Goran Minnick from Phoenix, Arizona. Been playing air hockey for 21 years. Current rank, just finished the tournament, number 23.
Congratulations on your tournament finish.
Thank you. We got a very exciting matchup now. We have the current number 3 ranked player, Jacob Munoz, versus the number 5 ranked player, Jacob Weissman. Last time they met in a challenge match, Jacob won 4 sets to 1, so he does have the edge in the higher rank and the most recent victory. Should be an exciting match.
So Goran, I've heard more about you kind of in my kind of delving deep into the statistics of air hockey. Why don't you tell me kind of about this passion project of yours where it's so ingrained in air hockey, we call it the Middick rating. So what can you tell me about the history of that?
The Middick rating is an ELO system based off of the chess rating system. I started almost 20 years ago with it. We've used it to seed some tournaments. You know, they stopped for a little while because another organization kind of developed their own and were running things. And they just recently came back over the last year and a half, and we just voted to use it for seeding for the next tournament. A hybrid system with the Middick ratings and the rankings combined to get a better seed, so the tournaments have better matchups and more accurate results.
Gotcha. So what can you tell me about how I can increase my, like if I wanted to increase my Middick rating, what do I have to accomplish? accomplish?
Easy, play and win. You can play anybody, but the stronger opponent you beat, the more your rating's going to go up. You can play a lot of beginners, but you're not going to get very many points beating them.
Gotcha. So am I playing them in challenge matches? Am I playing them in tournaments? Is it for all the
above? Challenge matches, best 4 out of 7 is going to get you the biggest bump. National tournaments are going to give you a large bump. State tournaments, a larger bump, but you can just play rating sets too. You can play best 4 of 7 or 3 of 5 sets. Just one set. You don't have to do a whole challenge match, and that counts for rating.
Gotcha. Yeah, I follow along with some other, I think it's the Facebook page, and I get the updates on challenge matches, and I see how people's points go up and down. But before we get into that, Jacob Munoz versus Weissman, we hit the face-offs. Oh, right out the gate, Munoz
right on the face-off.
1-0. To the left ball over. Great catch. I think it's Billy Stubbs reffing our match
Billy
today.
Stubbs is reffing. He just lost to Jacob Munoz 4 games to 2. It was an exciting match. 2-2, 6-6, and Jacob was able to score the crucial 7th point that game and has momentum going into the last game. So Billy is out, finishing 7-8. He'll be going up against Vince Sauceda, who also just lost the heartbreaker, being up in Game 7, match point to 4 against Avery Yebernetsky. Avery was able to score 3 straight points to knock Vince out.
Yeah, that was a crazy match. I think it was an under that slowly eked its way. Wow, I have no idea how Weissman was able to get that cut through that defense. Let's see if we can see if Munoz has an answer. Ooh, that puck goes flying. That possession will go back to Munoz. It's 2-1. So I know that Weissman and Munoz have known each other for quite some time. And, you know, they're both from the Texas area, you know, kind of one of the birthplaces of competitive air hockey. So I have no doubt these folks have matched up against each other before. I guess, what does their history look like when he puts pen to paper?
Jacob Munoz has the overall advantage over their win-loss record. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I don't know if Jacob Weissman has even beaten him a match.
Well, Weissman kind of has a lot to prove here.
Yes.
Both
but Weissman does have a world championship title, and Jacob Munoz does not yet, so they both got a lot to play for.
Yeah. Both the master level players.
3-4. Beautiful
Nice
power cross.
Wow. Those shots, I feel like they really hit your chest. So fun fact, I just got notified that this match is actually basically a rematch, a grudge match of the century, because formerly, nice over by Munoz there, they went previously to 7 sets. Best, I think it was game point 7-6 at one point previously between these two. And so I'm very excited to see these folks on the table, the battle of the Jacobs, to kind of continue their way up through this bracket. Block there by Munoz, blocking it under. Doesn't block it a second time, though. Munoz offers with an over of his own. Weissman has to get this to 6-6 if he wants to have anything to do in game 1. Quick little volley there. No bloodshed. Nice. First game between Weissman and Munoz. We get a 6-6. This truly is a treat. I am on the figurative edge of my seat. Great blocks. Well, that puck goes flying across the Hilton Ballroom. Gonna have some folks try to recover it. Fun fact, when we played North Carolina State Tournament, I believe you were there, Corin. You were, so we had a sequestered room for our featured table, and most notably there was a large TV that was mounted on the wall that the venue owned, and we did not have the forethought to do anything about it or take that TV down. And when the tournament ended, I turned that TV on because I was curious, and there was 1, 2, 3 puck-sized dents and cracks in that TV. Weissman takes game number 1 with a 7-6 over Jacob Munoz.
Not a conduct warning, but if again, I'll have to give one, okay? All right.
Got a little bit of a reminder from Billy Stubbs there.
Yeah.
About outburst.
Jacob upset about the match, slamming his mallet on the table, which is not very good for the table.
It's like a yellow card for a yellow card, right? It's kind of just,
You got a pre-warning for a warning, though, so
that behavior.
no harm, no foul. It's a very passionate game, so we are going to find out. We're going to see some of that, some yelling, some grunting.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, like, if you're not angry, I feel like you're not trying, right? If you're not...
You got to play like that, yeah. Especially when the stakes are high.
Yeah. And as a commentator for a game like air hockey, and we've been covered by ESPN The Ocean before, and I know that often we get references to callbacks to dodgeball, 200-buck story where all the quotes are really coming out. But one of my favorite ones I watch air hockey, people say, you got to get angry. You can dodge a buck, you can dodge a ball, all that good stuff, but
I think that kind of training would work well.
Yeah, but I feel like sometimes getting angry can still get the best of you if you're not careful.
It has to be controlled anger. You gotta play like the Hulk, but the smart Hulk.
Play like Professor Hulk. Yeah,
Professor Hulk.
If all our nerds on
always be angry.
Yes.
1-0.
Munoz needs to have a memory of a goldfish here. He needs to not care about what happened in game 1. He needs to try to make something of game 2.
Right wall over.
Play of that over. That's Lippincott and Fernandez from earlier. There we go. It's the transition. Try that again.
Over. 0-2.
Called over the line.
That shot does not
3-0.
count. Munoz answers 0. Weissman following the advice of the Weissman dynasty. If you get scored on 3 times in a row, you call your timeout. Use that 10 seconds, reorient, recalibrate. Sand the puck, make sure everything stays slick on this low friction table.
1-3.
Weissman gets himself on the board.
4-1.
All right, find yourselves 5-1. Just got to ask if I had any Band-Aids. Sounds like someone wants to either wrap their fingers, wrap their mallet. And I love talking about mallets when it comes to, like what is really used to augment or accessorize your striking surface. It looks like neither of these folks have wrapped their fingers, Munoz or Weissman. Gordon, do you do anything specific with your mallet when you're playing on the air hockey table?
I do not. No tape on the fingers, nothing fancy on the mallet. Just like these 2 guys right here.
Pure acoustic air hockey is what I call that. But you see that Weissman does have a bit of a wrap on his forearm there. Hoping to make sure that he can keep his arm comfortable. Ooh. Looks like that's going to be called as a charge. Stubbs gives possession back to Munoz. 6-1. This is a statement game, I would say. Weissman has to find...
Oh, beautiful.
There it is.
7-1 with that cut. Munoz was not happy about use that anger to roll over Weissman.
Look at this transition there. Replays back up and recalibrated there. So we find ourselves tied 1-1. Munoz, obviously, like I said, that's a statement game after losing a 7-6 to Weissman, coming back and taking a 7-1 instead. Yeah, there's no question about the winner of that game. You see Weissman and Munoz will take their minute or 2 minutes between their games to maybe get some advice. I see Weissman is talking to Yebernetsky, his doubles partner, team ambidextrous. Munoz stays at the table. It looks like he's kind of staying in that mindset. He doesn't even slow down. He even starts dribbling. He starts drifting his puck, making sure he stays tight, stays loose. And that's kind of contradictory.
He's ready to go after that game. Jacob's smart to take his time, let him cool down.
Yeah, I often find myself when I was playing the tournament earlier, I would tell people, hey, I don't need a minute. Get me right back on the table.
I like to go right away too.
Yeah, it's like, and sometimes that can be to my detriment, right? I start playing too fast. I'm known as a very aggressive, kind of gambling player. I got lectured by Tim Weissman, I think, on Friday or Saturday. He watched my matches, and he said, "What the heck are you charging so much for?" And we talked about the numbers game aspect. I feel like gambling at it. So all it feels is, you charge, you stuck your opponent, you're able to kind of fire back. I can do it once, but then I try to do it.
It can be fun. I'm the same way. I like to play fun, but sometimes you just got to play smart, perfect air hockey, and that's the difference between these two players and the rest of us.
All right, time is called. We're back. Game number 3. Munoz versus Weissman. Now, you can actually tell that these are both Texas players. And you know how you can do that?
How's that?
I'll tell you. Neither of, it looks like they chose to opt out of the ability to do a face-off every game. They only chose to do a face-off at the beginning. That's a Carolina specialty. And we know that the Air Hockey Association recently voted and allowed that starting with this tournament, if both players consent, you can opt to do a face-off every single game. I talk about this every single time I see a game on the feature table, and I chastise them for not choosing the height factor. What are your thoughts about face-offs every game going?
It could be fun. I think at the highest level, I think they would go with the traditional method.
2-1.
But I did it for my first time, my last match against a North Carolina player, and it was fun.
Who was that? Who was the player?
Seth.
Oh, Seth.
He asked, and I said, sure, why not? It was for our spin-off for 23 to 24.
Big shot to Seth. Who was the winner of that game?
I was the winner, 4-0.
Congratulations, Warren. Especially, you kind of beat him on the home turf of North Carolina rules, right? Because in North Carolina, we do challenge matches the same way, where both players consent. We can fight for North Carolina wins with face-off every game.
Although I did win 4 games to 0, the spin-off, the face-off was 2-2.
Gotcha. So it's I think it adds up.
The mallet does not count.
2-1, puck on this side. Are you ready?
Got it. Hold on to those. Maybe if he had a shoestring attached to his mallet, that he might have felt better about that.
Yep. There's pros and cons with that. If you have a shoestring attached to your mallet, you can't lose the mallet as long as you hold on to the string. But the other, your opponent can still shoot at you.
Yeah. If you and if you self-score, or if you quote unquote lose control of your mallet, but you still have control through the shoestring, you can't block the goal with your other hand.
3-3.
Nice shot by Weissman. Quickly fire back. Looks like both players are really amping up. They're both frustrated with how either their games losses have gone. This turned from a best 4 out of 7 to a best 3 out of 5 very, very quickly. I don't doubt this game will be kind of very back and forth, very swingy, unless either of these can find a crack in the armor.
Yeah, all tied up, 1 game apiece, 3-3. So this next point is huge.
Yeah, it's funny because if you watch, normal folks in arcades or anything like that, you'll see a puck fly off in any and all context just from the sheer amount of power you can put into that puck. In the moment it kind of hits the surface. Yeah, the puck has 2 choices: bounce or fly. Trying to keep momentum going here. 3-3. Oh,
4-3. Jacob slapped one in, takes the lead.
Bounces up the back of his mallet in there. So I see these players, I kind of put them in a category of, if you're facing them, you have to know, ooh, Gorin, and great reflexes by one of our commentators not getting knocked in the face there. Retrieve that, get that back to Weissman. dangerous spectator sport.
5-3.
At least in baseball, you get to keep it. Here, you got to give that puck back.
Yeah, they want to use the same puck they've been used to.
Yeah, I saw in a game. I think it was Fernandez earlier. I think there was. I think it was I don't want to speak out of turn. Speak inaccurately. But there's some conversation. I think the puck was switched out 2 to 3 plus times due to some issues. There was some gashes on the puck, something like here and there. So making sure that it's a consistent playing surface and that kind of low friction on the table is vital, especially with how fast these shots can be. If there's something on the bottom like schmutz or a divot or kind of shreds of plastic, that puck is neither not going to move the way you want it to, or it's going to be more likely to fly off the table. A forehand left ball.
So quickly we went from 3-3 to 7-3. Now it's Weissman takes.
All right, so you're about to enter game number 4. What do you think is running through these players' heads? It looks like both of them are posturing at the table. Looks like they might not want to take their minute.
They are both ready to go.
Very decisive shot. Weissman was able to answer Munoz 7-1ing him earlier. Answered with a win of his own. Unforced error there on that slice. You see on occasion, Weissman will adjust his glasses, and I can't help but think of like it being kind of an anime moment. You know, pushes glasses up the nose, fires off a shot, and you know that something saucy is going to come out of it. Colin, you wear glasses. Do you ever find out?
I do. Same problem. It slides down when you're playing, when your head's tilted over time. So same thing. Beautiful right wall.
It's like we're having trouble with our replay graphics. We'll leave those alone for right now. Munoz,
Nice one with the left wall under.
2-2.
2-all. Puck goes flying,
2-2.
turns to Weissman. I personally am of the philosophy that if a puck goes flying off the table and it comes back, you should probably sand it, because I feel like that puck and the way the surface is, it's probably catching some of this carpet fuzz, it's catching some dirt, some dust. And you want to get that off and make sure this puck stays the way it needs to stay.
It is. Munoz was definitely getting frustrated with the puck flying off the table, but also part of the game. Jacob, if the puck's not flying off the table for him, maybe he doesn't want to sand it. Maybe he wants to keep that puck just how it is.
An active strategy, you know, not too slick, not too rough, it's just right. Yeah, well, there's kind of a great shot by Weissman there. Nice transition. I mean, there's the philosophy that if I lost my train of thought a little bit there. I know we're talking about the mouth and the philosophy of, like, you know, you want to take these shots as hard as you can. You have to find that sweet spot, because if you're putting 100% and you might just knock the puck off every single time. You gotta find
You have to pull back a little bit or change the release how you hit the puck. If you hit it just straight on, it wobbles more when you hit it. But if you hit it more with a whipping action, kind of like that cut from Jacob Weissman, it tends to stay on the table and still have the power.
Nice cross, Munoz. He is not out of this yet.
Oh, it's a charge.
No bloodshed there.
Time.
Ooh, a timeout is called by Weissman.
Timeout.
10 seconds. Weissman leads by 1. He needs 2 points to take game 3. Take his third game of game 5. Game 4. See Weissman pushes those glasses up his nose. You see he's actually wearing the Centerline's YouTube channel hat. If you're watching us on the Centerline, welcome. We are also streaming on Air Hockey United on YouTube, Facebook on Air Hockey 360, Switch, North Carolina Air Hockey Players Twitch channel. Wherever you're watching from, thank you for watching. And you know, Weissman is wearing the hat from his dad's YouTube channel. A channel's been built up and shows some great matches just like this one. So excited that we are able to bring this match to you. Weissman's going to try to take his third game. Not Munoz has anything to say about it. And there it is. He'll take that cut.
Takes a 3-game-to-1 lead.
Right. So what do you think is running through Weissman's head? I think that in the past, you said Munoz tends to be the more dominant over Weissman. It seems that this seems to be going in Weissman's favor, 3-1.
He's focused, looking to win his second title.
3-1, 3-1
is a
Weissman.
nice place to be, but it's not over yet. You take it 1 game at a time, and I'm sure Munoz is thinking to win the next game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the table. I'm looking at Munoz is off. He's adjusting, he's like touching some of his fingers. I know that all it takes is, you know, I actually injured my middle finger the other day. I lost balance, so I slammed my hand down on the goal. Puck came flying and blasted my middle knuckle.
That could draw blood.
Yeah, and this is a knuckle busting kind of sport. And that's actually a lot of arguments about why some people opt out of doing face-offs every game, because that's where you get a lot of physical brutality there. All right, we're going into game number 5.
Another score from Munoz with a lost mallet, so it does not count.
Gotta hold on to it.
1-0.
Good shot from Munoz there.
Score is actually 2-0, Jacob Munoz.
1-2.
Oh,
3-1.
no. 3-1. It's a bit of a self-score situation to get that puck.
Score 3-1 now, Munoz.
Yep. Puck rattles, shakes and rolls, but stays on the table.
If it doesn't interfere with the course of play, I'm not going to call it, okay? But even if it did, if it doesn't interfere with the course of play, I'm not going to call it, okay? All right. It's 3-1. Are you guys ready?
The puck wobbled up and hit Jacob's hand, but the puck stays in play.
2-3.
It didn't change the direction of the puck, so Billy was just telling Jacob to not stop play unless Billy stops the play.
Very interesting rules distinction because that puck can pop up, you know, even though you're trying to defend it. If it touches your hand, it doesn't really change the direction. It pops up there.
Then it's still in play.
And you see sometimes these players will really go for it. They'll cross that center line, try and chase pucks, and sometimes they will cross and they'll strike it. But if the ref feels like if the possession goes back to the other player anyway, they won't really stop.
Not call that overhand. The refs should not interject themselves into the match very much. They're more to keep score and call the puck in play.
Oh, beautiful. Munoz stayed out there too long. Weissman took advantage. Oh, great block. Weissman trying to keep that possession on his side. He ties us up. Weissman, Munoz, 4-4. Munoz calls timeout. Wipes sweat from his hands. Nice.
Beautiful. Timeout is exactly what was needed from Munoz. His shot selection wasn't too great.
You saw that Munoz and Weissman wanted that puck. He in the center line, so it was equal. It was equal game. It was fair game either way, but Weissman got there first.
Weissman does have a long reach.
That wingspan. It's funny, people tell me about, someone once asked me, they said, what's like the ideal athletic body type for air hockey? You know, we talk about swimmers, we talk about, football players, basketball players, and I said, my answer for air hockey is you have to be at least 8 feet tall.
Actually, ideally you want to be like an 8. You want to be short but long arms. Short because you play better defense. You see more level from the playing field. Long arms to be able to reach quickly to the center line, snag those pucks.
If we can together make some kind of Frankenstein
here, 6-6. Munoz needs to score here. I think if Jacob gets the puck, he's going to end it. Weissman gets the puck.
Can't be wasting shots. You take your off goals. He's going to try to keep him in rhythm, make him flinch. Whenever he pulls out, it better be a good one.
Oh, table off.
I call that nature's timeout.
Match point, game point.
You know, these tables are built into timeout after about 10 minutes. If the game isn't physically completed, either by scoring the net points necessary to reset the table. Just like that, Munoz.
We got a match. 3 games to 2. Weissman.
What's that? Yes, I will. Yeah, I noticed that too. Hey, so when you guys take timeout.
I think I know what Stubbs is asking. So, when you get scored on and you take a timeout, you have 10 seconds.
10 seconds for the timeout, and then after 10 seconds, puck's in play. You have 10 seconds to take the puck out of the goal, and then 7 seconds to shoot the puck.
So, what I think Stubbs is referred to is that you cannot take the puck out of the goal until the ref says puck in. And so it looks like he's referring to a moment where he was walked up, took his timeout, took the puck out, and put it on the table, and like did some drifting before he called puck in. So,
yeah, the puck can't be in motion before it's in play. It has to be still.
Very important distinction to make. It doesn't really come up a lot, but it can be a game. It can be a big difference if you're trying to be a bit deceptive. If I took the puck out and he calls puck in, I can snap off.
You can't do what's also called shotgunning. You can't say when the ref says puck in play. You have to wait a reasonable amount of time to shoot a shot. You can't be shooting a shot while he says play.
Yeah,
I have to wait at least a second.
Yeah, I got called out actually in my first game yesterday. My match was against my partner, my co-commentator, Jody Jackson. We actually went to game 7, best 6 out of 7 points. and she called me out. But yeah, it was game point either way, and that's actually how it went in states when we faced off against each other. It was game point either way in Game 7. Absolutely incredible, like, you know, showmanship, I would say. I think they're both entertainers at heart, so it's definitely fun to watch. But she called me out for a dirty shot because I think the ref said plug and play, and I immediately snapped off a left ball under. And she was scared, and she's like, what are you doing? You gotta have some kind of respect for the game, and don't be playing dirty like that. And I said, sorry. And we made our way through. But I understand the reasonable amount of time after punting is called and play to be made. It looks like ref just announced that both players did take 2 minutes. You're allowed to choose either 1 to 2 minutes in between your games.
As your challenge matches you do, but actually in tournaments it's 2 minutes every game.
Oh, okay. So I know I heard that distinction that your challenge matches, yeah, you only get 1 time where you can take 2 minutes, which is 1 minute, and then you can take as long as 2 minutes in between games and tournaments. And so, you know, this is my first time actually at Worlds, my first time in Houston, Texas. So I first want to thank you for being so welcoming to us North Carolina folks. What do you think is running through Weissman's head? Because I know, I think you said it's 3 games to 2 games. Weissman is a potential match game. Munoz has to catch up. What do you think is running through their heads right now as they enter game number 6?
Just keep playing his game. He has a 3-2 lead. If it's a coin flip, he has a 75% chance to win the match. Ideally, you're going to want to win it this game right here, though.
Yeah, Weissman does not want to. I know. I love the drama. I tend to root for the person that will going to get me closest to a 7-6 to a 6-6 situation. So maybe I got Munoz in my corner. I'm in his corner right now just for the drama aspect. But I know that Weissman wants this match. He wants this win, and he wants to stop Munoz in his track. Weissman won. Good job by Weissman there.
Takes a 3-1 lead. Smart timeout from Jacob Munoz.
All right, that's time. Play.
Ooh, transition shot worked out from earlier.
Oh, nice
2-3.
transition.
Great block by Munoz. Yeah, we talk about, you know, strong arm, right wall, left wall. One thing that you might hear us talk about is the triangle defense. You know, it's the philosophy that your standard defense actually should be putting your mallet maybe about a foot, between 12 to 6 inches out from the front of your goal, maybe even farther depending on your play style. And then you're relying on your reaction time to snap to your corner.
The further you play out, the more you cut off the straights, but then you open up the bank. So yeah, about a foot to a foot and a half is going to be your ideal distance. Notice Jacob playing about ideal. Jacob Weissman, Jacob Munoz plays out a little bit more.
4-2.
Munoz is not going down without a fight. Weissman has 1 goal between him and victory to take his fourth game and game number 6. Munoz has to take 3 goals unanswered to stay alive, win his game, and try to come back for a match game either way. You see that Weissman still has his timeout. Oh, nature's timeout is actually called by the table as the table turns off.
Match point.
Munoz takes his 5th goal. Oh, there it is. Just like that, he comes off the straight, sets off his grip he needs. That's where he takes it. Weissman takes it. Game 6, 4 games to 2. Congratulations to the winner. You know, they're both named Jacob, but I think in this particular instance, one won out over the other. Medic, I want to thank you so much for joining me on the commentator table. Thank you so much for your insight. It was absolutely crucial so I get the best insight on the caliber of these 2 players. Thanks so much, Warren.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. You guys have been doing an awesome job.
Yeah, take care. Thank you. All right. We're going to give Weissman the chance to cool off, and then we're going to be joined by Jody Jackson in the winner's circle. You see today we are sporting our golden jackets, knowing that this is a tournament of champions, and we have to dress for the occasion.
Welcome back, everyone. We are once again here with the Weissman himself. How does that game feel, getting that victory after you did have a loss earlier today? What was different in your mindset?
I don't know. I feel great. Yeah, I mean, I lost to Colin earlier, and so, it doesn't get you down too much usually when you lose to Colin. He's Colin. But I really wanted this. Munoz beat me at the North Carolina State. He's beat me 2 challenge matches. He's always kind of had the upper hand on me in general. And in the past, actually, I've been up on him 3-1, and he's come back to win the set. So it feels awesome to be able to close it finally.
Absolutely. It was an incredible victory. We made reference to that, actually, that exact game you're speaking of. And you were very decisive out there. You looked calm, in control. The puck stayed on the table a little bit more. That was exciting. But now, what's next? You're in a good headspace. You feel great. You're moving forward. What's up with that?
Well, I guess the quarterfinals are next. No clue who I'm playing, but ready to go play. Yeah.
And we can't wait to watch it. Thank you, as always, for stopping and chat with me. You will be back in my circle, I know for a fact. Get some rest, fuel up. Have a good one.
defense played his fucking ass off, man. You got nothing to hang your head up about. Nothing to hang it up, right? Played good. Played really good. Would y'all like me to be a line judge? Okay, you want me to help you with line judge? Austin, you deal with that? With me, line judge? Okay.
All right, everybody, and just like that, we are underway. Austin Fernandez, as I often call him, versus Avery Yebernetsky. And I'm joined here on the commenter table. Why don't you go introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Vince Sauceda. I believe I finished in the 7-8 spin-off with Billy Stubbs. I was just taken out by Avery Yebernetsky, who is playing there on the right side of the screen, the left-handed player. He is playing at another level. He took me out. I had him at match point 4 in game 6.
Yeah.
And he responded by scoring 3 in a row to force the 7th game. And then I had him at 5-3, I want to say, in the 7th game.
Yeah.
And again, I only scored 1, got to 6. And he answered back and forced match point either way. And that's the way you want to go out. That's the way I want to go out.
Yeah, and like it's one of those woulda, shoulda, coulda moments of a 7-6, right? And it's the best way we talked about. We kind of like fetishize a 7-6 in many, many ways. I mean, I know you have the tattoo, I have the tattoo. So many of these folks Love the hype factor of this. But Avery, yeah, has been playing on another level when I was watching. He's got those long arms. He's got this passion, this aggression, and this accuracy. What do you think, as we're going to the first game, what do you think is going through these players' minds? I've known they're both from the Texas area, and there's a lot of, they definitely have not, this is definitely not their first time playing against each other. What do you think is going through their heads right now?
Right. Well, what they're doing is they're trying to set up their attack. They're trying to impose their will and see
Right
the
wall,
openings up
Fernandez
there. That was a good right wall under from Austin. And Avery, okay, see his drift there to a cut. It's an excellent setup, and it's a staple. It's watch him do his drift, diamond to a cut or a cross. There's a cross. He's going to do it again. It's going to go either left or right. And there's to the right. So he went left and then right. Unfortunate turnover. And Austin's pretty similar too. See, there's a diamond drift to an attempted cross, turnover real fast. But.
And so for those who don't know, what does a diamond drift accomplish? It certainly looks cool because you make this diamond formation using your mallet and the puck. What does that accomplish on the table?
Well, think of, it puts you into a flow state. It's kind of like a basketball, dribbling basketball. It's kind of doing like a stutter step or a crossover before you take your shot. It just gets the body into a shooting rhythm to trigger like a muscle memory, which is the shot, the execution of the shot. So that's why you see most of these players, they do that because it allows them to get into that flow state. And then once you start clicking, then your opponent's in trouble.
Yeah, it seems like it kind of gets you in that rhythm. Sometimes it can feel like it's almost hypnotizing. Fernandez takes over Avery Yebernetsky. That's not that. I'm still trying to get my replay graphics fixed up here.
Beautiful. Off of the diamond drift.
Shots.
Cross.
All right, these players will have up to 2 minutes to take their time, kind of recalibrate. Yebernetsky is joined by Weissman. He walks over, his doubles partner from Friday, Team Ambidextrous. Looks like he's giving him some advice.
Yeah, look at Avery's face. He's very intense. He's focused. He's got to get angry. He is one of those players who thrives on the emotions and uses it, turns it into positive things on the table. And he is very upset right now. He's inconsolable at this moment. You can just tell by looking at him.
So I call this. I'm going to tell you a story because during the doubles tournament on Friday, Avery Yebernetsky single-handedly 7-0'd the doubles team of Colin Cummings and Ben Heyman. His partner Weissman just had to sit back and watch, and they won that set. And during that time, they were given 7 minutes before they had to play another, I think it was 3 out of 5 against Cummings and Heyman, which they eventually did win. But during that time, Yebernetsky marched up and down the sides of the ballroom for 7 straight minutes. He didn't talk to anybody. He barely looked at anybody. And I call that his 7-minute march of how you come off of 7-0ing some folks like Ben Heyman and Colin Cummings. So he's got this intensity you described, that focus, and I know that this match is far from over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Start up game 2 here, but yeah, Avery is one of those players that can go into. It almost becomes an alter ego, kind of a Jekyll and Hyde. And what we're seeing here is the Hyde, and that Hyde is a monster because I just played against it.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's got something to say on this table. Austin is not safe. Austin is in danger, and he knows it.
His spider sense is indeed tingling on this table. Ooh.
It's a beautiful cross out of that reverse diamond.
Fires it off.
Exact same thing from Austin. Reverse diamond into a cross.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah,
it's like you need a bit more of a follow-through on your defense. Just because the puck touches your mallet does not mean you are safe. Does not mean your goal is still is not open to. Oh.
Yeah, Avery's in the flow.
And as a left-handed player yourself, Sussy, it must be nice seeing, the Southpaws get some representation, some really high-caliber play, because from a right-handed player's perspective, I went up against a left-handed, no, actually, he was right-handed, and he switched mallets to left-handed.
Right.
During that game, I almost lost my mind. He switched up the angles, and the trajectory was not something I had to basically mirror versus what I'm used to defending against. What is some advice you would have for someone going up against a left-handed player like Yebernetsky, other than run and hide from his Dr. Jack and Mr. Hyde?
Right. Well, with a traditional, so it's just a mirror of playing a righty. So the way I play righties,
Yebernetsky, Austin Fernandez,
I normally cheat a little to the right against the righties, so naturally I have to cheat a little to the left against the lefty because that's their strong straight side. And yeah, it's uncomfortable. I don't play lefties often, and I'm absolutely uncomfortable playing against a left-handed player.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, as a left-handed player, you're very used to playing against righties, and righties are used to playing against righties, and so it seems that left-handed players just seem to be scary all around.
Right.
All right, Fernandez has 5 to Yebernetsky's also 5.
5, yeah. And game 1 was 7-6, so we may have another 7-6 on our hands here.
You know, I always root for the player that gets me closest to a 7-6 because I love the drama. So Yebernetsky's going to do it.
Yeah, with a transition.
Nice transition.
Let's see if Austin can respond. Oh, he doesn't. Good stop from Avery. There's that reverse diamond. And the transition left wall over.
Yebernetsky, I think that was a left wall over. Left wall over. Let's see if we can.
No, that's game 1.
Yep. That's one from earlier. Yep.
Yeah, that was it.
Catching the first and second time I hit that replay. But we are going to get that recalibrated as we get the table refixed. You know, when you are throwing your whole body on the line, you tend to push the table back and forth. So if they get out of our camera angles, we'll fix that in post. See Fernandez. See the crowds kind of gathering. So watch, Yebernetsky again has not stopped moving.
Yeah, when you see Yebernetsky, if you can see his eyes, he's got some fierce in his soul right now.
Yeah, I made eye contact with him earlier after he lost that first game, and I felt like I did something wrong. I felt like I crossed a line by even remotely looking in his direction. Right. Not that he would is mad at me for doing that, but just the state of athleticism he's in right now.
Right.
Nothing can afford to crack his mental right now. Fernandez, known for his aggression, known for some outbursts, you know, some bursts.
Austin is an emotional player. Yeah, he responds emotionally, and he's learned to use it to his advantage. Clearly, he's fighting here for a spot in the top 5, I believe. Winner of this is guaranteed top 5, I think.
Wow, we are.
And fact about Austin Fernandez, this is his first top 10 finish. So this is his first trip into masterhood.
Wow, congratulations, Fernandez, just for making it this far.
It's not easy. This is the toughest tournament in the history of the sport as far as rating goes, the average rating of players.
Yeah, this is the biggest tournament I believe we've ever had. 128 players. We filled out the bracket. Absolutely incredible. You see that Brian Acrocco, tournament director, is actually going ahead and looks like he's giving some advice to Fernandez. They were doubles partners on Friday.
Right, yeah. And Brian Acrocco is Austin's practice partner. They practice regularly.
Yeah, I've heard Acrocco being often described as a father figure to Fernandez, being someone who can mentor and nurture.
And similarly with Austin, Brian is also the same with Colin. Brian brought Colin up in the sport of air hockey, our current champ, 10-time world champ.
And you know that's got to make Acrocco feel pretty good to see these wins, especially seeing Fernandez go as far as he has, and as far as how he might further go.
I don't know, it's a trend. You've got Austin and Colin, 2 young men who were both brought up by Brian Acrocco in the air hockey world, and they're both successful. Maybe there's a method to his madness, as Yebernetsky scores .1 there with that reverse diamond cross.
Maybe Acrocco needs to take a trip out to North Carolina and show us how it's done. I know that Colin Cummings and Connor Cummings recently went out to Texas. Will Upchurch, Doug Howard were also out there. So the Chicago folks, Brian Sauceda was out there as well. North Carolina is really hungry. I think other than Texas, our state was the biggest representation on this bracket. So I think we had over 20 to 30 players. So you know that North Carolina is hungry, and we want to learn as much as possible as we can from these Texas players. Unfortunate self-score there, ties up 2-2.
Oh, that's beautiful. Off of the weak wall there. Austin's left wall into a cut. that worked because Avery was expecting the drift to continue across the table, and then Austin hit him early with that cut. That's why it scored.
We talk about the release of the puck, and so you see sometimes these players, they kind of coil their body like a spring, and they kind of unleash with every shot.
Right.
You see some players will like lift a leg, they'll take a step forward.
Right.
They'll use every muscle they can in their body.
It's like, yeah, the master level players and most players in general, they have a whipping motion with their arm, and that's what really makes your shot the most efficient and effective, is when you can use your shoulder, elbow, wrist, and fingers as a whip, and that's where all that velocity comes from.
And we've pulled out several speed cameras before, and some of our master level players have shots. I think it's the right wall under or a strong arm under is the fastest shot you can take in air hockey.
Right.
80+ miles per hour. Wow. We compare those to Major League Baseball pitchers and their fastballs, and that exceeds human reaction time. Baseball, the distance is a bit further between the mound and the batter, but if you're in air hockey, it's an 8-foot table.
Table's 8 feet long, yeah.
If your reaction time is good, it's not going to be good enough. You have to be predictive. You have to try to read the 50-50 on what these players are going to be throwing at you. And then you have to react to what happens when the puck misses or if the puck bounces off your mallet. You got to find out where it is. You got to have that perfect synchronization.
We've got a 6-5. Hopefully we'll get another 6-6.
Yeah, we love the 6-6s here. Come on, Fernandez. We want the drama. Not if Yebernetsky has anything to say about it, because I know that's what the last thing he wants is another 7-6.
Right, yeah, those things are cardiac checkers for sure.
Oh, and that would have been a beautiful strong arm transition there, strong wall transition.
Good block from Austin, another block, good chase.
This is master level defense if I've ever seen it.
It sure is, yeah.
He tries a little bit of a cheeky straight from the center there.
Oh, that's good, still on the table.
You see Munoz, our ref, nods his head. That puck is still in play.
Yeah, look, he's slowing it down, he's setting up his shot. This is master level mentality.
I recognize that drift from you, Vince. I know that timeout is called. You see Fernandez takes a quick lap around the table, makes his way back.
It is flattering when I see a player slow it down and take a moment. And sometimes they'll tell me, they'll be like, hey, I've been practicing your style. And it's touching that, players, what does it say? The most sincere form of flattery is imitation or something like that?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Yeah. Because I think, there it is, Yebernetsky.
There it is, the diamond drift off of that.
Second game there.
We're at, what, 2-1 now?
There's Avery? 2-1, yes. Right. You can see continuing his march up that table. He's making a small little circle, not talking to anybody.
You know what's funny about what Avery's doing there? He's going in circles. There's an animal in the wildlife. It's called a shark. It does something very similar. And it seems like Avery may be on the hunt here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely blood in the water as he's circling.
Is it Shark Week?
I think Shark Week was back in July. I could be wrong, but shout out to Avery Yebernetsky for Shark Weeking this. Absolutely incredible display.
He's definitely focused. He's got his relaxed concentration mode. He is where he needs to be effective and efficient.
I don't know exactly where Fernandez went.
And we're going to find out if Austin Fernandez can respond, because he is definitely bleeding in the water, and there is a shark about.
And my nickname of running through is Spidey. I used to be a theme park Spider-Man back in my high school days. Cool. Very big fan. And it's so funny, someone asked me if I have a spider sense or if I feel like I'm in danger when it comes to the air hockey table. Yeah. If I walk in this ballroom, I'm in danger everywhere. I see the high level of Texas players, Colorado players.
Can you give us one of these here?
Yeah, one of these.
Sure?
Absolutely.
You don't have any web come out of there?
No, unfortunately, I had to get those taken out for safety reasons. I can't bring those on a plane. Actually, the web shooter size, not acceptable by TSA, unfortunately. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and get back into game number 4. Avery Yebernetsky leads 2-1. Fernandez has to find a reason for believing to keep himself.
Yeah, he does not want to go down 3-1. He definitely has to respond here. It's a whole different beast being down 3-1 than it is 2-2. At 2-2, it's still anybody's match.
And I think that these kind of are very early pivotal games. You know, I mean, losing the first one isn't quote unquote the biggest deal.
Right.
It definitely sets a tone, but losing your second or your third, that's when it starts. The stakes begin getting higher. All right. Yebernetsky will start with possession.
Beautiful transition.
It's a bit of replay of the game that happened earlier.
Reverse diamond drift into a cross. It's such an effective shot.
Will fight to get that possession back.
Austin went right wall under cut there. And then it looked like a cut, but he missed it. Avery gets that stop. And there's that triangle reverse diamond drift. And he cuts him this time.
Nice shot, Yebernetsky.
Austin with a cross, missed to a right wall under.
Right.
Fast.
Yeah, you see a lot of players will go into that left quadrant, that far left quadrant, and then take that right wall.
Right, and the reason they do that is because it pulls the defender to the right.
Yeah,
and it opens up that lane to go around them with that right wall under.
And kind of, you're really relying on the speed of their shot to outpace the defense of their opponent. You see,
to beat them back.
You can see this table rocking back and forth as they continue kind of shoving, usually their predominant leg into the side of the table. See, most players, the recommended stance to take it. Oh, it's over.
Quick right wall over. Yeah, right off the wall from the drift.
Great shot. My over is probably my weakest shot because I cannot seem to find the geometry of it and even the speed and how to do that. It's definitely a quirky shot. It's actually crucial to have in your arsenal as a player. But we talk about the proper stance to take when you're playing air. Usually, if we talk about the triangle defense, having maybe your mallet about a foot away from your goal, and then your left, or your offhand, the hand that's not holding the mallet, should be maybe having a good solid grip on that side of the table. That kind of helps you.
Yeah, that provides the balance. You need the balance to be more powerful. You need the balance to be more accurate. You need the balance to be more deceptive. I think balance is an underrated attribute that's absolutely necessary to be an effective air hockey player.
Yeah, and I'm wondering about the core strength of a lot of these players, because if you see how Yebernetsky ties us up 5-5, you see how they posture themselves. They often be leaning over the table, kind of putting their that top side of their torso.
You almost said that.
Yeah, that flies off into the audience there. But you see kind of like when they put their torso over it and they're drifting like that, it's almost like you're doing half of a push-up over and over and over again, basically. And you can see like the muscle definition on these players and their forearms. Nice under from
Austin
Fernandez.
responds. He's up 6-5.
Just flirting with the center line. Another 6-6. No timeouts called. They're going right into it.
Austin's going to do a quick right wall under to end this game if he gets possession back. This is a huge possession. Yebernetsky calls timeout as an experienced player would. Said, let's slow this down. This is a little too fast paced. Let's see what happens. Austin's going to quick right wall under. Watch. No, maybe not.
Great.
He scored 2 or 3 times so far with it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. All right, there goes the cut. Ties it up 2-2.
What a
We got ourselves a match.
Shot. We are tied 2 games each. Fernandez neatly darts his way out to the ballroom, starts taking his pace. Yebernetsky versus Fernandez. This turned into a best 4 out of 7 into a 2 out of 3.
That's correct.
What do you think that means for these two players as they find themselves so evenly matched in the early part of their match, early part of this set? Because I know the stamina aspect of air hockey is really where people shine. If they can keep the play consistent between their games.
Yeah, I think whoever can stay the most fundamentally sound and not get caught up in the moment. We've got Colin Cummings, the current 10-time world champ, having a chat with Austin Fernandez here between games. And I'm sure Jacob Weissman, runner-up, maybe talking to his buddy Avery.
I think Avery's too busy pacing. He's too
Oh
busy
yeah, Avery's
marching.
in the zone. Yeah, Avery's not having a chat with anybody.
You know, if I have an opponent that I am up against and I see them get a pep talk from Colin Cummings himself, I would say I'd be mad. I'd be like, hey, Colin, if you want to like come over here and give me a tidbit or two. But Fernandez, like you said, this is probably the highest he's kind of reached in terms of the brackets so far. And so I know that every step, every point, you can count as a personal victory.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
You know, Sauceda, I tell people this story a lot because I remember I talked about our interview we had in North Carolina after we won the state championship, and he talked about your feelings about the air hockey table, and he described it as a mirror. For our audience, why don't you go and describe what that means when you say that dynamo table, that air hockey table out there right now under all these lights, under all these cameras, all these commentators, what does that mean?
It's a mirror because when you're playing it, yeah, sure, you see it in arcades growing up, and it's not that serious, but it's a mirror in the fact that you find out who you are on that table, because when you're facing adversity such as this in a world tournament like this, how deep can you dig within yourself to get yourself to victory? And when you're met with an individual who has the same kind of will and drive, it's like an immovable force meeting an unstoppable object. And you find out how deep you can dig to win. You know, and it's not even about the winning, but it's just like when I lost match point either way with Avery, that's a beautiful thing to experience. And there's not a lot of things in life that can do that. And the air hockey table gave me that today.
Wow, that's incredible. So I feel like I need to bring out my figurative shovel when I go play air hockey to start digging as deep as I can. We're less than 2 minutes into this fifth game. It's already 2-1 Fernandez to Avery Yebernetsky. Very fast paced. You know, we saw Fernandez, I watched one of his games earlier, I think was up against Weissman. He took that, pretty sure he took that game. There was one of their matches, it lasted almost 20 minutes.
Wow, that is a long match. Most games are, what, 3 minutes tops, maybe.
3 minutes?
3 minutes, I'd say. Maybe 2.5 minutes are most regular games, yeah. Some are under a minute. Depends how hot somebody can get.
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly hit games where I feel like it was almost no time at all. Ooh, nice block on the under. Yebernetsky will get that possession back.
Oh, Austin chasing his stuff down. He said, you better come with more power than that. Ooh, great cut from Austin.
Right down the middle.
Avery responds, cut of his own.
Respond.
Austin goes for the cross, missed it. Forehand missed it. Turnover. Avery trying to live on that cut there. Goes under. Good block from Austin. And see Austin rush that. Forehand. And Avery turned him over. That is Avery's puck.
Go back. Give a shout out. You can see Danny Hines' head peeking up every swap from the bottom of the air hockey table. He is the shadow rep for this game. He's helping out Jacob Munoz. When you have the fastest tabletop game in existence, air hockey, take that ping pong or table tennis. You need a couple sets of eyes to really make sure you're capturing all the angles and all the perspectives, because when you have pucks moving this fast,
right.
Yeah, it's
and these guys both have extraordinarily long arms, so a line judge is absolutely necessary.
Really gonna flirt with that line best they can.
Yeah. I mean, we try to get all the calls right, but you know, we're gonna miss some here and there. But
we have to actually readjust our cameras here because Fernandez, notably, like I do this myself. You put your ass into it a little bit, and you're kind of every so often you're kind of pushing the table a couple inches forward with every time you dive across the table, just like he does there. Fernandez up 5-3 now. Yebernetsky seems to often play from behind when he comes to these games, and he really catches a flow in the aspect, kind of reverse sweep his opponents like he did with you, Sauceda, earlier. I don't want to bring up a sore subject. Apologies.
Right.
Fernandez sits 5 points to 3.
Well, Avery and I had Avery at match point 4 in our match, and he dug himself out of that. So let's see if he can do it here again. Austin misses that cross. Avery with his reverse to a cross. Yet again, it's a staple of his offense, and it works here on that possession. 5-4, Austin.
Fernandez takes that quick lap, quick 10 seconds. See, he's drifting his puck real close to the center line there. You know, some people diamond drift from the midsection. Nice, right. Well, that's the one you mentioned he was going to try and take in the last game.
Early in his drift, it fools Avery because he has to respect the straight that could come just a hair later in the drift.
Kind of like a small little pump fake. Won't you switch up the timing?
Right.
I think that was a bit of an in and out there as his forehand was so powerful. I think it actually popped in and out of the goal. I find myself often getting frustrated against things like that. I often can get a bit emotional, but you know, you gotta act accordingly.
Well, Austin's got a chance to. There he goes with a cross out of the diagonal drift. Very good for. To Austin now.
His next game. Wow. Fernandez goes up to his own corner of the. See, Yebernetsky takes a knee, a bit of a crouch, almost like it's the air hockey table is an altar. Place where you can really lay it all out there, call upon whatever might be up, whoever might be listening right now. Whoever can lend him their power. We can do some Dragon Ball situations out here. Lend me your energy.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game here. 3-2, Austin. This is the closeout game for Austin, and it's one of the most difficult things to do in air hockey is to close somebody out. So Austin's job is not done yet. This is going to be. Avery is now the wounded animal, and there's nothing more dangerous in this world than a wounded animal.
So, as we described him earlier, a shark circling. That shark is now wounded and might even be backed into a corner.
Right.
And God help whoever puts a shark in a corner. So, I am very excited to see what is about to play out here. Fernandez, the aggression, the intimidation. Kind of tuck it away to whatever dark part of your mind you want, but you cannot let that affect your game. Yebernetsky quickly resets the table. Often we talk about, what you do during these 1 minute to 2 minute times of downtime. Some people, they take a walk. Some people, they stay right on the table.
Right, yeah.
Looks like Ranson's just going to stand there while Fernandez might be, I don't know where he went. He might have been reached out to grab some water, grab a drink. There he comes right back to the table. Looks like they're centering our table because, again, Fernandez puts his hips into it. Recalibrate our cameras, make sure we get every single square inch of the table. All of that air hockey action coming to you live. During this time, I want to give a big shout to some of our sponsors that allowed this broadcast to happen, that allowed this entire tournament to happen. Big shout out to the Center Line on YouTube. If you're watching this right now on that stream, big shout out to Tim Weissman, who's really built that channel from the ground up. I know he's been able to feature so many incredible matches from throughout the years, bringing that nice, lovely post-game analysis. I can't wait to see what he does with the games that happen this weekend. Big shout out to Center Line. Big shout out to Recreation Sports. I believe it's Phil Arnold, one of the big titans of the game. But before we get into that, we're right back into it. We are in game number 6. Avery Yebernetsky versus Austin Fernandez. We're going to try to get back on screen here.
Yeah, it's 1-0 Avery now. Austin taking his time, went for that quick right wall under. Didn't work there, but he got possession back. Tries a cross off goal, gets possession again, another cross. He's probably going to go cut. Oh, he goes forearm there, forehand. See Avery reverse diamond into a left wall under, missed. It is so difficult to play-by-play these games. It's just so fast.
It's it seems like the moment I talk about one play, about 4 have happened in the process of me describing it, right?
That's fast, lightning fast right wall under. I didn't even see it. You just heard it. Avery, reverse diamond. Cut, miss. Transition cross, miss.
Transition up, miss. I thought that went in, but Fernandez scoops it out of the goal. Great defense from both of these players. Absolutely incredible.
There's a cut off of that reverse diamond from Avery.
Yep.
It's his cut and cross out of that reverse diamond that makes him super dangerous. And he tried to go cross there, he just missed it.
Hops off the table there.
Great left wall under off of just a traditional diamond drift. Austin goes for an off speed and then a forehand, and he pays for it. Loses possession.
Okay,
see if Avery can capitalize. He cannot. Austin's great defense. So slow left wall over there.
I'd say a left wall over is probably one of my favorite shots in the game. You can hit.
Oh, and Austin just swinging at a random puck and transitions it into Avery's goal.
Right?
It's a lucky break. Reverse diamond into a cross. He missed. So he probably go cut here. He goes cross again. Oh, Austin traps it down with those long arms. Austin goes cross off goal. Cross off goal. Cross off goal. And then cut.
Very methodical. Looks like Yebernetsky. Oh.
Left wall under, and he just missed it. Rattled out.
Put that possession back. Fernandez.
Maybe went cross. Cut. Left wall under to a quick pot shot from Austin. Right wall under, just screams it into Avery's goal.
You know, I tell people if they want to get good at air hockey, there's so many different factors about what it is. I tell them maybe you don't want to get good, but if you want to look cool, well, at air hockey, there's 2 things you want to work on. One, your serves. Coming back from a score and being able to kind of have an answer for that. And the second thing is your transition shots. Somebody takes a miss, if you're able to catch them out, if they're not able to reset back to their diamond or back to their triangle defense, you might be able to find. Ooh, nice.
Beautiful left wall over.
Over.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. That's a tough shot. You got to have a certain wrist action to get that kind of angle.
And a left wall over is executed in a much different way from a left-handed player versus a right-handed player. Right. The motion, the deception is a completely different ball game that players like Fernandez has to keep in mind and basically kind of like reverse and mirror what they think their normal defense is.
Right.
Yebernetsky wants to take advantage of that as a southpaw.
Yeah, we found in San Antonio that it's better to call them strong wall under and weak wall unders or weak wall overs, because that negates what hand a player is if you use strong wall and weak wall. There goes Avery with his triangle drift, trying to cross. There's a drift to a left wall under, or a strong wall under, because he's a lefty. His strong wall is the left side. Austin tries to cut. Reverse diamond drift. Cross. Misses.
Ooh, Fernandez calls the timeout. He knows he is 2 points away from taking this match, but 1 goal away from losing it and entering into Game 7 against Avery Yebernetsky. Something that, from what I've seen Yebernetsky do, he never want to do. Do not want to have to face off against this wounded shark. We hit another 6-6, incredible. I think this is the 3rd or 4th 6-6 we found ourselves in. Oh my gosh, I'm edge of my seat.
Has to use his youth and speed there. To a cross. To a cut. To a left wall over. a right wall under there. He missed it. And Avery's got an opportunity here. Let's see if he can force the 7th game. As a fan of air hockey as well as a player, I always, because players say, who are you rooting for? I say, I'm rooting for air hockey. I just want to see a 7th game just like that.
You see the applause goes.
And Austin threw his mallet on the floor there. Let's see how he responds. For Brian Akrako to calm him down, get his mind back into the game.
That is a tough loss.
This is a high-pressure situation. This is what air hockey is all about.
I like that. I'm rooting for air hockey.
Always.
It's absolutely incredible.
So-and-so
display.
did this or that. I don't care what they did. I'm here to see this amazing match, and that's it. You know, I'm not rooting for an individual. I just want air hockey to be shown for what it truly is. And this, in this Game 7 situations, this is when you truly see, we're about to see two souls come out and battle on this table.
It's like, oh, we have just been notified that Sauceda and Billy Stubbs, you two will be facing off against each other on this very table.
It'll be for 7 and 8. Winner gets 7. We opted to just not play the set because he's got a shoulder thing and I've got, it's just battle wounds and damage. So we just decided to just flip a coin on one game, and whoever wins gets 7. The loser gets 8.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And so it's all going to come down to who will win lucky number 7, the point. Make it a single game.
One game for 7 or 8. Yeah. Winner gets 7, finishes 7th, loser finishes 8th.
Wow. And so that's a crazy format because like we described, when we look at challenge sets where it's best 4 out of 7 sets and a set is best 4 out of 7 games, a marathon aspect, but you guys opted for the sprint.
Yep, just one game. First to 7 wins the rank, wins the better rank.
Well, Vince, I can say I am truly excited for that game, but I know that we still have to wrap up this one. Game 7. In North Carolina, we have a couple chants, a couple cheers. You see a big old big old hug. Wow. Some incredible sportsmanship from these two players. These folks get really loud and get really aggressive. It can be kind of off-putting if you're not really familiar with the community.
Austin with a cross, Avery with a cut that flops. Austin got a piece of it, but it scored. Oh, good defense by Avery on that right wall under. To a cross, Austin stays stead. Did you see that? He stayed out. Left wall over, scores. It's huge. It's good. You don't want to be on your opponent to have an over early because that gets them into a rhythm offensively. And Avery seems to be in a rhythm.
Straight there.
It's 3-2. They are both just kicking each other. Jeez. We just want to get to 6-6.
Yeah, and I'm rooting for air hockey. It's like I said, in North Carolina, we have a couple of phrases. One of them is literally, if it's getting a hype game, people just shout, air hockey! Often in these crowded barcades where we have our tournaments. Other times, great straight by Yebernetsky. Other times, if we reach a 6-6, first thing people shout is, get hype. We put it on T-shirts sometimes, and we really truly believe that that's the hype moment of air hockey. When it comes down to face-offs, it comes down to 6-6s. Those are the high adrenaline moments that this sport is really all about.
Avery reverse diamond into that cross again.
Yebernetsky calls a timeout.
It is a problem not just for Austin, it's a problem for the air hockey world. That setup and that shot is very potent. Let's see if Austin can respond. Tries a cut. Tries a cross. Another cross. Another cross.
Another cross.
To a cut.
And it's just methodical at this point.
Yeah, he was trying to draw Avery's defense to his left.
5-4.
And it worked. Avery with that reverse diamond into a cut.
Match point 4. This is the wounded shark we described earlier. The blood in the water was not his. It could, in fact, be Austin Fernandez's.
That is right. It is one of the most difficult things in the air hockey world to close someone out.
What
and we're seeing both of them.
Left wall forehand. Almost. The last match. Ooh, lost a mallet. Everything's okay?
Avery had that cut. He just missed it.
There
Left wall
it
under.
is.
Avery takes it.
Left wall up. Takes game number 7 against Austin Fernandez. He reaches over, gives him a absolutely incredible display. Our crowd does not stop clapping. I'm getting emotional just watching that. That is.
It is. These guys practice year-round, you know, to come and showcase what they've learned and what they know. And it can be devastating for some people. It's very touching. Like, as an example, last night, Tim Weissman had to play his son, Noah Weissman. I don't know if you were.
I did not see that. I wasn't on our match table, but
I spoke with him this morning about it, and he took a moment to gather himself because he started to get emotional from me just asking how was that experience with your son? And he said, you know, I brought him up, I've trained him, I've coached him, I know all of his habits. And before our match, I spoke with him and I told him, son, you know, I love you and I want to see you succeed and I want to see you win in everything in life. And I'm just letting you know now that I'm gonna approach our match as if you're somebody that's in my way that I need to get through.
Absolutely. Thanks, Vince. We're going to go to our winner's circle featuring Jody.
All right, we're here with the victor of that marathon of a match. How are you feeling? You might as well have run a triathlon. Like, you're sweating, you're putting it all out there.
Yeah, I just feel good now. Made top 4, but it's not over yet. Something I wanted to shout out to Danny Hines for telling me that, you know, I haven't done anything yet until I've gotten to the finals and I've won it. So it's got my mind set. I'm ready. On to the next match.
Absolutely. I'm not going to keep you long. I know you got to stay focused, and hopefully we'll have you right here again. Great match. It was amazing to watch all those 7-6s, and I know you came back from behind a little bit, so that's what we're looking for. Again, just absolute domination. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good luck. That was awesome.
Oh man, this is the best. This is the best match I've ever had to ref. Oh man.
Your passion is unbelievable, man. Unfucking believable.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not fun, but
I was hoping that I was going to have a chance against Colin to see what would have happened, you know, but
you've been practicing a lot?
not like too terribly much, but like the month before the tournament, I played like 4 challenge matches, and I went to like weekly.
All right, everybody, we are just getting off of an amazing match between Austin Fernandez versus Avery Yebernetsky. Yebernetsky able to take that. I had Vince Sauceda sitting where you were now. I love that analysis he was able to bring as a left-handed player for talking about Avery. But I am now joined. Why don't you go introduce yourself?
My name is Tim Weissman from Houston, Texas. I've been playing air hockey for about 40 years now.
And I think you might be selling yourself a bit short. I know you are you're a master level player.
Not this event, I didn't finish master, but I hear you, yes. I'm a 10-time world champ, and I also have basically a total of 30 titles, major wins.
That's awesome, and so I really appreciate just having your kind of your resume on my desk. It's just amazing to have it. But we have a very special game ahead of us. So I just talked to Vince. His next match is against Billy Stubbs, and so they reference the fact that I think Billy is nursing a shoulder injury.
Sure. Yeah.
This game can really take a toll on your body.
Oh, yeah.
So instead of opting to do a 2 out of 3, 4, like 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7, they want to do a single game. First to 7 takes 7th place overall in the tournament. Loser takes 8th place in the tournament.
Exciting.
So,
it's a high stakes for a single game.
yeah, and we kind of refer, because the way that air hockey matches professionally are set up, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Right.
Because a challenge match to take somebody's world rank is best 4 out of 7 sets. A set consists of best 4 out of 7 games.
Right.
So you can easily play up to 49 games of air hockey in a single day to take a world rank.
And that's why I don't play competitive air hockey anymore at my age, because that's hard. People don't realize how much of a toll it is on your wrist and your joints over the years, but also the mental. It's so difficult to stay mentally focused in that intense space for that period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, I was going through it in my head. I was just doing the mock aspect, and I feel all the tendons in my body aching after a full weekend. I'm feeling it in my appendix, my arm. My wrist isn't great. I sustained a big knuckle injury. But we are right off to the races here.
It looks like Vince scored on the face-off, so we're already at 1-0.
Understood. Vince Sauceda versus Billy Stubbs. Sorry, our commentary ran a bit further into the game here.
Beautiful right wall under.
1 each. Like I said, this is only one game between these two players, and so every single point is a personal victory and one step closer to taking the match.
Absolutely, absolutely. And to give a little background, Billy Stubbs has not been able to defeat Vince Sauceda, I don't believe, in tournaments. There's some sort of a style clash.
Beautiful strong arm over.
Which is wild, because Billy Stubbs is literally he's one of the guys that you might put on the Mount Rushmore of air hockey. He at least is in the conversation.
Yeah, when I first joined the air hockey community, I heard lots of names being thrown around. Colin, Cummings, obviously, your name came up several times. And Billy Stubbs was absolutely one of them as well. I think Danny Hines as well.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it's absolutely
ties it up. 3-3.
4 points either way to take it. But yeah, I always kind of I really fell in love with the way that Vince sets up his shots. You'll go up to his right side of the quadrant as a left-handed player, and he can take so many different shots from that one angle, and he'll do it every single time. It looks like Billy Stubbs kind of has his own style in the way he drifts and kind of sets up his shots and uses that variety.
He and Billy is amazing, because he has this very short little drift that he starts. It's a right to center drift, but it doesn't go very far, and he can shoot 6 accurate shots off of that point. And that's what you're looking for in air hockey. You're looking to be able to shoot multiple shots from a single place on the table.
What are those shots? Let's list them. That's a straight.
So he's going to be able to hit a cut, a cross, a right wall under, a right wall over, a left wall under, and a left wall over. All 6 of those he can hit accurately from that spot, which is just, it's exceptional. And the way he was able to do that was by spending thousands of hours hitting a goal blocker in developing the accuracy.
Yeah, and I talked to Colin Cummings, I think, earlier this weekend, and he said you only really even need to know 3 shots and be good at 3 shots to win a championship. And so the fact that Billy Stubbs can
do
know
6,
and use 6 really shows.
And he's got even more in the bag. He's a veritable cornucopia of interesting and unique shots, but his main attack is deadly. But he's had trouble against Vince, and he's down here.
I mean, Vince Sauceda, I know that he really wanted to go further in this term. He got knocked out of the bracket by Avery Yebernetsky. He got knocked in these spin-offs.
That was an amazing match. Avery came back from 6-3 in Game 6, and then he came back again from 6-4 in Game 7. Wow.
Yeah, I watched that, and it's funny, I talked to Vince after that match, and he said, it's funny because I'm scared of left-handed players, and Vince Sauceda, as a left-handed player, is scared of left-handed players.
Yeah.
It's just, there's something
it's
about...
because we don't see it a lot.
Good under from Stubbs there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think 2 left-handed players face off against each other. I mean, out of North Carolina, I think we have one. Our best left-handed player is Rafa Portillo. We have a couple of ambidextrous players. I know Greg Givens at one point, one of our players, he broke his hand against the railing trying to take a zipper shot, I believe, or something along those lines. And so for about 6 months, he played purely left-handed.
Oh my gosh! So how good did he get?
He got pretty good. So right now he actually has a popular stance. He'll switch mallets. He'll switch hands on his mallet and try to really mess you up.
Oh, Billy's 1 point away. Billy's 1 point away from, I think, his first tournament win against Vince. Even though 6-6.
When it went any other way,
it goes
Stubbs,
6-6.
Sauceda 6-6.
Off goal. Oh, he missed it. He missed it. He knows.
Your possession. It's a bit of a goofy shot there.
Well, I think Vince mishit it and Billy wasn't able to get it. Oh. Great.
Wow, just the ability to catch those and scoop those pucks.
Vince tried to block.
And it looks like these players know each other quite well. Looks like there's some camaraderie.
Time out. Vince is notorious for doing that.
Yeah.
He's notorious. He will like to act like he's about to set up his shot and then call timeout.
I've seen Phil Arnold do something like that. He'll do the 3-dimensional, he'll raise his arm.
Yeah.
Timeout. Billy Stubbs' possession. Oh, the right wall.
Little nerves. Oh, and he went right into his mallet, right in the center.
Oh, there it is. 7th place overall. Billy Stubbs continues to be unable to take that win. Congratulations to Sauceda. It was a one and done, 1st to 7. He called it a coin flip, but I disagree when it comes to 7-6, as people say, oh, well, it could have gone either way.
Right.
I think that's where your mental is really stressed, really stretched. But
It depends on the players, obviously, right?
Yeah. I just don't want to call it a coin flip.
Yeah, fair enough.
Makes it, I feel like that takes the autonomy from the player.
Yes, absolutely. Vince won that. He took it. Billy missed 2 unders that were right there. Just barely.
I saw an over knockout of the goal too, so it's a game of millimeters. It's a game of reaction time and millimeters, and so huge shout out to both of these players. Mr. Weissman, thank you so much. And why don't you go ahead and plug, this is probably what a lot of folks are watching us on live. Why don't you talk about the center line on YouTube real quick and why people should really be subscribing?
Would love for more people to come there. I started the center line 2 years ago just to, I started the center line 2 years ago just wanting to do some interviews with the players.
Looks like Vince Sauceda is approaching the winner's circle. We're going to hear from him. Tim, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll take that back from me. Absolutely. Thanks so much.
our one-game spin-off. So now we've got 7th place overall. Incredible. How does that feel knowing it's going to be one game that decides it all?
Well, we're both over 40, and it's been a long weekend, and so we just decided let's just one game it. At first I was like, we could just flip a puck. But, that would be a disservice. So we decided one game, give someone, something to watch. And that was entertaining. I think we made it. We had 3 or 4 possessions each at 6-6. It was competitive.
It was very competitive. We heard from Tim Weissman that the two of y'all have gone head-to-head a number of times. You've usually pulled out the win, and we were on the edge of our seats when it was 6-6, and you did it yet again. What do you contribute your success to?
Well, it's just practice and understanding the game. And, when it gets to that top-tier level, top 10 players, it comes down to just one mistake here or there that make all the difference. And, we were 6-6 for 3 or 4 possessions each, and that could have went either way, So it's just small things make the biggest difference in this game.
Absolutely. We have seen that time and time again. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming to my winner's circle. Is there anyone you would like to thank, shout out to? You've got the mic for a moment.
Yeah, just everybody involved with air hockey. I mean, it's a wonderful sport, but it's nothing without the people.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on that fantastic victory. Get some rest. It has been a very long weekend. Thanks. Thanks. Have a good one.
All right, everybody.
I know you're not used to losing on the weekends or at all, but yeah, that's how it works on Sundays, by the way. I know. Hey, but guess what? I haven't lost a game all weekend, and you have. Get away.
One of flex from Danny Hines has not lost a game all weekend. Our head
it helps not to play.
It helps when you don't play, right? Hey, I can't lose if I don't play. But you also don't win either, right?
That's right. You don't win.
And so we talk about the perspective of players. And so there's this phrase often there is somebody, you can see a play style, you can see a mentality. And when you get so far in a sport like air hockey, some people hate losing more than they love winning. What do you think about that phrase?
Yeah, so I can relate, especially early on. Well, I'd say early on, I definitely was like that. Mm-hmm. You would take, your arm to be severed or something. Lose a leg before you want to lose a game. Because you just want that competitiveness. It's a matter of pride. It's a matter of just pure joy to get that win. It's adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
These days, I'm more into the just the appreciation of the competition itself. And, I get more upset at myself if I don't compete at a high level and give a tough game to my opponent.
Yeah, and you talk about the high caliber of play. I had Goran Middick sitting where you were earlier, and he pulled out the stats. He pulled out the numbers.
Yeah.
He told me, according to the Middick ratings, which is based off of ELO that you use in chess. So, with the way this tournament, 128 people in the bracket. First off, largest bracket we've ever had here in Houston. Secondly, if you accumulate all the Middick ratings of all the players, the highest difficulty of the highest rating went into this weekend's matches. What do you think that says for, we talked about Colin Cummings, we're about to cut to him versus Pete Lippincott. I think Colin's got his work cut out for him just by the pure talent. He's about to face off against everybody. I know Pete Lippincott's been on kind of a tear lately.
As much as everybody here would love to see Colin get pushed,
yeah,
and as much as I would love to see Pete be able to do that, because you know, it'd be great for someone else to get that joy and get that love.
Let somebody else be number one for once, Colin. Come on.
I know. But I would say this, the odds are definitely not in Pete's favor in this match.
But Pete's been on a tear lately. He defeated many folks on the table. I think he took down Weissman earlier as well. We go to the face-off. Colin Cummings versus Pete Lippincott. Pete on my left, Colin on my right. Danny, what do you think is going to be some of the factors that's going to be, you know, we talk about the X factor a lot when we talk about Colin Cummings. What do you think Pete has to look forward to when he takes him on? It's a quick transition, stuff, Pete, and he answers himself.
Yeah, you said it right there. Transition is huge. Colin is so good at transition. He's so good at moving your defense and manipulating you where he wants you to go. He does that with speed, he does that with quickness.
Lovely
he
right
does that
there.
with releases, a variety of releases and a variety of speeds, and mostly accuracy, pinpoint accuracy. You know, hey, right now Pete's still in this match though, but you know, both players are filling each other out. I've seen stranger things happen in the sport, but you know, last time I commentated with Lippincott, you know, he took care of Austin Fernandez, and we'll have to see if he can repeat that with Colin. So exciting.
Pete is also a master level player. He owns the 7-6 in downtown Houston. He's got the gym, and I can tell he's been in the air hockey gym working on his fitness. You see, he's got a drip very similar to a lot of our high club players. Well, oh my gosh,
that was a wicked shot there from Pete. So, you know, Colin, he starts off kind of with an A. You know, he starts off with kind of a C game in all reality, and gets a good feel for his opponent. You know, kind of gets an idea of like what are they trying to attack him with. You know, when you're the number one player, you got that target on your back, and everyone is studying your game. Everyone is working on how to score on you, how to defend you, and Colin, in the meanwhile, is focused on life and maintaining, you know, what he does.
Yeah, I know he got married in the past year or so. I know he's
over a year now.
I know he's moving to Hawaii.
Moving to Hawaii. The great state of Hawaii is going to get a great couple.
I've been told he has an air hockey table waiting for him down there as well.
I think it's in LA on its way. So from what I understand.
Fantastic. So I mean, like I'm so curious to see if he's able to create an air hockey scene out of the Hawaii area. It'd be beautiful. I mean, imagine next year we get some Hawaii players making their way. You know, one can dream. I want to see at Worlds in the future representation from all 50 states.
Absolutely. We would love that. We would welcome it. And I know they have competitors in Hawaii. You know, you see the likes of Troy Polamalu. I probably messed up his last name there for the Steelers back in the day. You know, but they have a huge football community. You know what? I guarantee you, being an ex-football player, nowhere near that level, or probably any of the level of any of those guys down there, but they would love this because obviously not everybody can make the NFL, but anybody can come and try to compete in this sport, and we welcome that.
We get a bit of a nature's timeout as the table turns off. But yeah, I know in terms of representation, I know here we have representation from, of course, Houston, Texas, myself, North Carolina, our gang. I think we're the second state highest representation other than Texas. I know we got Chicago players, Idaho. We have Nathaniel Meyer from Iowa, who's the nephew of Daniel Meyer, who's from Chicago. We got Joe Kane from California. So we got West Coast, East Coast, the South, the North, and so I just love to see the way that people, great shot by Lippincott. You know, it's 6-3. Lippincott has a mountain to climb, but he's not going to go down without a fight. It's only game one.
Yeah, so again, trying to get a good feel for each other, but what Pete is finding out is Colin's a lot more disciplined on defense. So he's trying to hit that kind of cut, and Colin's right there, just like that shot right there. He just waited for the puck to come to his mallet to make that block. And that's really the difference, you know, when it comes to being extremely disciplined on offense. Again, exact same example. Pulls it up, hits a cross straight. and that's that first game, Colin. So 7-3 was the final game score there. I think that's a precursor for what's about to come.
Yeah, Colin takes his time. He's going to take the minute. I see Meg Cummings is in the audience. She's watching out for him. Gets a lot of support. Our audience, diverse crew, all looking to see what the best players in the world have to offer. Lippincott is joined by Joe Kane and his wife, Georgia. Imagine, I would love to hear what kind of insights Joe is able to provide Georgia to support, knowing that her husband is facing up against the #1 in the world.
Oh, yeah.
It's really nice to have people in your corner, I can tell you that.
Of course, and you need everybody you can in that corner whenever you're going against somebody of Colin's caliber, which in all reality, he's probably the only one that's ever reached this level.
Yeah.
He's playing the greatest air hockey we've ever seen. You know, that first game, he made it look effortless, and Pete's playing out of his mind. You know, he really is. The guys he's beaten today are no slouches. You know, he's having a great tournament, and he's still struggling with the likes of Colin.
All right, we're going to enter game number 2. Colin Cummings versus Pete Lippincott, 0-0. And, you know, we talk about you know, being the best there ever was. And Danny Hines, I don't want to slight you in any way, because you are about, because Colin is looking to tie you for most championships won. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If he wins this evening, which, again, odds are he's the favorite by far. You know, if he will tie me in World Championships 1. It'll be a great honor to have him. That was a masterful shot, championship level shot there. Being able to hit a power straight off speed, and you saw Pete Lippincott just literally move right out of the way. He played the matador defense, is what I call that.
Yeah, I think Pete needs to slow it down. He seems he's playing a bit more frantic. I think he might be a little bit frustrated here. I think Colin's going to take advantage of that. That's the Weissman timeout we often hear. If you get scored against 3 times in a row, best take a timeout.
Controlling the pace on somebody the likes of Colin is very, very difficult, because he doesn't fall for those tricks for the most part.
Whoa, a charge.
Yep.
Replay on that. Look at that.
He surprised Colin there. Colin again kind of going straight shot, and you know, Pete took a risk, and sometimes those risks pay off.
I mean, he just went from a 3-0 to a 3-2. That timeout did something magical. So great decision making from
my God! What a reaction by Colin right there. He doesn't even allow you to finish a sentence before he's trying to score.
I mean, like, it's unfortunately, when it comes to air hockey, the fastest tabletop sport in history. If I start talking about one play, I've already missed 3 or 4 by the time my sentence is over.
Exactly.
So I have to kind of keep an eye on the screen, keep an eye on the game, or else I'm gonna get outrun.
Yep.
But you can see on Connor's jersey, he's a member of Team AHA, stands for the Air Hockey Agency, I believe. They are sponsored by Task Insurance, Speed Skills Hockey, 670 Sports, and Ice Dogs Hockey Club. Colin was also, Colin and Rob Kennedy and Connor Cummings are all on this team together.
Yes.
Colin and Rob were recently interviewed by the Voices of the Fans podcast. I'm going to give them a shout out for being able to sponsor and support the likes. I mean, by having a professional air hockey team lends such legitimacy to this sport. You know, we often get kind of grouped in as being kind of a quirky bar sport, but we truly have some significant athleticism and talent that people pour into the game of air hockey. 5-2 Cummings.
Yeah, 5-2 Colin. And Pete's fighting back, but, you know, when you're playing Colin, this is what happens. You know, you feel like you're always behind, because typically you are. And you feel like if you got to hit every single shot so perfect to get by his defense, and it just adds more and more stress on you. And it takes forever for you to score, and he just pulls it out and scores on you right away. Now, Pete did do a good job of defending him, and actually, he's making a game out of this.
You know, one thing Colin loves doing, he loves it when you make a mistake.
Oh, absolutely.
He will eat your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner if he sees you make something sloppy.
So just there, Colin has been trying to set up the right wall over, but Pete's done a good job, and there's a power straight right there. Also, shot by Colin. You watch how he just sets that up, and it goes perfectly right there on the power straight side. So from a defensive perspective, Pete is thinking that Colin's about to hit that cross straight, which Colin has a world-class cross straight. But instead of doing that, he just he taps it where it's a little bit slower and just where it goes straight down.
Yeah.
You know, it's a perfectly straight shot.
I want to point out an interaction that Lippincott and Cummings had shortly after that game. You saw that he walked up and said, "Watch the shirt, watch the shirt." You saw in that replay we just watched.
Sure.
I watched, watching the replay. Actually, I'll get into this conversation later, but it looks like he was marking about his shirt was kind of hanging down and touching the puck. From what I could see on the replay, it doesn't look like it was going to affect anything like a technical or foul side to affect the momentum. But you actually can see that's going to be why, as you see, Colin's actually currently walking around with his shirt tucked in for that, because the last thing you want, I sometimes wear kind of flowy shirts, and that can significantly block a goal and get some people pretty mad at you.
It can happen. It can happen. So. Yeah, Colin has no problem tucking his shirt in and saying no problem. If that's it, you know, I can play with or without a shirt, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. Ooh, great.
Cut shot straight. So Pete's trying to make a little adjustment there. He's thinking about it.
Very methodical about it.
Trying to slow it down. And again, okay, that's good. He maintains possession there. Gets a few shots.
Take the off goals you need. Block. Colin is cranking it. In comparison to game 1, Colin Cummings, look at game 3.
Colin wants to play with pace, and he will force that pace on you one way or another.
Right while under.
Just like that, it's 3-0, and here comes the infamous timeout.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm not
again,
sure, did he call a timeout, or did he just take the 10 seconds from the goal?
He took timeout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know if when you are scored on, you have 10 seconds to take the puck out of the goal and put it on the table.
Correct.
And then from there, you have 7 seconds to make it cross the center line.
Correct. Great
shot by Lippincott. Brings us 3-1. But it might just be a drop in the bucket in comparison to what kind of fire hose that Colin Cummings is wanting to spray back at you.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh,
So part of the
rattle,
attack,
shake and roll.
Part of the attack that Pete's kind of been using on Colin is similar to what Marcelo Garcia did to Colin last year, to actually put Colin in the loser's bracket. But I think Colin, again, you see, somebody has success against you doing one thing. It's one thing if, it happens once, but it's another thing if it keeps happening. So, so again, Colin, he knows it. He understands it. He's seeing it.
Yeah.
He's not going to let it happen. So.
Yeah, I believe that he is banking every single shot that Pete scores against him, and he's going to remember that. I think, I talk about having the memory of a goldfish when it comes to games, in terms of not letting losses affect you or wins affect you. But you should not have the memory of goldfish when it comes to what shots are eating you alive.
That's right. That's right. You got to remember the shots that actually score on you, so you understand what they look like. So again, Colin has run away with this game. Pete hit a double bank. He's known for hitting those. He's actually very clever at doing that. But Colin, with a little smirk on his face there, because he.
Now let's watch the instant replay. He flings it off.
Yeah.
And just a machine gun of fire. But Colin Cummings is a double bank. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that, because that's worth at least 3 or 4 goals in my book.
Yeah. I'll say this. So when I played Colin, when he probably the last tournament before he finished Master.
Okay.
So he was still a young kid. I mean, he was a young kid when he won the whole damn thing.
He's
but
a young kid.
He's still a young.
24.
Yeah, he's a young man. But I think I hit a double bank on him. He was so quick to come out and he was catching so many pucks. So probably one of the only times in my career I actually hit a double bank, and it worked. And I think ever since then he won't let me do it. But Pete got another one in on him.
Whoa, flicks the puck. We're tied 1-1 as Pete Lippincott scores another double bank on Cummings. You know, one, it might be considered a coincidence, but two, I'm sensing a pattern of maybe is that the crack in the armor of Colin Cummings, a double bank shot?
No.
I doubt it, right?
No, not at all. You know, if anything.
Oh, that forehand transition. Right. That puck coming off his left side into his right, Lippincott.
Yep.
Just a little nudge.
That's a forehand pot shot.
Hot shot.
In air hockey.
From so back far from his
It's not that. It's just quick. There's no drift. There's nothing to it. It's just a very quick, fast shot.
Oh, and you see
similar to what Pete just did just now.
Wow.
So where that one was a quick shot, you know, right one under from Colin. So now it looks like really, you know, Pete's just willing at it. There's really no setup by Pete. And in all reality, this could work to Pete's advantage, but it's still going to be really hard pressed for him to make any, I guess, real attack against Colin right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, in comparison, we're in game 4 right now, potential match game. Cummings is only 2 points away from winning this and 4-0ing Pete Lippincott. But in comparison to how Pete was methodically dictating a slower pace in game 1, they are rattling off whatever they have, and it is not working in Pete's
favor.
Match
point 3. Yeah. So, like I said, as masterful as Pete's been playing this entire time, you know, here it looks like he's really kind of he has no idea what to do against Colin. You know, you don't like to see this kind of level of play in the winners bracket finals in all reality, but he just has no idea what to do. And that'd be the match right there.
Right. Pete Lippincott has been on a tear, is stopped in his tracks by Colin Cummings. 4-0. Congratulations, Colin. We're going to try to pull him over into the winner's circle if we can with our own field reporter, Jody Jackson. But I think he's going to go over and talk with his brother, Connor Cummings, talk about his match. Because I think I just watched happening on the other side of our arena. I think Connor Cummings just beat and defeated Brian Sauceda. I think I just saw that interaction happen. I'm not sure if that's what I'll have to double check in with Colin, but it looks like they're going to grab a photo. So I hope we can get a check-in with him and get an idea of Colin's mental state right now. Every time I talk to him, Jody has seen him in the winner's circle quite often in doubles on Friday, all throughout singles, especially when he beat Billy Stubbs very early in the bracket. Yeah, it's an incredible display.
So that was a statement match for Colin just now. I mean, it's been a statement tournament thus far. You know, whoever is going to try to dethrone him, they now have to beat him 2 sets in a row. So even if they surprise him in that first set, he'll have a minute to adjust. He'll have a minute to realize what maybe they did to attack him. So advantage to Colin. He is hands down going to be the favorite going in to the finals. We have still an extremely difficult match coming up here between Jacob Weissman and Avery Yebernetsky. Those two are going to battle it out for the right to play Pete Lippincott to go to the finals of this entire event. And you know, these guys, they know each other very well. They're best friends on and off the table. They're doubles partners. They know each other's game so well. So it could go either way. But I would say that the winner of this, I would predict, is going to make it to the finals. And I certainly hope that, they give a better match to Colin, because it would be great. You know, the sport deserves Colin to get pushed a little bit.
Yeah. You know,
we want a great match. We don't want, you know, a destruction of like what we just saw with Lippincott, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Colin sweat a little bit. You saw, I think the second or third game that Colin took, I think it got to a 6-5. I think that was the highest we got, and we saw some outbursts from Colin as he took that win. I want to see some hype. I had Sauceda sitting where you were a bit earlier, and we talked about, you know, what we're rooting for when we're watching and analyzing these games, and Vince says, I'm not rooting for either one. I'm rooting for air hockey.
That's right.
I'm rooting for the pure sportsman, like the pure high level caliber of plays. I think I just watched Sarah Weissman on a side table beat a North Carolina favorite, Ray Nugent, I think that's what I just saw.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Congratulations,
Sarah Weissman,
Sarah.
another great weekend for her. You know, winning
yeah,
the Women's World Championship. And I'm not sure where that places her, but it sounds like she's pretty happy. It looks like she won that bracket.
Yeah, good for her. Ray Nugent, I played against. They call him 100-handed Ray out in North Carolina. Very intimidating player, and so congrats, Sarah. That was not an easy feat in any way, shape, or form. When we come back, we're going to have Phil Arnold at some point on our commentary table, but we're going to have Jacob Weissman versus Avery Yebernetsky. Danny Hines. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. There's a reason you weren't playing the match. A little bit of a. Is it a sprain? Is it a?
Oh, I wish it was just a sprain. It's wear and tear from years and years of playing. But I got to get an MRI and figure out exactly what's going on. If there's anything they can do. So we'll see.
If you can come back more machine than man for next Worlds, you'll come back with
I could get a new nickname, maybe the Terminator.
Oh, all right. You heard it here first. Danny Terminator Hines going to come back with a vengeance. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'll take that mic back from you. Thank you so much. When we come back, thank you. When we come back, Jacob Weissman versus Avery Yebernetsky. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got some more air hockey ahead of us.
Y'all came all the way here just to play each other.
You've been seeing these players. Hey, that is going to be.
This is exactly what we saw last time they faced off, Tim. I think it happened 3 times. Let's see how long it'll go this time. Ooh, a little bit of a gentle off speed, a little put you on edge. And Weissman's going to get the first point here. And we're on the table. We've seen these two, it feels like every second of this weekend, they are just dominant players. And we're seeing a bit slower pace than we've seen from these two before. Is it the fatigue? Is it a different game plan? We're gonna find out. It's gonna be 2-all. They're very familiar with each other's games, as you can imagine. This is going to lead to a lot, and I believe we're about to bring up the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Phil Arnold. Give us just a moment. We can get his perspective on what we're looking at. Right now it is 3-2 Avery versus Jacob Weissman. Make it 3-3. This is going to be close, as it has been every single time we've seen before.
Does it hook you?
All right, a bit of a fake there. A little late on the jump. You honestly do see fatigue on both these young men's faces. It's not going to stop them from playing their absolute hardest. And now here we go. We've got Phil Arnold with us, really kind of like the father of air hockey. How are you doing today, Phil?
Well, hello. How are you? Good to be here.
It is a pleasure to have you. I know you are going to give us such an insight on some of the history of air hockey. We're going to, at the same time, watch this game between Avery and Jacob. So honestly, I just want to hear your thoughts about how the tournament's gone so far and what you've seen this year that you haven't before.
The tournament is going very, very well. It's probably the greatest of all air hockey tournaments that we've ever had. Of course, we have more people, but it's also more representative. We have a very large group from North Carolina. We have players from the West Coast, and of course Illinois, Colorado, and of course different cities in Texas, from Dallas, San Antonio, all the way out to Lubbock. So we have a very varied representation of greatness of air hockey from all over the country, with all the different styles that people play.
And speaking of style, you have one of the most memorable and significant styles of any air hockey player I've ever seen, Phil. How did you cultivate that? Are you looking to see something similar in our younger players going forward?
When air hockey first came in the early 70s, nobody knew how to play it. It was just a game like Pong or Space Invaders. And the company didn't know how to play it. They just built a game and they put it out here in the market. But we began to realize after a year or two that it could be a sport. In other words, it was capable of revealing itself as more than just a game. But the more we played it, the more the tables showed us that it could be more like table tennis, billiards. It could be a game of sporting, of competition, where people's abilities would shine forth. So we began to write rules, and we thought, well, maybe there's strategies and tactics. So in the beginning, we didn't really know how to do it. It took us years to begin to know how to hold the mallet. We call the thing you hit it with a mallet. It took us years to know how to hold it correctly, where to place our left hand or our opposite hand, where to stand. All those things we had to learn. And we had to make rules like how many seconds do you have to shoot before it goes across the center line. And in table tennis, the ball goes back and forth so fast, right? There's no pausing.
And here, Phil, I think it's even faster as we're looking on the screen.
Yeah.
The speed and velocity we just saw Jacob take that straight with.
Yes. It's amazing. But in air hockey, we can hit it off goal because we have rails. You don't have rails in ping pong. So here we can slow the game down by going off goal and set up shots. So it becomes like a chess game. Once you get good, chess and fast motion. And you're watching two of the best chess players in air hockey. Every shot is a plan, it's a strategy. They're sometimes thinking 2 shots ahead, what they will be doing. And you have Jacob Weissman, the son of Tim Weissman, a 10-time world champion, against Avery, who's never won a world championship, but he's always come close.
Yeah, Phil, when Avery was at our North Carolina State Championship, he just about swept the floor. Everyone feared him. He has a great game, and I love that analogy to chess. I think you do have to think 2 moves ahead, because some people think it's just a game of service, 1-to-1, but that's not what you're going to see here at this higher level of play.
Right. For Avery right now needs 1 more point to take a 2-game lead, and what they're doing is, like, when you miss a shot, you know what side it went to, so maybe the next time you want to go to the opposite side. So it's all, you have to be aware of your misses. Like, that one scored, it's 6-6. Let's see what's going to happen. Avery pulls the puck out, left-handed. He looks, banks, no good. Pulls it out again. He brings it to the center line. He shoots and misses again, left wall. Jacob does a straight shot on purpose to miss. He drifts, He misses again on purpose. Then he tried to bank it, basing on those 2 misses, but it didn't work. Avery looks, banks, misses over bank. Timeout is called by Avery. If you have the puck, you can call a timeout for 10 seconds. So you have to have the puck in your possession. Back to live action. Avery's looking, 6-6. What will he do? He misses. Jacob, will he go in for the kill? He misses.
Great block by Avery.
He misses 2 times, but he still got the puck.
And
He
that'll
did it.
do it.
He hit the corner of the goal. Look at the instant replay. Right on that corner. Defender shot, right on the corner of the goal.
Absolutely. And Phil, what can you tell us? What is your strategy and mindset when you're in that position? It is 6-6 and you don't have possession. What could Avery have done different?
The first thing you have to do, you have to concentrate on the puck. You don't want to watch the other player's body. You don't want to watch their arm. You don't want to watch their hand. The main thing you focus on is the puck itself. And the puck is yellow. Sometimes we have red pucks and yellow pucks. You want to watch the color. So focus on the yellow or the red, even more than the puck. And that gives you a 0 focus. So that's what you have to do first. Get totally focused on the puck. Then you don't want to overreact. You still have to use your animal reflexes, but you don't want to let them get out of control. So you're in a difficult position at 6-6. You have to cover everything.
Oh my gosh, we see that just bounce right out of the goal.
That will happen occasionally.
And quickly returned.
Jacob did a right wall that went over Avery's mallet. See, you can go under the defense or over the defense or through the defense. So Jacob hit a bank that went over the mallet. That time he tried to go under. You can go over or under because the defense has to move to compensate. And so if they move for an under, but you've hit an over, you'll get the score. So that right now, Avery did a left wall under, and it scored.
Not the most common shot.
Jacob did a straight, and Avery blocked it. Avery did a straight shot that went in.
Phil, we've heard from a lot of our very experienced players that probably the hardest thing to defend against is a really well-timed straight. How do you interpret that statement?
Because a straight shot is so fast. It goes directly to the goal. Speed, some say approaching 100 miles an hour. It depends on who hits it, how hard they hit it. But a hard straight shot, and a straight shot can go left or right of your defensive mallet. So you don't know what side the straight shot is going to go to. And often the players will hit the edge of the puck so that it has a slice to it. So the player's arm will continue in motion and the puck will slice off the opposite way. So if you're following the arm or the hand, you will flinch in the direction the arm is going, but the puck, if they've sliced it, will continue in the opposite direction, so you will move out of the way. It's slicing the puck. Like in tennis, you can slice the tennis ball, or in ping pong, you slice it, put spin on it.
That makes a lot of sense. And air hockey is a game of deception as much as it is any sort of stamina or brute force.
Yeah, oh yeah. Because the human eye wants to follow the hand. And it can't just, it's so difficult to follow only the puck. So the arm can be used to deceive the defense. Of course, there's straight shots, bank shots, double bank shots. It's possible to make it bank twice. Or there's also off speed where you hit it real slow. And the defense will overreact.
We have a player in North Carolina who is notorious for hitting an off speed at just the worst possible moment. But now we are here. Avery is game point 2 against Jacob Weissman in the second game.
Game point 2? Wow.
It's been fast. But you see Jacob is going to come back. Originally he was down 5-1.
(6-4) right now.
Closing the gap there rapidly.
Yeah, it is. It is. He needs his point to put it in the bag.
And they are 1-1 on games here in Game 3. I'm willing to guess, Phil, this is going to go all the way to Game 7, based off what we've seen from these two earlier today and all weekend.
Something about Avery is. The key is in my bag, which is way over there. You'll have to look for it.
And you were saying about Avery, Phil, he has been playing really well today. What do you think his biggest strengths are?
Well, he's left-handed, number one. He hits it really hard, and he's got a tremendous hard bank that goes underneath your mallet. He really strikes it so hard. And his arms are long, so, you know, it's deceptive. Remember, it's always a battle on the defense. So how do I watch the puck? They do things with their hands and arms, and you start watching that instead of the puck. And Avery's very good at getting you to watch his arm or his hand, and he swings through it. So it's a swinging motion. Very difficult to know if it's a straight coming or a bank coming.
Absolutely.
But yes, indeed, I use different styles because in the beginning of air hockey, when it first appeared, as I was saying, no one knew how to play. So we players who are the originators of the sport, we tried different things. So today I remember some of those things that we tried years ago, and the modern players don't really know them. So I will use them now. So I have different attacks. I have slow game, fast game, not just the backhand game, but also the forehand game. Like in tennis, there's always backhands. And there's forehands. Well, in air hockey, you can do forehands. But most people don't do forehands. If you watch the players, they use backhands about 90% of the time. They don't use the forehand delivery very much. So I think the future of air hockey, you're going to have some young people, girls and guys who will begin to use the forehand. So the game will develop in a few years to where you have 50% backhand and 50% forehand. So it creates more, creativity and more deception on defense, for the defense.
It's interesting you say that, Phil, talking about these younger players. You played against our very own Eli Anderson.
Yes.
And I have actually seen him throw a couple forehands over the years. So how does that feel being up against someone who's going to be a dominant player later on and so young as a newcomer to a sport that now we're on the 50th anniversary World Championship?
Yes, I played a young person, maybe 12 years old or so, and I was surprised that he could be so steady with his hands on defense. I do a lot of trick shots, but he didn't fall for them. He held his position, like steady focus, steady hands. He didn't flinch. And then on offense, he had learned to hit them harder than I expected. And he kept total concentration. So he's off to a great start. And so I give him about 3 years. You may see him here in the top 20 soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I have played against Eli a couple times. I actually played against him in this tournament. Unfortunately, I had to forfeit the game for some technical stuff I had to take care of.
Sure.
But he's a fierce competitor. He comes at it every time, and he really understands maintaining possession is crucial to getting the points. He's never going to take a wild swing.
Exactly. He controlled the puck very well against me.
Speaking of puck control, Avery is in possession.
Yeah, he is. Avery is getting a lot of shots, and the more shots you get, the more possibility of scoring, even if you miss a lot of shots. A beautiful left wall under, very difficult shot to do. Jacob just did a beautiful left wall under. Jacob brings the puck up. Now he did a cross straight. He shot it across the mallet that Avery held out, and it went in Avery's left side. So it was a hard straight that we call a cross straight, sort of crossed the table, crossed his mallet, and went in, but it was a straight shot.
Very impressive shot to make.
Now that time he did it to the opposite side, so he's varying the sides. Jacob just lost his mallet. In air hockey, if you drop your mallet, you lose possession of the puck.
And it's true, Phil, that if you score but you lose your mallet in the process, it doesn't count.
Correct, it doesn't count because when you drop your mallet, the defense might get distracted by the mallet, which isn't fair. You can't just drop your mallet. That's not fair, you know. So you can't shoot, then drop it and hope it distorts the view of the other player.
And how do you feel things have been in this tournament as far as our referees? We've had multiple very experienced refs. We've got a fantastic head ref. How do you feel as someone who helped create and integrate these rules? How are they being followed?
We tried this tournament to be sure certainly as much as possible to have experienced refs. We have a refereeing committee also, officials, you know, to fix any problems people have wondering about the rules. We have Danny Hines, very experienced, Mike Cummings, George from California, and one other head ref. We also have Q from, we call him Q, Brian Sauceda from Chicago, and George Anderson. They're all very experienced refs, so they're watching everything to be sure we have good refs at this tournament.
And they've been wonderful refs. I don't know if you remember, Phil, I have a slightly strange mallet. It actually has a bit of a lifted guard on it. And I was challenged on 3 different games that I was in that it was an illegal mallet. And every time a ref was present, was able to check it and verify it was illegal. But they every time went straight to the rule book. They checked, they verified. So they're taking this very seriously, even when it seems like maybe an obvious answer.
Yeah, we... over the years, the rules have evolved. They've got very specific, and good refs know them. Now, Jacob just got a game. It's 2-2. This is best of 7, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 4 out of 7. It's 2-2 on that cross straight. So he's cross straight. That's at least 2 times that we've seen it.
And they say when you have a good shot, throw it as many times as you can. If it's still working, keep it up.
You don't want to change a winning game. And the rules are very specific about such things. But there's some latitude, like on the weight of the mallet, cannot exceed 6 ounces, but it can be less. Mm-hmm. Most mallets weigh about 4 ounces, so there's plenty of room to add a little weight, and some players do, because they want maximum, I guess, power when they swing it. So a heavier object will give you more power than a lighter one. Flat mallets usually about 3.5 ounces. A regular high top's about 4.5. Then if you add some tape to it, or you add some weight to it, then you can get up to like 5. But most people don't play with a 6-ounce mallet. It's too heavy.
And I feel like that would hurt your hand too, especially if it's a high top bouncing back at you, taking a puck, adding that extra weight. What rule do you see most commonly contested or fought over in a tournament such as this, where we have people coming from different states where they might play a little differently?
Yeah, I would say that the most controversial rule would be the charging rule. Like, when does a person actually charge the puck? So the rule goes like this. If you charge the puck and it goes off the table, the puck goes to the other player, the defensive player who did not charge it off the table. But what is a charge? So sometimes a player can be rushing forward, but then stops right as the puck touches his mallet, and the puck may go off the table. But did he charge it, or did it just bounce off his mallet? It's a difference. So the referee's got to call, was there forward motion on that charge, or did he stop in time? And of course, moving sideways. You notice players move sideways with great velocity and power. So if they hit the puck sideways and it goes off the table, the rule is you get to keep the puck because you were not charging, you were defending. And you had a motion to go to the right, for example, and you knock it off the table, you were just defending your goal. But you're not trying to shoot by going forward. Going forward implies you're trying to put the puck back in the goal of the other player. Going sideways is a defensive move. But then the referee has to decide, is that an arc that went forward? At what point on the arc, on the swing, was it going forward where it could have been a shot, or was it completely sideways? Those two rules have been argued about for years. And in the beginning, we wanted air hockey to be physical. We didn't want it to decrease the energy and the power of the game. And so we didn't want to limit people on going sideways and say, well, you better not go sideways, you'll lose the possession. We want it to be, if you go sideways in defense, it goes off the table, it's okay. It doesn't cost you anything.
Thank you for filling us in on that one.
Absolutely.
I've seen it contested even here on the main stage a couple of times. We see a lot of pucks flying off the table, more than we have ever seen before, especially some of our power players. What do you do to prevent the puck from getting off the table in the first place, or do you just hope it's an error made by your opponent so you'll get possession?
Yeah, if you have the puck, you definitely do not want, oh, that was a wicked left wall. He really contorted his arm and wrist to make that puck go off the left wall. And he did. That could really helped on hurt the rotator cuff, the way he turned his arm and hit it off the left whale. But anyway, we got the score now 5-3 in favor of Jacob, 2 games each. Yeah, if you have the puck, you don't want to go off the table because you may lose possession. So you want to hit cleanly. You don't want to chip it. You don't want to have your mallet a little bit loft off the table where it could chip the puck off the table. So you want to have a clean stroke, a nice smooth stroke. But that comes with time, and you don't want to hit it with such force that you don't want to be brutal with it because you could just knock it off. It's not worth it. And we have now.
Absolutely, he is
and
now
you predicted it might go to 7 games, and right now we're entering the 6th game?
We've seen these two before on the main stage, and you can betcha it went up to 7 games. They have the stamina for it. But this is the 3rd day. Towards the end of the day, everyone's getting tired. Do you think we're seeing that on the table here today? Or are we just so controlled and focused?
In any sport, there's a physical energy that you give, even if you don't play a short game, because you're giving so much mentally to the moment. So there's a drain on the brain that occurs in any sport. Boxing, even if it goes 1 round, is still rough. And baseball, you're concentrating so hard not to get struck out. So there's always something draining you. But after playing Friday, these guys played doubles on Friday, then all day yesterday. Now here we are. So yes, their bodies are tired, but they're in good practice. They've been playing for 2-3 years. So their arms are used to this movement. And I would say right now the adrenaline is rushing through their bodies. So they're not really exhausted right now. I would say they're tired, but they're okay. They're okay right now. Now, for someone who's not in practice or hasn't been playing for more than several months, then they would be very exhausted today. But these guys are in good shape for air hockey. And notice that they're physically they're in good shape. They're not overweight. They're healthy. They eat healthy. They train. Some players run 3 miles a day. You want your cardio to be strong. Some do yoga. You know, there's different ways to staying in shape. Some players go vegetarian. They like that. Some don't eat at a tournament, so they think the food messes them up, makes them too full. So everyone has their different way. But yes, being in physical shape is very important. That doesn't mean every player is thin, because we have guys like Vincent Sauceda, who's a big man, very big. He's probably, I think he played high school football, but he's extremely quick. So there are exceptions, you know.
Well, I think, Phil, it's honestly just train like an athlete. Maybe your body size isn't going to be what determines it, but are you playing and training like an athlete? Are you hydrating, eating right, getting your practice in? And people say, you know, air hockey, it's a table sport, it's a bar sport. The key word here, it's a sport. You have to be an athlete to keep going, especially like we're talking about, to be okay when you've been playing nonstop for 3 days.
Exactly right. Just like table tennis is a sport, so is air hockey. Look at the reflexes. Look at these guys' reflexes, their anticipatory skills, their determination to win. The arm, the legs have to be pushing forward. We're not running, but we're using the legs to transfer weight into the shot.
It's funny, Phil, you mentioned, just a side story, Timothy Young and I, our last anniversary, we played air hockey for 2 hours, and as a joke, we decided to clock how many calories we were burning. We burned over 1,000 calories playing air hockey for 2 straight hours.
That's amazing.
There were no breaks.
Yeah. And if you play it with no air conditioning, which I remember in the early days, some of the players would practice in garages where they had their tables, and it would be 100 degrees. I never did that, but Robert Fernandez and Barbara Marquise, she was a women's champion back in the day, and they would practice in the hot sun.
Oh my gosh, I could not imagine.
Yeah, that was difficult, but they were in great shape for the tournaments. Well, we got here 6-2. Avery tried to make it 3 games apiece to send it to a final game. I think he's going to do it. It's 6-4 now. Avery has the puck.
He just needs one point.
Yeah, he misses. Brings it to the to center line. He misses. Jacob recovers the puck. He's looking. He misses. He went with the cross straight, but missed it. He missed the total. He just hit the mallet of Avery. He circle drifts. Oh, he did a left wall under it. It seemed to bounce out. Avery needs this point badly. Uh-oh. He did not get it. Oh, good reach by Avery. Good defense here by Jacob. Avery needs to score. Defended by Jacob. Jacob puts the puck on the table. The referee says in play. Oh, he missed. And it's 7-4. Avery gets it as Jacob lunged forward, and the puck went under his mallet to score. We're down to the final game. You got a prediction?
Oh my gosh, I don't know that I could root against either of these competitors. I have seen phenomenal shots. I've seen both of them claw out from deficits before. I think we have to look at this Game 7 as the only game that matters right now.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Phil?
I know both of these players psychologically. Jacob is very willful, strong-minded. Avery has shown me that he is that way too, but he keeps his passions built up in him, and you can't really tell, but inside he has a cage of lions and tigers, but he's quiet, so we can't underestimate his intensity. A principle in air hockey is, because it's such a focus game, you have about 3 feet where you're managing the puck. The other players are about 3 feet. So you're close contact. It's all very intimate. There's a lot of intensity going on. And the question becomes, are you trying as hard as you can? And you think you are. But I would say if a grizzly bear came into the room right now, there's another level of trying hard.
Absolutely.
Well, these people, they know that. They're at the grizzly bear level right now, just like a professional NFL player. They really try super hard, harder than we understand. And they're at that level because they've learned to try extra hard. So it's like super concentration. One technique we use is if someone is going to burn your house down if you don't get this point, you want that to happen? You want your dog to be killed? That takes the psychological to an extreme level. That's where they are right now.
Oh, you can see it on their face.
Yes, and I know them. I know these young men well. They're giving everything and they're being. So who's going to win? They're both very equal. I would say Jacob's a little more experienced. Avery's a little smoother type of athlete. A little smoother in his, I think he does music and dance, and he's a little more artistic in his movements, and that helps. Like Michael Jordan was that way.
Yeah.
And Jacob is like extremely gifted as an athlete. He plays hard, he plays quick, so he's a little two different styles, and it's going to be hard to predict. But right now we got it 2-1 Jacob. 2-2.
Are we gonna go all the way to a 6-6? Is it gonna be?
I don't think so. I think someone's gonna, around the fifth point, someone's gonna, and the fourth point, someone's gonna jump up. But I could be wrong. It's 3-2. That's a good call. See, he defended. The puck went off the table, but he defended it off, so he gets it back. Even though the puck sort of went forward, he defended it.
That's a great example for us
3-2.
to see that rule in action.
The winner of this will play Pete.
He's been on a roll all day.
Yeah.
I did see his loss against Cummings, but still fantastic
Yeah.
gameplay out of him all
No,
weekend.
3-3. Left wall under like a bullet. Very difficult on the rotator cuff. Ooh, Avery. Avery's hitting it extremely hard. Left-handed, remember. Hard to read a left-handed. Jacob. It's 4-3. If he gets 5, Avery does not want him to get the 5th point. Right wall under like a bullet. It's 5-3. He's creating space. Avery doesn't know if he's going to go left wall or right wall. Avery touched it, he gave it back. Good sportsman. That's that left wall under. Now he's got him 6-3.
Everyone is holding their breath.
Look at his face. Look at Jacob's face. He means business. Avery took a timeout. It's going to be a struggle. He needs 4 points in a row. No, Jacob is controlling the puck. He can maybe do it off speed. With all the tension, he can hit it slow. Yeah, he did it. He tried it, and he did it. And he takes him.
Replay of that shot real quick.
Then he followed it up with a cross straight, I think.
No, the replay cut off just a little
Well, we
too
see there
early.
that Jacob wins 7-3. Avery is out of the main tournament finally after beating many, many players. And now we have the only players left. And there you see Tim Weissman, 10-time world champion, father of Jacob Weissman. We have now the, I guess you would call it the semifinals between soon coming up Pete Lippincott.
I believe
versus
so.
Jacob Weissman will be coming up soon. That will be quite a match.
That'll be a lot of fun. All right, Phil, I'll let you go. I think everyone needs a bit of a bathroom break before we're back in action.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is a very exciting tournament, the greatest one ever probably. Yes, certainly in numbers and in quality of play. Air hockey has never been played to this level of excellence.
And I'm just glad we could be here to talk all about it.
Thank you.
All right, Phil. Oh, and Phil, I'll grab that mic from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, though. I gotta go pee before the next match. I don't know, he was playing.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for bearing with us on the break. That was just such a wonderful victory. We had to go make some personal chats. Joining me in the commentators booth is one of our very own North Carolina air hockey players. Care to introduce yourself?
Hello, this is Cam, commonly referred to as Cameron. So I'm one of the leaders in the North Carolina air hockey community. Not one of the best, but I put way too much time in to not consider myself at least somewhat of a leader. This is my second world tournament. I ended up finishing 58th, which is 10 spots better than I started, so feel good about that. But let's talk about what we're really here for, which is about to be a rematch to see who ends up finishing top 5 out of 2 of Houston's best.
Fantastic, Cam. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen and others, he is being very modest. Cam is one of our best players in the state of North Carolina, and not only because of his gameplay and his victories, but because of what he has brought and offered to the sport. He routinely organizes everything we do. You saw him run North Carolina State's championship earlier this year, and on the weekly he is at Boxcar, making sure everyone gets called, everyone gets heard, everyone gets to the table, and hopefully a lot of us win. We also have Timothy Young here, who routinely, who knows Cam very well. If you want to say a little shout out, Tim, what are we up to now? If you want to tell us who's on the table.
Yeah, up next we have our spin-off bracket for 5th and 6th place. This is going to be Austin Fernandez versus Jacob Munoz. Munoz on your left, Fernandez on your right. You see they're going to go ahead and take this face-off, and they're being reffed by our very own Avery Yebernetsky.
And we're doing an interesting little setup here where the loser of the match before ends up reffing. Kind of harsh. All right, Cam, now we're just gonna watch. Let me know what you're seeing on the table here.
Okay, so the first thing we're gonna notice is Jacob Munoz. The rhythm of his diamond drift, it just impresses me so much. So we've got Austin with the puck right now, setting up. Tried to go for that cut, but Jacob definitely had the block on it. All right, no diamond drift that time. Jacob goes straight into the shot. Austin with great deep. Oh, my favorite shot in all of air hockey, the forehand left wall under. Not very commonly used, but when it works, it works. And he comes right back to the other side of the goal with a right wall under.
And you hear the speed on that, Cam. Can you imagine how hard they must be hitting it? You hear that ricochet in the goal. It's a familiar sound for you, though, I'm sure.
Definitely. Whenever someone hits one that fast, it's a prayer to try to block it, if I'm being completely honest with you. As we see Jacob bring it to within 1. All right, let's see what Austin's gonna do here. Jacob blocks. Oh, he throws a forehand straight, just misses. All right. Oh, Austin nearly scoring on himself, but pulling it back.
This is pretty fast-paced, what we're looking at here. It's very reactionary style.
It really is. Oh, a beautiful right wall under. Jacob knows better than to charge there. But this is my first time seeing Austin Fernandez play, but I've heard so much about his game. I'm actually excited to have front row seat for it today. As we see Austin try the forehand. Oh, launches the puck to Timbuktu.
Sounds like something broke in the process, but yes, I have been commentating on Austin all weekend. He's been in my winner's circle, I think, 6 times after playing on the main stage. If I could sum him up in any way, or at least his gameplay, I have to say aggressive.
Oh, that was excellent. Jacob taking advantage of the face-off there, which you normally don't see mid-game, but every once in a blue moon it has to happen. The one thing from an outside perspective that I know about Austin is he is fiery. No one yells louder and no one celebrates harder when they win or lose, which I'm sure we will find out in the next 4 to 7 games. Because they may not have a chance to win the tournament, but this is a big deal to them. I guarantee you both of these players will be very upset if they don't come out top 5. Munoz probably expecting to get there, but Austin a bit of a surprise in this tournament, beating both Avery Yebernetsky and Jacob Munoz on his way to this moment. All right, as we see.
And a bit of a side note, as we saw the face-off, apparently it is uncommon to have a face-off every game, and it seems like there has been some hoopla over us Carolinians really wanting it.
Yeah. So this is something that Kurt Zender, the quote-unquote father of North Carolina air hockey,
Or grandfather, depending on the chat.
or grandfather, depending on where he is that week. This is something that he started doing in North Carolina, and it got ratified into the U.S. Air Hockey Association's board. Had a meeting on Thursday evening before the tournament, which I attended for the first time, and they ended up ratifying that and making it an option if both players agree. If either player doesn't want to do it, then it defaults to the one face-off at the beginning of the match, and then it stays on that side of the table. As we see Jacob take the closest right wall over you possibly can without actually landing. We see a missed cross. A big thing whenever you take those cross shots, if you miss a cross to the right, it's going back into your goal, so you have to be really careful. It's like I jinxed him talking about scoring on yourself. Sorry about that, Jacob. All right, so we see him set up. Austin's really on top of those overs, not letting him in at all. As we hear our tournament director in the background doing some announcements, Mr. Brian Akako, and a beautiful regular left wall under. A shot I've never been able to quite figure out, but so these masters, they can do it all.
And you talk about the announcements in the background. We have been asked, even the commentators, to be more quiet while people are playing on the main stage, but I think we have to admit that is just not possible in an air hockey tournament to have the quiet you would hope to get out of golf. And we've also been told that North Carolina players have an advantage because we are used to being in the loud, in the chaos. We are drinking while playing. We are out there to have fun, so we don't really need some of the silence that these masters would prefer.
Well, the problem is, as a sport, there are certain sports where you're supposed to be very quiet. Take golf and tennis.
Game point. Game point 4.
Munoz doesn't go down without a fight. Let's catch the rest of this before we finish that thought. Oh, as he blocks the under. Oh.
This is the first game between these two
All right.
in this matchup.
See if Jacob can tie it up, make a game point either way. Austin almost got the puck. Oh, as it flies off the table, Austin's going to have possession. All right. Score is 5 Jacob, 6 Austin. Puck in play. Oh, nearly went around his charge. All right, we're going to see Austin line it up. Oh.
And we are getting feedback that the camera's off-centered. Actually, it's not. That is how far Austin has pushed the table as he lunges forward. He has pushed it out of the camera eye line. Thank you, and I apologize to everyone watching. You can see the center line does not line up with our ref here. And that is just sheer force that he is throwing his hip into every swing, really trying to close this out, make it a 7-5, and he does.
And Austin wins. Player that's a big fan of pushing the table so hard you're afraid your ACL is going to take some damage. Our other primary commentator, Mr. Timothy Young, abuses the table at breakneck force. Anytime you play him, wear a knee pad.
Wear a knee pad, wear a brace, because he is going to throw hip straight in every time. I know there are jokes.
Thank you, Max Restro.
There are jokes marking how far we try to guess by length of quarters when we're playing a neighborhood, how far he is going to push it. And I think he has pushed it a solid 10 quarters before in one game.
10 quarters. Pretty sure Austin did that in 2 points over there a second ago with how far off the camera is.
And sorry, folks, we'll fix it after this game. We don't want to be messing with the table when the players are going to be on it.
Never want to do that, especially on an event like this. When you're talking top 5 in the world, you want to do anything you can to avoid putting them in a precarious situation.
Cam, what do you think the most egregious thing you can think of that you've seen people do when we're in the midst of such an intense competition? I mean, we've seen some clueless behavior, accidental, of course. No one would ever be malicious, but things like walking through an active match is definitely one of them.
The most egregious thing that I've seen?
Absolutely.
It's the tempers. Unfortunately, there are some people that don't understand the line between fiery competitor and being completely out of line with what they're saying, how they're talking to their opponent. I'm not going to name any names. I don't feel like this is the place for that. But there are some people that are screaming profanity as loud as they can at every single time, slamming their mallets on the tables. That's a big one.
That is a big one.
A lot of people think that it's okay to do that. It is not okay to do that. These tables are expensive and they are player owned. So
that's a great point. Thanks for bringing that up, Cam. That's how dedicated we are to the sport. These are our own tables. These are player tables that they are willing to share to grow the sport. And that's because sportsmanship is what air hockey is about. We are kind to our opponents. We are going to shake hands, fist bump. Bare minimum, you say, good job, walk away. Deal with your anger with yourself, not at your opponent. And we have also seen some beautiful moments of sportsmanship. The very first game ever played in the singles was against seed 128 versus 28, and he really gave him the opportunity to learn some shots. He, the underdog scored 3 technicals, or earned 3 technicals, and his opponent didn't take them to score because he wanted to give him the opportunity to play here in the 2023 Air Hockey World Championships. It's an honor and a pleasure to even make it this far, and we're always glad to see the community act as one.
Well, we always love anytime. So my first match was against someone who's never played air hockey. So
you could have sent them my way, you know. I could go for a victory.
Well, at the end of the day, we care about growing the sport more than anything else. That's something that the North Carolina group, which there are 21 of us representing this tournament, which is 1 out of every 6 players. So we're very proud to have that kind of group.
No, a self-score.
Unfortunately, Jacob takes away his first lead of the set with his own goal. But we're very proud of how many people we brought here. And the reason that we're able to do that is because all that the North Carolina community cares about is growing the community. That is our #1 goal.
I believe we have well over 100 in our group chat now. That many people invested in playing air hockey with this loss of mallet.
As Jacob does lose his mallet, unfortunately, that does give up possession no matter what would have happened. Luckily, he didn't score a goal in that moment because that would not have felt very good.
Oh, no.
As our head ref, Danny Hines, goes and retrieves. I know you can, as you just saw on my camera a moment ago, so the reason that we have a second person there, he's what's called a line judge / shadow ref, whichever term you want to use. It is his job, if any player disagrees with a call made by our primary referee, Avery Yebernetsky, it is his job as our head ref to clarify any call, make a second opinion, and if he makes a second call, that call goes. That is how that works. A lot of people don't realize that it's not like a well, I think it was this. No, if Danny Hines, the head ref, who you can't see on camera at the moment, says it, it goes, period. But he will only be asked by the referee or by a player. He will never interject on his own unless it is something egregious, which is, you don't really see that at this level of air hockey.
Absolutely not, Cam. I was talking to Phil Arnold earlier. He was telling me about the committee of refs that's been meeting very, very frequently and had almost a full day get-together to go over to make sure we're all on the same page. And I think they have done a wonderful job. I have not seen or heard anyone so upset about a call that you might expect. They are professional in every possible way, and we're really learning a lot from them. Their understanding of the rules is unmatched, and you know, Phil himself wrote most of them, so, ooh.
A beautiful charge. In the air hockey community, all right, we're gonna watch this one more time real quick. Bam!
Fantastic.
Oh, you love to see that. Not always the best idea, but sometimes it just feels so good whenever you knock it right back in their goal on them. All right.
I know Joey List said, save that for later in the game. Use it as a weapon of your arsenal of surprise. But sometimes the opportunity presents itself, and you'd be a fool not to take it.
That's a very good point. If it's something you do regularly and your opponent starts to key in on it, they're going to get free goal after free goal after free goal. Because they're just going to go around you. They're going to take either a right wall or a left wall, and there's nothing you can do about it if you're too far out. I don't care how fast your reflexes are, unless your name's Colin Cummings. And then you can play defense 2/3 of the way up the table and still be fine.
And Jacob has really pulled out ahead here. It is game point 3 against Austin. We may have a 1v1 here shortly, but we're not counting Austin down and out yet. I've seen him claw his way out of a bigger hole.
Oh, the puck is still in play. Another interesting thing that some people may not realize is whenever you see the puck bounce around like that all crazy, as long as it doesn't touch the top of the side rail or the top of someone's mallet, it is in play, even if it were to go 30 feet in the air.
That is a rule we have been talking about a lot today, Cam. We've seen the pucks just go absolutely flying. We've seen them waffle, and he seals it with a straight. More time.
And he's going to pull it to the left and hit across. Drifts for a right-hander that there is. You're going to take it just to the right of center, about 2/3 of the, really close to you, and you're going to go up and to the left. And as soon as you go up to the left, you're either going to take that cut or you're going to take that right wall under. That's probably the most common and most taught offense that there is in air hockey, but it's also one of the best. Dan Meyer, one of our primary players here, he finished third at Worlds a couple of years ago just on a right wall cut combo. So if you can execute it, you can make it work. It doesn't matter if they know it's coming.
Absolutely. Colin Cummings himself said, and his brother, when his brother was up here, Connor, commentating with me over Colin's game, it is that right wall every time. He only needs 2 shots, an under and an over, and he's going to take anyone down every time. It is very impressive. But Cam, this is the first time you've seen these two play. You have been mostly on the table, not off of it. How do you feel watching the main stage? How are things looking? What's your impression?
My impression is that it's gorgeous. To be honest, I'm so impressed with all of the work that not only the Houston team did, but you and Tim, the unsung heroes, sacrificing that well-needed practice time for your matches so that you could give all of the fans watching at home and all the fans that'll watch this over in the future some of the best experience of live air hockey that they could ever have, because not everybody can make it to Houston, Texas to watch us. I'm sure we have plenty of people back in North Carolina, our home, and just enough thank yous cannot be given for what you and Tim did here. We all really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Cam. It has been an absolute pleasure. We are excited. We're going to be here next year, most likely. And like you said, in North Carolina, our mentality isn't always go for the win. It's grow the sport, grow the game, bring air hockey to everyone out there, and that's hopefully what we're accomplishing. And I know that we've got some North Carolinians on the stream. I get texts when things go down. I get emergency calls when they can't hear me talk. So shout out to y'all. Thank you for watching. I am honored and touched that we have been able to bring this to y'all. It is absolutely just a gift to us. And we are still at 0-0. Unexpected. We are taking our time with this volley. Austin was actually in a match earlier where one game went on for 19 minutes.
19 minutes?
19 minutes. There was a change of puck 3 separate times. There seemed to be some technical difficulties. Multiple referee timeouts were called. It was staggering. I could not believe it. That is a fantastic question. I believe it was Avery.
Avery. That sounds about right. They're both players that are not gonna give up any advantage as Jacob ties it up. But before we get too far into this decisive game 3, let me hear about your experience. This is your first ever World, your first time traveling for professional air hockey. What's it been like as someone who's a bit newer to the sport?
Absolutely, Kim. Oh, it's been so much fun. I think competing in the women's tournament, really, I felt like I was home. I did about as well as I was expecting, top 10 or top 11, whatever it may be. But it was fantastic to have that sportsmanship, to really get to highlight the women of this sport. Overall, Worlds has been a blast. I've not seen it as like my best time because, as you said, we haven't had chances to warm up. I've had to forfeit games. But it's been incredible. It's better than I could have imagined. I loved hearing people talk about it last year. I definitely had some envy, but it's just been incredible. I am more driven now than I think I've ever been to kind of take my game a little more seriously. I've gotten some coaching from the top players in the entire world at 4 in the morning, just an experience you can't parallel and you can't expect.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear you did so well in the women's tournament. That's a big win. It's actually very interesting. So my fiance, Kay, shout out to you.
Shout out to Kay.
All the North Carolina players know her. she helps so much in running everything, and I really appreciate everything she does. But one of the things that draws her to air hockey the most is we had a women's tournament to highlight all of our women, and that was awesome. But then all of those women came and competed against everyone at the same time, competed at a high level, and they were able to go back and forth. And that's a huge thing that air hockey brings, is pretty much anybody can play it. There is no, like, we have different skill levels, but there is no divisions of this person can play, that person can play. No, everyone can meet on the table and come together. As we see Jacob with a slight lead on the table. But either way, the point I was getting at, we love that literally anybody can play this sport. We have young, we have old, we have...
Disability doesn't matter. We have people from all walks of life here on the table with us. It's always an inspiration, Cam, and I know y'all have set it up, so when we're at Boxcard, like you said, there's no division. Everyone's going to get a chance, and everyone's going to have a good time. Like, this is truly the most accessible sport I can possibly think of.
Exactly. All you need is a table. As soon as you have a table, anyone can do it at any time. And we will say, while brand new tables can get a little pricey, a lot of the people in our community have found very cheap secondary options. If you're ever interested in trying to find a table, best place to look is any type of online marketplace. Churches and older people whose kids have moved out, they like to get rid of them.
And game point 4 here, Jacob with the lead. We know he's practicing on a good table when he goes home.
Oh, most definitely. You can bet at least half of the top 20 players in this tournament own a table. The fact that they were able to get 16 whole tables together for this tournament,
incredible.
Fantastic.
All right, possession to Austin. Is he going to bring this to 6-6? Bit speechless at the moment. Not really sure which side's going to take this point. That will be very important for game 3.
As Jacob goes for the left wall, just misses. And the right wall flies off the table. Still a great shot, though. Had it been accurate, it was going in. Austin didn't look like he got that defense back quite in time. All right, let's see if Austin can make it interesting.
These are two pretty emotional players, doing their best to keep their cool. Gonna come behind to the commentators table. Puck has, divulged into madness of our cables, but fished out by Jacob. Again, this is game point 5 in his favor.
Oh, he misses by a fraction of an inch on that cross. All right, here we go. And there he goes.
Gotta sink
what
it.
A beautiful left wall. As we're gonna see the replay, he's gonna take it up, bam. Nothing he could do.
Chris.
Oh, I was actually an over. Either way, beautiful shot. We'd love to see it.
And you can see, Cam, the table continues to move out of frame. There's nothing we can really do about it at this point. We are too far in. But like I said, we're throwing hip out here. We are lunging into the table, doing whatever it really takes to get that point. We are 2 games to 1. We're going to 7. There is a lot of air hockey left to be played. We've got a crowd out here. How do you feel about that, Cam? The seats are filling up the further we go. This is certainly something to watch.
Yeah, that's definitely how it's going to go. Just wait until you see the final crowd. Either Colin versus Jacob or Colin versus Pete. It's going to be one to see for sure. It's actually interesting. We see our top 4. Obviously, we have Jacob, Pete, and Colin. Colin, a many-time world champion. I don't know the exact number.
He's had 10. He's shooting for 11. He'll tie it up for the most world championships ever.
Tied with Danny
previously
Hines.
held by Danny Hines. We had Danny up here to talk about it. How are you going to feel when you're overtaken? And he said, it's great. It's fantastic. This is a new generation, and they're going to push forward, take these records. It's like any sport. Myself with track, the first time my record got taken by a new athlete, I was excited. I was excited for her, and that's what we want to see in air hockey. Let's push the boundaries of how far we can take this. And puck is in play. Puck. Possession by Austin Fernandez.
Looks like they're taking a moment before they get started.
Timer is going to go off.
Each player, if you do a challenge match, you get 1 minute, but in our tournaments, each player is allotted 2 minutes between games.
And I don't know that we often see the majority of players take the full 2 minutes. What do you think, Cam?
So most players tend to go for that normal 1 minute, 1 minute break that they're used to. However, the way that especially the experienced players do it is they will inform the ref that they plan on taking their full 2 minutes, and they're not going to do it every game. What they usually end up doing is it's in high intensity situations. Excuse me. As we see Jacob take a 3-0 lead. So this is going to be, I hate to digress, but anytime you're going to see a big player go down 3-0 or give up 3 goals in a row, you're almost always going to see him take a timeout. That's kind of the unwritten
It's
rule.
the Weissman rule, isn't it?
Is that what it's called?
The Tim Weissman rule, I believe. We heard from him and his daughter the very first day. I don't know if he actually invented it, but yes, if you've been scored on 3 times in a row, you have to take your timeout, is what we've been told. And we've seen it practiced religiously. Cam, does it work for you as well?
So this is something I just very recently started doing. However, I have to be honest, I forget a lot of the times. Whenever I do it, I do feel better. But my problem is if I go down 3 or 4-0 quickly, as we see Jacob, another beautiful stuff.
Return quickly, though, on the board now.
All right. No 7-0s here today.
I don't know if you've been keeping track, Cam. We have seen 4 7-0s on the main stage this weekend.
4 7-0s. Were they early round 7-0s?
No, they were all the second or third. Oh, and you see Danny Hines' head pop up on the screen as he stands to check, make sure the puck is being retrieved. That is, in fact, his head you'll occasionally see pop up because he is sitting facing the table as our line ref.
Absolutely. Well, the hope was that Austin would, since he's on this side of the table, kind of push it back to center, but he seems to be a little more mobile on the right side of the table than the left.
Well, and he is right-handed. Don't know if that's even remotely related, but yes, unfortunately, things are getting more crooked, but not pushed back into frame.
Yeah, and there's nothing we can really do about that. All these high-intensity players, that's just what they're going to do. As we see Jacob lining up, he's going for that cut, but Austin takes it away. Austin has an interesting setup style. He'll start with the diamond, but then he kind of just goes all over the place after that.
Ooh.
As we see a beautiful forehand left wall.
And Phil was just saying here on the commentator table, the forehand's probably the most underutilized swing someone can take, but some of our high-level players have definitely adapted to incorporate that in their normal gameplay. Phil says we should all be taking it about 30% of the time.
So for me specifically, North Carolina, very few players used the forehand whenever I was coming up the ranks. I would say the last year and a half or so is whenever North Carolina really started to build up their player base and their talent level. But I, in my second challenge match ever, played someone. I got beat 16 games to 0, and they told me I should stop using the forehand because it's a terrible shot. So I worked on it constantly because I think it can be a fun shot. I came back, and I beat that same player 3 sets to 0 about 9 months later. So don't ever let someone tell you that you can't win a game with a... That's what we're about to see on this replay.
Absolutely punched.
Bam.
Hit it out. Incredible. He's pulled ahead. I believe.
Now 3 games to 1.
3 games to 1. As you can see on the scoreboard. All right, Cam. Are we seeing a change of pace now? A lead is really being asserted. What do you think we need to see change in the next game so this doesn't turn into a 4-1?
I think it's the energy. Austin has probably had, for good or for bad, the highest energy of anyone in this building during this tournament, today specifically. And to be honest, I don't really see it in this game. I don't know if he's
That's fair.
dejected because he made it to the Final Four of the winners bracket, and then he got beat pretty badly by Pete Lippincott. I don't know if that took him out of the game, but I just don't see the energy that I did earlier.
I think I would have to agree. I have had him in my winner's circles, interviewed him at least 6 times this weekend alone, and energy has always been a huge thing for him. But you got to keep in mind, he has not had an opportunity to stop and breathe. I don't know that he's even had lunch yet today. He has to be getting just exhausted. He is playing back-to-back with some of the most difficult, most talented, most skilled players in the world at the 2023 Air Hockey World Championships. So I don't imagine how you get out of that, how you find that last bit of energy. I know Phil said you need to find the grizzly bear inside of you, but Cam, how do you overcome being just beat down for 3 straight days when you really need to pull it out?
It has to be a combination of 2 things. Everyone loves winning, and you have to love to win, but you have to remember that you're getting an opportunity to play, to compete in a sport at the highest level in the world. We may not be the biggest sport out there, but you are competing as one of the best to do something on the planet. That has to excite you. The love for air hockey and being the best at something has to excite you. And if you get dejected from not being able to claim number 1, then sometimes it's hard to get that energy back.
Absolutely, Cam. This is a game that is as mental as it is physical. We're going to see what happens now. Puck in play, possession, Jacob.
All right. As we see Austin take an early 1-0 lead. It's the first time we've seen him able to achieve that goal recently. All right, as the puck's off the table, it's going to be Austin's possession.
And luckily does not hit our camera stand.
Have the cameras done a decent job at staying out of danger so far?
It has actually, but we have not here at the comment table. We've been hit by a couple of pucks, but you know what? It's, puck and play. What can you do?
Yeah, well, what a lot of people don't realize until they start playing any level of competitive air hockey is it is a spectator sport, and if you are not paying attention, it's like baseball, you're going to be in trouble.
Hit. I like to say the most dangerous position one can take in air hockey is, in fact, the ref.
100%. Actually, one of the master players, Keith Fletcher, he was reffing a match for Ray Nugent and Joe Kane, and he was sitting covering his mouth like this the whole time. And I was wondering why he wasn't doing what refs normally do and keeping the score in their hands. Well, he told me he's taken too many pucks to the face, and he is just not willing to do it anymore. As Jacob comes and retrieves the puck off camera. All right, we see Jacob at a 1-1 tie with our 4th place finisher, Avery Yebernetsky, as his ref. You can kind of see the left and right hand of our Danny Hines, our shadow/head/line judge.
Oh, a self-score, an unforced error. Not something we normally see from Jacob, but it happens to the best of us. We saw even Phil Arnold do it, so it is possible for anyone.
Comes back to what I mentioned earlier. If you take a cross, and what I mean by a cross is shooting across the mallet into the goal. If you miss that shot, it will ricochet off of the corner and come back to your goal. Hate to see it in practice.
And as we said, folks, once again, it's going to go to the commentators, landing, in fact, in my own hands. This is a 2D sport with 3D consequences. We are going to buff out that puck. Cam, tell us what happens when we buff the puck. Why is it necessary?
So the puck will get impurities on it, from what I understand. I'm not necessarily the expert, but what you're really doing is you're shaving micrometers off of it, if not even smaller. And what you're doing is you're just getting it a little bit more consistent. Now, something that'll happen as well sometimes is you'll get tiny, tiny chips in the puck. And what you have to remember is it is floating on air. So if you have any chip on the edge of the puck, air is now escaping and it's going to cause it to not float as well. So when you sand it, you can remove some of those very tiny imperfections that'll cause it to slow down.
And that's really where sometimes you'll see a puck just drag, and it is likely just give it a sand. Might help. But we are at 4-3. Really slowed down the pace here, especially what we saw out of the gate in our first game, which was won by Austin. A little more methodic. Like you said, there may be some element of fatigue, some element of underlying defeatism. Still a great match to watch. These guys are still top tier players.
100%. As we see Austin Fernandez, along with our top 3 player, Pete Lippincott, having their best performances of their long and storied air hockey careers. Pete Lippincott especially.
It's funny you say that, Cam, because we, as 2 Carolina players, consider it a very long career. And I was with Phil Arnold, and he said, and Danny Hines also, oh, they're so young to the game. And I know in their player profiles, they have double-digit years of experience, and many of our players we brought with us, maybe 2 to 6.
Yeah, so the one that brought air hockey to North Carolina, as we see match point 4 for Jacob and Austin. We're going to see if Jacob can pull out one more. There it is.
Gets it right then and there.
Jacob tournament. Let's take a look at the game-winning shot. Bam, across.
Amazing having you up here with me. I'm going to go
Thank
do
you
our
so
winner's
much.
circle, but thank you. It's been a pleasure and a lot of fun. I appreciate the
Absolutely.
insight.
And thank you for everything y'all have done this weekend.
Absolutely. All right, Kim, we will catch you later.
Have a great rest of the tournament.
Would have been 65 when Steve fucked me up last night. Fucked me up last night. Like when that foot was on my finger, it was hard for me to grip the mouth. Saying that last match before the finals?
Semifinals.
All right, folks, we are transitioning into Jacob Weissman versus Pete Lippincott. I know it's probably confusing. You heard me talking to Jacob Munoz and no sound was coming out, but no worries though. Jacob Munoz was giving shout outs to Colin, Cummings, Danny Hines, Chris Gibson, just to name a few. But I am joined here by the one, the only Brian Sauceda from Chicago, Illinois. Q, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Great. Good to be here. I'm excited to see some excellent air hockey here between Pete, who is having a phenomenal tournament, and Jacob Weissman, who is the former world champ, won back in 2017.
Yeah, and so Weissman, part of the Weissman dynasty. You know, big shout to the center line from YouTube where we're partially streaming from. You know, that he's got so many folks who've kind of helped cultivate that talent, cultivate his aggression on the table, and he's going to got a face-off against Pete Lippincott, owner of the 7-6, the gym in downtown Houston, a very, very popular air hockey spot right in the Texas area. I think champions are kind of forged in that gym. Shout out to Air Hockey 360, a great place where you can watch some live streams as well. Q, what are you looking forward to when we come to this game? We got best 4 out of 7. A lot of air hockey ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot of air hockey ahead of us. I think it's going to be a very good, kind of clash of styles. I think Jacob has what I call kind of the traditional approach, right? It's very controlled, very set up. Where Pete has that, but there's a lot of, little unpredictability and, chaos in Pete's game.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching Pete Lippincott's game against Colin Cummings earlier, and there was a very stark difference between Game 1 Lippincott and Game 3 or Game 4. Pete has a very slow style. He likes to control that pace and kind of slow it down. But by the end, by 3 or 4, I think the frustration of getting 4-0 by Colin Cummings was setting in, and he was taking a bit more wild shots. And there were some crazy shots in the meantime, but there's obviously that it shows that Pete can kind of do it all.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, Pete's been top 10 before. I think he may have finished top 5.
Yeah, master level player. I mean, you've got two. I mean, when you're reaching this far into the bracket, I believe this is the losers bracket finals. The winner of this match will go on to face Colin Cummings.
Yeah, and then the winner of this would, in order to win the world title, would need to be Colin twice, which is a tall ask.
So you have to win 8 minimum games against Colin Cummings himself.
Yeah, the defending world champ is. But, I'm excited to see this match here and see, how the finals play.
All right, you see the bumping of mallets as we're going to go to a face-off. Fun fact, I quoted Jacob Weissman on this yesterday when I had him on my table. He said, the USA recently voted that if both parties consent, you can choose to do a face-off every single game, instead of normal USA rules where you only have to do the face-off at the beginning of the match. I doubt that right now they both chose to do face-off because
my guess is they didn't. I haven't seen Pete's face-off game. Face-off's a great strategy part of air hockey. I think it's. Something. The reason I was, in favor of that rule change, honestly, it was inspired by North Carolina.
Yes. Shout out to Kurt Zender, the grandfather of air hockey. He kind of built the scene and built the tournaments on his back, and he's always kind of advocated for kind of adding that X factor to air hockey, because if you air hockey's got the word hockey in it, and what you think of when you think of a face-off in hockey is that that puck drop and that two players really getting into it. And I don't know why we don't have more of that, right? So and so I think adding the face-off to every game is something that really adds that element. I'll have you know, when I did doubles and singles this whole weekend, I've been asking every single player if they'll do a face-off against me, especially if they're non-Carolinians. I say yes. How about now? I just got told by our tech that we were getting really staticky. Looks like we got to shorten a wire. But looks like it's fixed now. Thanks for your patience, everybody. This is the largest scale broadcast we've ever had for a world championship like this in a very, very long time. We're streaming on multiple platforms. So with that comes growing pains. And so I think that we're really trying to get this in front of me. I suppose also show what air hockey is really all about. A little bit of a flub off the mallet.
Oh, good cut shot.
Fire back. 4-1.
Cross straight from Jacob to make it 5-1. Both players using the straight shot effectively.
Lippincott has to find an answer here. He's got he's kind of flirting with the center line a little bit.
Yeah, players are.
Isn't he married?
Yeah.
sorry. Very, very great. Not my best.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Georgia Lippincott is standing out there behind Peter, kind of giving her support. She's on the inner circle, making sure that she knows that she is, making sure that he knows that she's in his corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And Papa Weissman, Tim Weissman over there is rooting on his son, I'm sure, along with the rest of the Weissman clan.
The clan. I call it the dynasty, but I do like clan.
Dynasty is proper.
All right, that is game one. Weissman versus Lippincott.
Jacob wins 7-3.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out something and how you're gonna get through Weissman's defense and get past and do something about his offense, because Weissman's a very dynamic player, very, very well-rounded. He's good at a lot of things when it comes to air hockey. So I'm very intrigued to see how these next games are going to go off. Because Pete's got a kind of slow, methodical look. He takes that drift up to the left quadrant, maybe even the center or so, and he'll pair it with a right wall, pair it with a cut.
Yeah,
straight, just like that.
Just like you said, cut shot for the first point of this game. And Jacob with a strong right wall under.
Yeah, he's not going to let those go unanswered.
Jacob has one of the best cuts, too, from that same spot, so it's a great compliment to that right wall under he was just scoring with.
The worst part is I have the shots that I'm really good at, and the only reason I learned how to get really good at those shots is because people kept scoring on me with those.
Yes.
And the worst part is I still can't defend against them, but at least I can take the same shot.
I mean, there's a lot of that, right? I think I heard Vince Sauceda once say, like, just in watching people play, he sees something that he likes in someone's game, even if it's just one shot, and adapts it into his own. Makes it a little bit his own, or even just mirrors it.
Yeah, they say that maybe they apply it to writers and writing, creative writing. They say like good writers create, the better writers steal. Good players create, maybe better players maybe steal some techniques here and there. I've learned many shots from some of the best players in North Carolina, and I'm learning some pretty cool shots here in Houston.
Yes. I've been playing since 2009, and I'm still learning new shots, picking up new little tendencies, new things. Like even today, here we are, 14 years later.
Yeah, I'm mostly just learning. Like I don't know, as you kind of watch these high caliber players, you watch their defensive styles, what they're really looking for. I'm kind of the one guys who put my whole body in the line, and you see some players on the higher end are a little bit more reserved because they're more calculated with their triangle defense and their offense, and I just want to blow everyone. I just want to put it all out there. because when you have a best 4 out of 7, you can't dump all your energy into your first or second or even your third game. You got to leave some on the tank, especially the fact that the winner of this game, as you pointed out earlier, has to go up against Colin in 2 back-to-back sets, even if they win the first one. If they lose the first one, it's over.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's going to be
great.
A lot of air hockey left to play,
Weissman,
potentially, for one of these 2 gentlemen.
So the loser of this match, I believe, will get third place overall.
Yes.
So that is...
Yeah, it's no spin-off here for who loses this. The loser goes to third. Winner, at worst, will finish second after playing Colin. Pete finds himself down 5-4.
Not sure if you're able to hear it. He let a big sigh as he went to go take that drift shot. You know, he's tired. It's not easy getting 4-0 by Colin Cummings and then having to wait in the losers bracket to whoever wanted to fight you next.
Yes. Yeah. Good transition opportunity there from Pete to make it 5-5.
This is his chance to turn something around.
Needs a big...
wow.
Good balance. It was a good block, so I'm glad that shot didn't...
Yeah, that would have been a heartbreaker. Oh, and it's unfortunate to follow it up with a bit of a flub like that. Let's see if he can make something here.
I think he was trying a nice off-speed left ball over and just mishit it. Oh, big right wall under to go up 6-5. Big point here. All right.
Pete has doubled the score from his last game. So obviously, like I told you, it looks like Pete is kind of coming alive. You see, he kind of like clenches his fingers a little bit.
I think the puck may come up a little bit, but Pete gets at least 2 shots here trying to take this game.
Oh,
good grab by Jacob.
Out of the goal.
I could see Jacob coming with a cut here. Yep, and Pete was on it.
You know, when you have players like this and you have so much power behind their... great transition.
All right, ready?
Well, I missed what the call there was.
I think there was some maybe conversation about that being an over to get over, but I don't... I think that his...
And what we have going on in this game, too, we have our main referee, Danny Hines, who you see on the screen there, and the person
Cummings,
on the other side is our assistant head referee, Mike Cummings.
Good shot. Lippincott will take. Ooh. Let's see that replay there.
What do you go with here?
That slow drift.
Oh, and across straight.
Shot.
So, replay, you saw Jacob just even move a fraction of the way towards the left wall.
I've heard that air hockey is a game of seconds and millimeters, and the slightest change in the direction of your mallet can be the beginning or the end of your career.
Yeah,
so,
one of the things I forget who told me, it might have been Billy or another former world champ.
For Billy Stubbs, you're referring to?
Yeah, Billy Stubbs. Yes. Is a lot of people, when they're first starting, they see the diamond drift and they think it's really fun to do and they drift, but it's really thinking about why you're drifting, right?
Yeah.
And a drift really, you're trying to get the defense to even move, and you're trying to get the defense to do what you want them to do.
Yeah. And I want to get back into the conversation. You know, when there's always, especially when you get this high in point value, and when we're at a 5-6 or 6-6. Some people feel a bit more inclined to argue over a call with refs when it comes to losing a possession, right? And so one of the conversations I had when I was brought on to help broadcast this was the aspect of slow motion replays or the ability to go back and watch a call. Because, I went back and I actually watched, I think it was the 2021 World Championship with Colin Cummings versus Jacob Weissman. And there were various times where Colin Cummings would reach all the way over the line with his mallet to retrieve a puck. And he got called, I think, several times by yourself and some other refs on that being overs. And it's crazy the reflexes it takes to be a really good, accomplished ref. And I was wondering about adding video tools, adding a high-speed camera there, where you can a ref can go in and do what NFL refs do. But the problem with that is because air hockey is such a fast game, having refs check footage takes time. That can really, really slow down the pace of a game, and you want to make sure that you can implement it properly, where it can be streamlined and easy, and not to make it assisting. Because it also feels bad if I can get instant replays on this table, but not the other 15 tables elsewhere. There's an inconsistency there in when I can ask a ref to check the tape.
Yeah, and that's almost something where something like that, I think, like if it was something where at a tournament like this, where it's down to the top 8 players and then they're all on this table, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Then it's like the top 8 get that.
Yeah. In that conversation, though, great shot by Lippincott to try to put himself on the board here. Game 2, left wall under, blocked by Lippincott. He'll get that possession back. Yeah, I think I talked to Brian Acrocco and some other folks in the tournament committee about implementation of slow-mos in the slow-mo replays for reps in the future. Other than for like entertainment purposes, if you just showed our viewers who are watching on all sorts of platforms. But if we were to do that, I think the USAA, the United States Air Hockey Association, would have to vote and have to put the up forward in motion in order to make that a valid consideration, because we have to go through all those hypotheticals like I did, right? How many times can I ask a referee to look at a replay? And so, like in the NFL, if a coach challenges a play, I believe it costs a timeout. If if the play stands, it costs a timeout. If the play is reversed, I don't think they're charged for the timeout.
And then I believe there's something where if they're successful once, they don't, or twice, they don't lose.
Good shot by Lippincott there.
Yeah.
And so like that, if that can be adapted to air hockey in a way to make it sure there's no like way to kind of take advantage of such a notion of like, I want to call every single play that a ref makes that I don't like, and make it so it costs you a timeout, right?
I'm not. I don't follow professional tennis that often, but I know players there have a certain number of challenges in professional tennis too for those line calls.
Yeah, and they will pull out the cameras and they will show the exact diagram where that
computer rated.
And I don't think our air hockey technology has reached that point yet, but we do have so many cameras here that it'd be really interesting in the coming years to see what potential there is for that kind of replay software to really elevate the game when you have the fastest tabletop game in existence. Shout out to ping pong, but we do it better. 80-mile-plus-hour shots. It'd be nice to have some kind of tech to kind of back up the. Great shot. Get interrupted just in time.
This is some wonderful air hockey being played by both players right here.
The word I was looking for is integrity, having tech to kind of back up the integrity of the refs and the integrity of the game, the rules.
And to your point with those overcalls in the past years, some of those things are just, as a ref, right? It's so fast to be able to see that mallet barely over the line over like a 30th of a second. So,
right wall over. What a shot. Weissman has had to answer for every single one of Pete's goals. Every single time he seems to score a point, Weissman is right behind him. Right, well, under. Weissman went to block the over again. He thought it was going to happen a second time. Like I said, Weissman over and over and over again. Weissman wants to close this game out, take the second game, and he does.
You're going to see that in replay here.
And you see Lippincott went not fast enough.
Yeah, the Jacobs right wall undercut combo from left to center is one of the best in the game, and his finish here, whether any in the top 3, is testament to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now we enter game number 4. If you're just joining us, we have Peter Lippincott, a master level player, facing off against Jacob Weissman, another master level player, former champion, well, current. I guess you can call him. I think you said he won 2017.
Yeah, it was his first World Championship, 2017. He had beaten a player from Russia, Vadim, in the finals in 2017.
Gotcha. It's so cool because we talk about the World Championship, and we're doing it right here in Houston, Texas, and people ask, where are the international players at? Well, I think we have a player here who's from Mexico City.
Yeah,
I think Will Upchurch currently lives in Europe.
Yeah.
The Juggernaut himself. I know he's from the States originally, but I think he flew in for Worlds, and so.
And I don't know if he's still here. He might be, but former two-time world champ Jose Mora, originally from Venezuela, lives in the U.S. now, was here. Guy spectating since he lives in Houston now.
It's awesome. Actually, funny, we had some North Carolinians. They went on vacation to I think it was somewhere in South America, and they found a Firestorm table or a Dynamo table out there. And I think they found a bar and started playing some folks. I'm like, look, we're gonna try to get air hockey into this. And I know I think there is a small air hockey league in Scotland.
Okay.
I'm interested to see how I think that I know that Kurt Zender has. I think he's described how sometimes he actually just uses Google Translate to try to send out some kind of correspondence to see where air hockey is being played around the world and see what they're doing differently than us. Because the United States Air Hockey Association is inside the United States. They might be playing by different rules out elsewhere, and I would really would love to see what this sport can do if we grow beyond the borders and really see what air hockey can do. We are in game number 4. Weissman takes his second point versus Pete Lippincott. Ooh.
Interesting. Jacob's release is a little different now. It almost shows like a cross left wall, but then is able to snap those cuts and right walls out of that release.
Yeah. Nice. Right wall from his left quadrant. Pete's bank shots are really cracking through this defense. Pete has to find out what is working for him before Weissman figures it out himself. Oh my God, a left wall under.
Touch shots.
Yeah.
Hard touch shots from Jacob. Oh, I think Pete went for enough speed.
Well, Pete finally blocks that under. But don't worry, Weissman's gonna try again.
Jacob tried to take a little speed off, see if he can get Pete to move out of the way.
Great block.
Pete was able to block it.
Fun fact, when I saw Pete Lippincott face off against Colin Cummings, he took not only 1, but 2 goals off of Colin Cummings using a double bank shot. That led me to create the theory of, is that the crack in Colin Cummings' armor? Is it I only have to take double banks, get inside his head?
I don't know. I don't think you can build a full strategy off of that. But
hey, watch me.
2 points.
Anyone watching, build your entire player strategy around double banks only. Maybe even a triple bank to trip them up. But it is hard though, because I feel deflects off the mallet a couple millimeters to the right, and that might have been able to be trapped and get that possession back. But woulda, shoulda, coulda is we'll run this game and make you lose your mind over it. But air hockey pucks, they kind of lose a lot of their force the moment they hit a surface, right? And so that they lose so much speed. Let show a strong wall under is probably the fastest shot you can take in air hockey, other than obviously a cut straight or something along those lines. But a double bank, you can lose so much of your speed that it becomes very, very easy for your opponent to maybe have the reflex and the reaction time to get there. But if you're not expecting it, you're not expecting it. All right, that is potential game point for Weissman here.
Jacob gets 3 shots here at least to try to end this game. It would be a huge win to go up 3-1 in the best of 7.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting way to put it, because in a game of possession, there it is. Weissman takes.
We've run across straight to
1.
end it. Yep.
Nice, and that's just
back
off
of the mallet cross.
side.
About? Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
One of the shadow refs walked over to us and asked if it was an overshot. Even if I knew the answer to that, I don't think I'd be allowed to tell him, because that really encroaches on the whole issue we discussed earlier on this being a USAA sanctioned rule. If a ref can use video footage to make calls, and I don't think that is appropriate for us to even try to encroach on that. I don't want Brian, not that he would do that, coming and be like, shut it down, no way. But I want to keep the integrity of air hockey the way it is, and that's why we have 2 refs, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why we have 2, because there's so much going on. So, one ref may be watching for, charging or who took the last offensive shot, and then the other is, in this case, I believe Joe was specifically just looking at that center line.
And the fact that Joe's looking right at the center line and still asked us, again, shows how fast these shots are. It's like you blink and it's gone. Ooh, a little bit of off speed there. You see Lippincott kind of darts past Weissman's mallet.
Good.
Oh.
Very good. Oh.
Transition.
In Chicago, we call those chase drills, because we actually work on a drill where we purposely miss overbanks. And like the point is for me to hit almost overbank against you, and you to get that reaction time and the muscle memory of
to transition the shot. Yeah, I've done the occasional drill with Joey List from North Carolina, #1 player in the state. I can't remember what he placed at this year, but he taught me the same thing. He's like, we're going to play a game. It's you and me. You and I are each going to just take off goals, and every time you catch the puck, you get a point per possession, and that's how. And you play to 7 for that. And the idea is that you're just taking off goals wherever you can. Ooh, Weissman launches his mallet. That is a foul in the Iraqi world, and that possession will go to Lippincott.
Yeah, Jacob used to play with a string on his mallet years ago, where with the string on the mallet that attached to the hands, that wouldn't be a loss of mallet. Foul in those cases, unless the string came off.
Yeah, it's interesting because Tim Weissman also plays with a string on his mallet, and so
I do as well. So
I didn't know that. Yeah. It's,
there's pros and cons to it. So when that happens on the offensive side, it's no loss of mallet, but the problem is you can't block the goal like you can.
You can't consider goaltending. Ooh, great shot by Lippincott.
Yeah, so it helps and it hurts.
I think I might have never seen Weissman kind of roll his eyes at that shot. He was jazzed about getting scored on there. 2 points separates Weissman from Colin Cummings. Pete Lippincott has a bit farther to go, but that mountain is not insurmountable.
Big shot.
Match point for Weissman. No timeout is called. Pete Lippincott.
Jacob gets at least 3 shots to end this game and the set. And ends it. Jacob White.
Charge attempt. It was actually a wall. He expected it to be a cut or some kind of straight. He darts. Moves right around. Congratulations to Jacob Weissman. He will face off against Colin Cummings. And he does have to take 2 sets off him. So he had to win 8 games against Colin Cummings. Not necessarily in a row, but before Colin wins 4 against you.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to get Weissman back here. I know he just darted off, so I know he's probably going to go take a moment to chill. But congratulations, Jacob Weissman. We will be seeing him again on this table versus Colin Cummings. Q, I want to thank you for joining me on this match.
Absolutely, thank you.
What are you looking forward to? What do you think that coming off this victory? Jacob Weissman has faced off against Colin Cummings before in these kind of final matches. What do you think needs to change in what he's done wrong in the past when he's lost to Colin before?
I think the key for Jacob is going to be to win at least one of the first 2 games. I think Jacob needs to kind of like stay almost point for point or game for game with Colin to kind of have a shot at the first set. I think like if Colin gets that kind of 2-game cushion, that's going to give Colin a little extra motivation to kind of close it out in that first set.
I'm surprised you didn't mention double banks.
I
for
forgot,
our conversation. I set you up for it, and you struck me down.
That's right. You know what? Maybe I'll go let Tim know. Like I don't want to get in Jacob's ear, but
let's pull Tim Weissman aside and be like, "Hey, I think we discovered the secret." But I highly doubt it. But you never know.
If I had known that, Colin had to play my friend and doubles partner from Chicago, Dan Meyer, earlier. Had I known the double bank, I would have.
So actually, speaking of doubles, I actually do owe you and Dan an apology. So your team name is the Puck Buddies.
Yes.
So I misspelled your team name in our scoreboard every single time you were on our feature table because I thought you were the Puck Bunnies.
Oh, okay.
And which is a term used for usually the wives and girlfriends of hockey players. They call them Puck Bunnies. If you're shout out to Letterkenny, that's usually what a term they call the girls who kind of like are the groupies of big air hockey players. And so I thought that's what the reference was. And so the entire time I think even Jody felt because I wrote it in and that's what we thought it was. And so I did want to give a formal apology to all the fans of the Puck Buddies doubles team.
It's all right. We got to that name. Maybe we'll incorporate it into our next T-shirt design.
That's a good one. Yeah, because you have the unicorn across the front, right?
So our double shirt that we had is like it's an evolution of all of our double shirts. So we were big on like having matching double shirts every year we played. So
how long have you been doubles partners?
Dan and I first played doubles 2011.
Wow. So 12 plus years?
Yeah, 12 plus years. We're won 2 titles.
Wow.
One is Puck Buddies and one is Land of Lincoln.
Say it one more time?
One is Land of Lincoln.
Land of Lincoln. Okay.
Yeah, because being from Illinois, it's the state name. And that shirt, there was a company we got bought, like, Dan often bought shirts from, and they had a graphic of a cartoon Abraham Lincoln uppercutting a T-Rex. So that's the shirts we wore that year.
Incredible. Okay.
So but our shirts this year with Puck Buddies, the unicorn was our first double theme name, which was Rainbows, Unicorns, and Pixies. So that's where all that came from.
A truly intimidating team name.
Yes, yeah, that's what we were going for. And then small little details on the shirt. We were Team Dom James at one point, and there's a tattoo on the horse of our shirt from that year. And then Puck Buddies for several years after that.
Gotcha. Well, shout out to the Puck Buddies. I know that's probably a derivation of some other word I can't say on here. But it's actually funny we can get into the theory of what doubles team names really consist of. Usually it's some kind of pun or some kind of derivation there. For instance, me and my partner Jody Jackson, for our double team, we were called Judge, Jury, and Pucksecutioner.
Oh, nice.
Mostly because Jody is a law student right now, so we thought we could add a bit of the legal eagle conversation there. I know that some other team names I've seen, other doubles team names. I was the Squawking 76ers. Me and my roommate were doubles partners. Both of us went to Salisbury University on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, where our mascot was a seagull. Same as the seagull. Shout out to Salisbury University. We are the Squawking 76ers for that reason. So it's very interesting. A great way to get kind of creative with your team.
And I love teams that do all the matching shirts or matching costumes in some way. I think it's just adds a fun element to a serious
Yeah,
shirt event.
moment I told Jody we could match for Friday, she was like, let's do Saturday and Sunday. I mean, it's probably me actually saying that, because you can see we are disco balling it out for the championship game. That is going to be Colin Cummings versus Jacob Weissman. They have faced off before. Colin has walked away in the past. The victor. Let's see if Jacob Weissman has learned anything. He's been in the lab. He's been in the gym. He's been working on his fitness. But I don't think that Colin Cummings is a slouch either. I think that he's number one in the world for a reason. If Colin Cummings wins this game, which he is the favorite to, if he wins this match, which he's the favorite to do so, I believe he will tie with Danny Hines for the most championships.
Yes, I believe that's right. Jesse Dowdy as well. I think number of world titles would be at 11. At this point, I think number of world titles for Colin right now, I believe Tim Weissman's also at 10.
Yeah.
So I think he's tied with Tim, but yeah, that would be, I mean, either way, kind of, I don't know the word I'm looking for, elite or very small group.
Top tier, right?
Very
it's
small.
inner circle.
Exclusive, very like the skill level that it takes to be that good for that long.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Q, thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you.
When we come back, it's going to be Weissman versus Colin Cummings. I believe Phil Arnold's going to do a bit of a song and dance with the belt, and so I'm going to go get him mic'd up. Thank you so much. When we come back, thank you so much, Q.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
That was it. And he said, you got 5 minutes to use that. After that, we ain't using it no more. I was like, all right. Ever since then, I
You can see on screen Phil Arnold of Recreation Sports holding the hockey belt. You see he's off to show it off, the Grand Championship belt. Jacob Weissman and Colin Cummings want this so badly. It's the belt of champions. Phil Arnold of Recreation Sports is showing that off, showing the world. This is what it's all about. Everybody, when we come back, again, Weissman versus Colin Cummings. With the way the bracket works, Colin Cummings was undefeated. He stomped his way through the winner's bracket. Jacob Weissman, now the winner of the loser's bracket, has to defeat Colin Cummings in not one but 2 back-to-back sets if he is hoping to take the belt from Colin Cummings. Colin wants his 11th world title. Not if Weissman has anything to say about it. Stay tuned, everybody. This is what we have been waiting for all weekend. Hours upon hours of air hockey have led to this moment. Don't go anywhere.
number you end up finishing with?
25. I got beat in rank by Los and
7.
Yeah. But they don't care about that rank. If he gets out 20, they know what they want. They want that NC1.
All right, everybody. We are getting ready for Jacob Weissman versus Colin Cummings. I'm joined at the table once again by the man, the myth, the man of the future himself, Phil Arnold. Phil, say hi to the world.
Greetings, friends around the world. This is Phil Arnold, live with Air Hockey World Championship.
Yeah, so we are basically at the culmination, the coup de grace, if you will, of an entire weekend here in Houston, Texas, celebrating 50 years of air hockey, the 2023 World Championship. Colin Cummings has made his way through the winner's bracket undefeated. He has one more match ahead of him, and that's going to be Jacob Weissman. Jacob Weissman won the loser's bracket, and the way this is formatted is that Colin, all he has to do is win a 4 out of 7 games to win the set and win the championship.
That's exactly right. And if he wins that set, he is the world champion, remains the world champion. If Jacob wins that set, they have to play another set, a second set,
that's the way
to
the format
determine
goes.
the world champion.
Yeah, because I guess format-wise, that would quote-unquote drop Colin into a loser's bracket. No one else is there, and he goes right back up to face Jacob again. And so that is going to be quite a mountain to climb to defeat the #1 player in the world.
Yes, it's very difficult. Now,
I think you might have seen a very brief interaction. So I quoted Jacob Weissman yesterday on the commentator table. I asked him about the recent rules for face-offs in games where if both parties consent, you can choose to do a face-off every single game in a set. Weissman said if he made it to the finals, he was going to ask to do a face-off every single game in this set. So I think he just walked up to Colin to ask if he would consent to doing a face-off.
Colin, you doing face-offs every game?
Oh, just got confirmation they will be doing a face-off every game. This is the first time in a World Championship that they're allowed to do that because USA recently voted to implement that as an option. Phil, what do you think about the future of air hockey and that being the fact that maybe the future is face-offs?
as long as it's a choice that the two players have, I think it's all fair. But some players are shorter than other players.
Yeah.
You don't want to force them to have to do a face-off every time. Yeah, this is an amazing time. Jacob has won, one World Championship? Yes, Jacob Weissman has. Colin is going for his 8th USAA World Championship. This is a very important moment for him. Danny Hines there, the main referee for this, has won 11 World Championships to tie, that's USAA World Championships, to tie Jesse Dowdy, who has also 11 World Championships sanctioned by USAA. So Jacob was going for his 2nd USA World Championship. Colin also won 3 other championships with another organization, Air Hockey Players Association, a number of years ago. So this is a big moment right here for Colin and also for Jacob.
Yeah.
Personally, I've been in the finals 5 times. I never won a championship, and it's a stressful thing. You really want to get one. And when you don't get one, you have to live with the fact that you never got it.
Yeah, air hockey, inherently, because we do, I use the word fetishize, the 7-6, which I think is inherently a woulda, shoulda, coulda, right? That's the pure manifestation of me staying awake at night, staring at my ceiling, going, if I just took the over.
One more point.
Yeah, one more point, right?
Yeah,
And so, and that can really eat you alive if you're not careful.
The 2023 World Championship Finals is about to be underway. Please participate in being as excited as you like.
This is the largest bracket we've ever had in championships. 128 people in this bracket. According to the Midic ratings, this was actually the hardest. Yep, he just let you know it's face-offs every single game. Face-off number 1. Ooh, no bloodshed. Very easy. Transitionary shot there. Awesome mallet, so that possession will stay in Colin. another transition shot. Colin.
Jacob likes that circle drift. He shoots off a circle drift. Colin just charged the puck. The puck goes back over to Jacob. Jacob with the puck. Colin blocks it. Jacob brings it to the blue line and misses.
It feels like we're golf commentators. I've never heard this room so quiet. I feel like I have to whisper to make sure that these players aren't distracted. So you see, all you hear is maybe the sound of the grunts of the players, and maybe hear the sound of that clacking, that sound we all have maybe even grown addicted to.
Yes.
But there's only one sound more addicting than that, and it's that sound right there.
Exactly right. It's 2-1 in favor of Colin. Colin with the puck hits it off the table. It goes over now to Jacob. Jacob has strained a leg. Oh, he's got a hammy.
Let him stretch that out.
That's gonna make it difficult.
He kind of flicks that leg out there,
Yeah, you
trying to
gotta
keep
be
it stretching.
hydrated.
Yeah.
That's going to make a difference. I've had that happen to me 2 or 3 times. You push, even though we don't run in air hockey, we do push off with the legs to impart more power to the puck.
Yeah, you see that now.
This could be a problem for him.
Another foul. These air hockey pucks can only take so much power behind these shots. Great block. Oh, you see Weissman taps his goal out of solidarity. That's not the way he wants to score, but I know he'll take it. He's not going to give the shot back.
Beautiful right wall under.
Yeah. Oh, this
Colin is so quick, isn't he, on these transitions?
And that is really what makes you seem like to be such a flashy player like Colin is. he will take the bread and butter unders in his cuts, but his transitionary ability. This is what I call the Weissman timeout. The Weissman clan, the Weissman dynasty, they have a rule. If you get scored on 3 times in a row, take your timeout. Take that 10 seconds, recalibrate, reorient. You see he's clutching his left hamstring. Weissman fires back. Colin Cummings has a very big habit of running away with games. If you let him, he will just score over and over and over again. He'll take the same shot, too, and you won't be able to do a single gosh darn thing about it. That puck will go back to Weissman. Colin Cummings has at least 3 attempts to win this game. Get minimum 3 possessions. Ooh, you see that puck fly at one of our cameras.
Danny Hines, referee, points that it is Jacob's puck.
And there is another instant replay right there.
Let's watch that replay.
Moment that puck crosses that center line, that puck is all Colin's, and he will do with it what he wishes.
Exactly.
Colin Cummings takes game number 1, 7-3. You see that Weissman is going to walk over to the left side, and he's going to actually be stretching out his hamstring. He needs to get that tightness out. You see his doubles partner, Avery Yebernetsky, is going to go walk over and try to console him, see what he can do.
It's hard to do. You got to push off that leg to do right.
Yeah, some players, like I tend to drive forward my right leg. It's funny, every single time I go home after playing a tournament at like Boxcar, I will like see just patterns of bruises on my thigh from where I really put my body on the line. And so this game takes a toll on you. I mean, I'm not going to try to compare us to like NFL athletes or any of these kind of high contact sports, but the amount of games you have to play to really get yourself up there, the hours you take shots. I mean, I'm extending my right elbow, and I'm feeling that tension. If I don't stretch it out, I'm feeling I'm going to be very, very sore in the morning.
It's comparable, I think, to table tennis and racquetball, where you are using the arms so much to drive that ball or that point home. You gotta be in shape.
There's a significant hypertension. Yeah.
Yeah, we usually run a couple of miles.
And I have a special treat for all of you. Not only is Phil Arnold going to be here, I'm going to be joined by our tournament director, Brian Ocrocco. That is for you, sir. Brian, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes, my name is Brian Ocrocco. I'm the tournament director for this. Been playing air hockey for 32 years and running tournaments for about 30.
Yeah, we are about to enter game number 2, Colin Cummings versus Jacob Weissman. Colin already took one game. We're going to recentering our table because when you are playing and you're driving your legs.
Their hockey tables move around a lot. We put a lot of weight into them.
Yeah, I think Austin Fernandez is being mostly blamed for a lot of why this table moved. He puts both of his legs right up on there. You actually can see the table wobble as he diamond drifts. A very, very powerful player, and the table sometimes guys got to give, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt. Tables weigh what, about 600 pounds?
Depends on the table, but I think these older tables here are probably in the 500 to 600 range.
Yeah.
The old brown tops were heavier than that.
We're
Back
entering
to action here.
face-off number
Another
2.
face-off.
Oh, they agreed to face off
yeah,
every game?
That's what agreed. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Jacob's got them both times.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, we described it. This is the first time we had a championship where players can agree to do face-offs every single game. That puck will go to Cummings.
Yeah, it will. Not surprising at all that Jacob finds himself back into the finals. He's been working hard on his game.
We just hope that Hammy doesn't inhibit him.
Yeah, Colin is in great shape as always, looking for his 11th world title.
Circle drift by Jacob, pulls it up, does a shot that misses. Quickness of Colin. Quick, so quick.
Kind of reinvented the sport because you know, for the longest time it was believed that drifting too quickly you couldn't be accurate also, and he's proven that you can be quick and definitely accurate.
He is, he really is. 1-to-1
Yeah, it might seem kind of flashy, but I've seen people diamond drift directly into their own goals if they're not careful. I doubt that is something that Colin Cummings would give in to do, but
one of the things that's different with Colin also than the defense, his ability to steal pucks and quick captures and jump out quickly.
Yeah, he anticipates it when it
he limits what
getting
your
away from him.
Yeah, he limits what your offense can do there. Oh, Colin with a charge. Yeah, that was a charge. Absolutely, really great stuff.
Look at the concentration on Colin's face.
Yeah, he's very physically fit. He's focused. He's balanced. You can see the alignment of his body.
See how far back he is on the mallet.
And his mental concentration, his ability to see the movement of the puck. His human abilities are superior.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of those fouls. You know, with the amount of power they're really doing with defense, you can hit these as hard as you can.
Good retrieve by Jacob.
Yeah, very good.
Amazing reflexes.
Yeah, Jacob is also in fantastic physical shape. An amazing game.
I see both these players have such a very wide wingspan. They're using every inch of their side of the table. And go ahead and sand that because air hockey players know when the puck is dragging way more than it should be on these low friction tables.
Beautiful cross.
It was a great cross straight. Yes, it was. Yeah. It was gorgeous.
Really do back to it again. And yes, he did. He's a killer. Really do it again. He banked.
He went for the under.
The right wall under there.
Mistake.
Very rare mistake for Jacob Weissman. He doesn't score on himself very much. Just missed the cross for it there.
When Colin Cummings blocks a straight, there's like a split second where he immediately just chooses to immediately attack and take those transition areas. And it scares the absolute crap out of me every single time I see it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good transition capture by Jacob.
Yeah.
Wow, really good. Got a great cut shot.
We got a game now. Game going on.
Let's see that in instant replay. Yeah, if you're watching these replays, bottom right of your screen.
Jacob's now at game point 4.
Jacob needs this game bad. Colin comes back on him here. This will be disastrous for Jacob.
Agreed.
Jacob needs this point.
All right,
6-5.
Weissman will at
6-5
minimum get
Jacob.
at least 2 chances.
Let's see if Jacob goes to that cross. Oh, all right, being very patient. Good timing on the drift. Oh. Colin quickly. Colin gets a quick transition there. Jacob holding possession, gets his third attempt. Colin steals it. That quickness I was talking about. He can steal possessions.
Oh, with the
Colin with it.
pump fake, the timeout.
Very rare for Colin to take a timeout, but he knows the pressure of the situation. He wants to make sure he executes well
I've seen
here.
a move by Phil Arnold doing something like that from time to time on the tables.
Colin with an off goal. He's playing very smart here.
Good defense by Jacob.
Great defense.
He needs this point. Oh, quickness by Colin defends it. Off the table, hit that puck off the table, you lose
Both these
possession.
players are really vying hard. The defense is locked down. Air hockey is very special. The concentration level at 6 goes up really, really high.
Jacob's got one more chance here. Let's see if we can do it. He needs this point.
He chunks
Lost his mallet. Yeah, lost his mallet in the
He
process.
immediately
See if he
shouted
can
sorry,
continue
you
to
know, when he-
defend.
Could be off speed. Off speed by Colin, maybe.
I don't think he's going to risk that. Jacob gets a transition under. Jacob game. What a great battle these two are having. And Jacob with looked like a right wall over off a transition shot.
Incredible. What
Yeah.
quick reflexes.
Very, very good shot.
These are the best in the world playing. You're watching the very best players in the world here. Imagine playing them. Do you think you could score 1 point? Not likely.
Yeah, really.
To keep readjusting our cameras because these players are throwing all their body weight, moving it back and forth, back and forth.
So they, in that game, Jacob was able to get a lead and Colin fought back. But in air hockey, there's just something special about when you get to the 6 point, the great players, the concentration that comes in defensively, that really makes the difference. And what we saw there, both of these players really resilient at 6, and it took a transition. It took the puck in a transitional state with a perfect shot out of that for Jacob to get the game. So had to reach really deep for that, but as Phil said, he needed that. You don't want to go down 2-0 to the 10-time world champion.
You can see in between during this couple minutes break, looks like Danny Hines is pulling out a selection of air hockey.
Yeah, there's lots of different pucks, and so they're trying to figure out the right puck. You want a puck that drifts well and moves well. Definitely don't want to have any drag.
Absolutely incredible display already. We are tied, 1 game each, but Jacob Weissman knows if he's
We have a
able
very
to win
large,
this
very
set,
large crowd watching the match here. Well over 100 people in the room.
Jacob has won the face-off twice. Let's see if he wins the 3rd face-off. Yep, he got 3 in a row. That's insignificant. See, that point
Right wall over.
face-off skill.
Yeah, again, that first position, you got a hard right wall over there.
Colin hasn't scored in a while.
Good steal from Jacob. Colin's shot missed. And Jacob's shot rims out there, just off by a hair as he tried to cut.
I tell you, Crocker, I have never seen this room so quiet. This room is filled with 16 air
Colin
hockey
with a cross
tables.
straight there, yeah.
And now
It's focused.
Jacob
Colin
with a great
loves that
stop.
Quick draw shot.
He does. Jacob saw it. He was very steady on defense. He was able to gain possession.
It's great discipline.
That
Both
right
of-
wall is screaming hard.
Both of these players using the soft cream high top mallet, which it's a softer plastic, so it's designed to give you that absorption and take the shock. So it requires you to put more strength into the shots. But as you can see, that's not a problem for these guys.
Sometimes they put too much mustard on it, and that's when you see these pucks go flying because they're
Beautiful right wall.
Two beautiful. Right wall was an over, actually.
Over. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. Colin's really playing out.
Yeah, he's just.
That's way,
Wow.
way out.
That was an under there, and he froze Colin.
It was formatted to still hit
Colin
that
going to
right
his.
side of Colin's goal,
Wow,
but
quick
so
cross
it
straight
unders
off a
now.
reverse diamond. That was beautifully executed. Oh, wow. Quick forehand transition catches Jacob out of position after blocking Jacob's under.
Air hockey has backhands and forehands. Mostly backhands, but Colin just shot a forehand in a moment ago. That's a
He
backhand.
gets a slice cut there. That was
Yeah.
gorgeous from kind of the center of the quadrant, center of the table. Just beats the angle on the defense. Perfectly executed within a millimeter of accuracy.
Classic Weissman timeout. If you get scored on several times in a row, you better be taking a timeout.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Colin with the transition, using his speed there to get a piece of the shot. Jacob with a cut. Colin with a cross straight.
Good game.
Really just showing his skill there, transition points. Very good accuracy. It was perfect, right on the.
This is a big difference in this.
Mm-hmm.
You see Colin Cummings quickly.
That's what makes the
sands
dominant
his puck.
champions. That's what separates someone that wins a tournament from someone that can win over and over and over and over. That ability really during
Yeah,
a
Brian, if you want to
match.
scoot over and get you in the camera here. There you go. Brian Acrocco, Phil Arnold. We are on the commentary table. This is some of the best air hockey I've ever seen. This is my first time in Houston, Texas. I want to thank both of you for allowing me to come here and allow me to give this this sport the kind of coverage that it so desperately needs. People need more air hockey. I've heard Phil say that over and over and over again.
It's the greatest sport ever invented.
Absolutely. And I believe we are in 50 years of air hockey, and here's
50
to
years.
50 more as Colin Cummings game number 4 coming up. 2 games Colin, 1 game's Jacob Weissman. You see that Weissman is over with his doubles partner, Avery Yebernetsky, kind of taking that time to shake it off. It's never nice being beaten by Colin Cummings, but sometimes it's inevitable. And you got to figure out how you're going to adapt and make your way back. He's won 3 back-to-back face-offs. And see if he can transition that into victories.
You're right about air hockey being universal. Wherever you go in the world, you can find air hockey tables. You may not find big tournaments, but you can find mothers and fathers and sons and daughters playing air hockey the world over. I've seen it in Turkey. Sure, happy to. Seen it in Kyrgyzstan, seen it in Rome, seen it in Paris. Air hockey is worldwide.
Phil was very well traveled, so he would know.
Oh yeah, I've sought for air hockey.
Here you go, game 4, 2-1 Colin. To see if Jacob can respond. I always tell people in a match of this magnitude, your goal is to get
he lost that one.
Your goal is to get it to 2-2. Right? If you can just get it to 2-2, you're in good stance. Jacob with a reverse diamond. Tries a left wall under, over the line there.
Let's call him foul for an over there by Weissman.
Nice recovery.
Very recovery, good capture. Held his scare on. Nice delay on that. It just froze Colin. Fired it through him. Weissman defends the under. Puck leaves the table. He gets possession.
Kind of angle that Weissman took with that bank shot, trying to be very deceptive. You see sometimes they cock the elbow so far up, trying to get any angle they can off that release. Nice cross.
Weissman up to a 2-0 lead, which against most opponents is significant, but Colin can come back from 5 points if he needs to.
Colin's trying to speed up his preparation of the shot, the way he dances with the puck.
You're right.
Speeding it up faster and faster, but that will make his accuracy go down, theoretically.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening. He goes off goal on purpose. He's missing on purpose, folks. There's a right wall
Well,
under,
I think
screaming hard.
he was, lengthening the possession to keeping the puck away from Jacob, trying to break his momentum there and got a point. So it's really smart. Wow, right wall over for Jacob Weissman. He really executed well there.
Yeah, I think he's over that little minor injury he had earlier.
I didn't realize he was injured.
Oh,
yeah,
he
he
was
pulled
kind of
his-
rubbing his hamstring a little bit. Looks like
He was in pain.
Wow. Nope. Colin reads that.
He fires quickly.
Colin, rare mistake, scores on himself.
That's once out of a 5-year period.
Yeah, you don't see that happen very often, but when you play at a high-speed game, it does happen.
You see, as part of the culture of air hockey, if your opponent self-scores, a lot of people bang their mouth against the goal. It sounds like I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to earn our points. You know, we don't want to win because our opponents make bad mistakes. Wow, Weissman is dominating. Let's see if Colin can rally a comeback here.
See that fast dance of the puck before he shoots? It's incredibly quick. But it's a theory. Is that the best way to play? It
So
works for Colin.
Jacob's release timing has really improved in this game. The delay and the disguise have improved a lot, and that's why he's scoring.
Look at that forehand.
Another
He's
quick
got a
transition
quick
for Colin.
forehand.
Again, Colin, no lead is safe on
It's
Colin.
like a
So
lion's paw hitting that puck so fast.
let's see if Jacob can find the 7th point. Nope.
I'll go back to Cummings. Weissman has minimum 3 different chances to get possession if Cummings
Yes, he
wanted
does.
to get.
He must get this.
Yeah, you don't want to give up a game where you have a 6-2 lead.
Can't squander the opportunity. He's going to get
smart. He
possession.
calls a timeout
Weissman
after.
will. Yeah.
So it's a good rule when your opponent scores 2 in a row like that. Is when you have a lead, you stop the play. Give yourself a second to think. Let's see what he's going to come out with. All right, so Colin has come back. Nope.
Colin's defense putting up strong.
Jacob gets another opportunity here. Let's see if he. There, it's a right wall over. That was a great right wall over. It's 2 games apiece. Game off, he got a lead. Colin looked like he was coming back, but Jacob with a right wall over again. A perfect right wall over. That's something. Weissman offense is a lot of hard right wall unders and cuts, but he's recognized that right wall over is necessary in the modern era, and he's really worked hard on it. He's executing it flawlessly there. It's a great kill shot if you can hit it. It's the equivalent of a 3-pointer in basketball. It's a lower percentage shot, so it really there's some risk in shooting it, but some people have learned to master it. Yeah, Pete Lippincott, who finished 3rd, was hitting just amazing left wall, amazing right wall overs. It pulverized me in that match, 4-0. And yeah, the right wall overs were incredible. There's a lot more players that are really learning to hit them from different spots accurately.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the geometry of an over. Mostly it's just the angle plus the fact you have to just slightly take some power off of it, so you want your opponent to dodge out of the way unknowingly.
Well, sometimes, unless your opponent's coming back really hard to the goal, then you do want to hit it hard.
Face-off number 5.
All right, through 2 games apiece.
Jacob got 4 out of 5 of those face-offs.
Stay in play.
A little bit of forehand stuff. Yeah, some new stuff from Jacob. I like it. Oh, good cut.
Hard, straight, goes
It was
in.
good, but it was the arm swing, the little arm swing flutter. I wish we'd had an instant replay of that. You would have seen the arm swing flutter that froze Colin, and then he swung and sliced it in. He's using a lot of deception in his hand movements now. And see, now he's getting possessions back because Colin can't tune into where the puck's going.
Sort of quivering it.
Yeah, you can't just hit the puck flat. It's really got to be well disguised against Colin. See how quickly he reads it. Colin with his patented cut. Jacob had it, but just missed it by hair. All right.
You see Weissman
Good
kind of
off,
crouches
good
real
off.
low there.
When the cross there, he leaned his body like he was going to do the cut and fired the cross. It was great. Colin again with that cut. It's just so accurate.
That's his puck. Popped up in his hand. It still belongs to Colin.
Right outside the goal there.
Coming off the back of the mallet, misses. Setting it up,
Colin's cross misses there.
speeding up the delivery. Faster, faster. He
Missed it.
faster,
Puck
faster,
goes.
it happens.
Yeah,
Inaccuracy.
little mistake there.
Again,
Jacob with a
Jacob
cross
the
straight.
puck, and he put it in.
So far, it's been cross straights versus cuts in this game.
Good reflexes by Jacob. Jacob brings the puck up the blue line.
Another cross straight.
Straight.
I think this is a perfect time for Colin to take a timeout. He needs to figure out what
Jacob's
he
doing a
needs
good
to
job
do
of
here.
shutting down Colin's
He's under
transition.
pressure.
Well, Colin gets a lot of transition points. Jacob's really done a good job of taking those away.
Good defense. Jacob with the puck. Straight shot misses. Colin gets it. Colin shoots, misses. Jacob's long reach gets the puck.
And a little bit of a transition volley there, but
Colin's playing so fast. Don't you think it's a little too fast?
nah, not for him.
I don't know. He's missing so much. Finally.
Commentator's
He
curse
was,
there,
he
Phil.
was setting that up.
Ooh, he took a chance of the double bank.
Look at those reflexes.
I like that Jacob's being more assertive, challenging at the line
That
more.
puck
He's
goes
really
flying. You hear the crowd.
Jacob is playing the match as if he's the champion. He's playing very strong here. His posture is that I'm the better player on the table. He's not afraid of Colin's speed. I like it. Another cross straight. He's really found that shot there.
It's definitely chest and fast motion.
Oh,
Look at that snag by Jacob.
He's worked on his game. He's learned to hit what he needs to hit. As Mark Robbins having a conversation with me on the side there and commenting that Jacob's done for his cut, but he's hitting great cross straights. I'm like, yeah, in order to be a champ, you got to be able to hit it all.
This is a big possession. Jacob needs this point. Colin does not want him to get it.
Of course not.
It's a battle of will.
Well, that goes to a cut that time. Wow.
Colin's losing possessions.
Yeah, he's making more errors than I've seen him make, so I think that Jacob's putting a lot of pressure on him.
He tried an off speed. Jacob tried an off speed, I think. It didn't work.
I'm not sure, yeah. Nope, that was not a good shot there by Jacob. Colin's cut blocked by Jacob, leaves the table. Jacob has the puck again at game points 4.
2 games 2. 2 games 2.
Colin with a quick right wall under, make it.
You guys both for 1 second.
Almost. Colin
was on the ropes, but now
he was on the
he's
ropes and
fall
he's
back
fought back.
6-6.
Let's see if Jacob can hold off.
Colin's setting it up with miss.
Colin
Timeout
calls
is
the
called.
timeout. He knows the magnitude of this point. Very important point right here.
Good defense by Jacob.
Great defense, yes.
Great defense by Colin.
Colin with a transition. Colin that was critical. And again, that speed. He gets a transition left wall under. Fuck. Jacob had the game up 6-4. Colin was able to come back and get 3 unanswered points.
6-4.
Yeah, got 3 unanswered points. And Jacob looked like he had the. Colin is so great at doing that. You think you've got him put away, and all of a sudden, bam, 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 and he's right back in, and he's so quick to score.
You made that point earlier. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, we've all seen it.
Colin Cummings came into the sport because he moved in across the street from me, so he and his family and introduced him.
And do you feel like you should take official credit for any and all?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a pat on the back. Yeah.
I brought him into the sport, taught him everything I know, and now look what he's doing.
Colin Cummings,
Yeah.
3 games to 2, is
Oh,
7 points away
Yep.
from that belt, from taking his 11th world title.
That's right. He tied the great Danny Hines, who's reffing the match.
And he'll get his 8th United States Air Hockey Association sanctioned one if he wins it.
This isn't match game. This is tournament game for Colin Cummings.
Colin wins the face-off.
Colin wins his second.
Oh, wasn't that
Jacob
an
with a
amazing
forehand, and I like
forehand?
it.
His second face-off of the match.
Beautiful cross stretch.
Yeah, beautiful cross to make it 1-1.
Oh, the transition.
Jacob has put him a great
I guess
fight.
he called over on Colin on the last one. That's why the point didn't count. Jacob leads 2-1.
And they got that kind of wingspan. They're going to try to flirt with that center line when they can.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, in air hockey, is touching the line, either player can contact it, but if it's all the way on the other side, you cannot. It's a foul if you do so.
Great recovery by Weissman.
Yes, send it.
So we had a little bit of a drag on the puck there sometimes with all the hard contact.
And just like how basketball players, when they go to different stadiums, know when a hoop is off by even a quarter of an inch when their free throws aren't going through, an air hockey player knows when there's too much drag on an air hockey
That's
puck,
correct.
just by feeling.
Over the line call,
Yeah,
no point.
it's still 3-1.
Still 3-1.
That's a beautiful shot. Get a little pump fake.
It's interesting because in watching the match, it looks like Jacob has outperformed Colin throughout the match. Yet Colin's winning the match, and Danny was the same way. Danny Hines, there's so many times you felt like you were playing better, but he just found how to win games. That last game was conducive of that. Colin came back and took that. Let's see if Jacob can close this game out. He's jumped up to a three-point separation. Over called again.
Good save.
Great save.
Beautiful save there.
Great
Kept the
save.
puck on the table. Jacob with the puck. 4-1. Hits a slow one. Beautiful defense. Jacob gets back just in time to block that bank shot from going into the goal.
Yes, he did. Right wall over to go up 5-1.
Is that right wall over?
It was a right wall over. Yeah.
Good defense here by Jacob.
Yeah, he's
It's very difficult to do if you're watching.
he's reading Colin well so far in this game. That's
As Brian said, Colin can bear down now and put Jacob in imminent danger, even though Jacob has the lead. Yeah, you got to put him away
just
now.
missed the cross. He took a little off of it.
It's coming back.
Oh, the puck went off the table.
Oh, it
Still
did.
5-2.
And
5-2.
just because you're up by 3 points.
Great. That looked like a right wall under. He really disguised it well.
You're right about that, Tim.
So the skill of that release is what made that work. Wow, another big forehand from Colin.
Weissman, at minimum, is going to get 3 possession attempts to try to take
Can
game
he
3
do
of his
it?
own.
And what would you shoot?
He shoots a cut.
I would shoot that.
Shoots a cut.
I would shoot the shot. Crowd is getting hype. We enter game
7. This is what it's all about right here. We all live for game 7.
I have seen incredible matches on this table that got to 7-7, even to 6-6. I know that Cummings and Weissman are
Here's
very
a
special
little
athletes.
something you may not know. This table they're playing on right here, this is the table that Danny Hines won his first world championship on against Tim
No way.
Wow.
That's an amazing piece of trivia. So, do you feel like there's a bit of good luck kind of baked into that table? There's a bit of that special air hockey magic?
I think so.
So we're at 3 games apiece. If Colin wins this game, he wins the world championship. If Jacob wins the game, we have to play one more set.
Yeah, we're going to have
That's right.
so much more air hockey ahead of us. And I feel a bit, biased because I want to see another set happen. I want to see it go to the final game of the second set. I want to see Colin Cummings and Weissman duke it out on the table. But I don't think Colin Cummings wants to take another set. I think he wants to seal the deal right here, right now.
Can he do it? Can he do it? We're here at the Max Resto 2023 World Championship of Air Hockey.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and give a big shout out to some of our sponsors. Yeah, you mentioned Max Resto.
Oh, yes.
Our title sponsor, yes, very grateful to them.
They were imperative in making sure this tournament happened. Give big shout out to Recreation Sports with Phil
Thank
Arnold, Extreme Air Hockey, Brian Ocrocco.
Yes.
Thank you for sponsoring it. GFX Wraps. Big shout out to Andrew Flanagan for making all these beautiful graphics as you see behind us and all around our arena. Looks like players are going to opt for maybe 2-minute time between their games.
Yep.
Because we're going to enter the 7th face-off.
Yep.
And how many has Jacob controlled? 5 out of 6 so far.
Yeah, 5 out of 6.
Yeah, I myself did not opt to do that this tournament just because I hadn't practiced it. So now that I know it's an option, I'm going to practice face-offs because I think it's neat. It's a neat idea.
I've been trying to get face-offs every single game I played, and I told them if you would do it, I would make you an honorary
Game 7.
Would you say that this face-off is important? Who gets the puck first? I'd say it's important.
Every possession is critical.
because you can turn that into a point. I'd go with Jacob getting it. Let's see.
Oh,
they have to do that
we gotta
over.
do it again.
Yeah, do it over.
This crowd, incredible. The energy is palpable.
Oh, the energy in the room is like...
Jacob won 6 out of 7.
I would say he practiced it.
Yep, for sure. That's why he approached him.
Colin gets first blood, gets
6
across.
points to victory. That's very fast movement.
Going to his
Extremely
fast
fast movement. Almost impossible to be accurate, but Colin is.
And a cut to make it 1-1.
We got 1-1.
A quick release cross for a 2-1 lead. Another quick release cross, 3-1. He calls a timeout. Smart timeout. You got to stop this momentum.
Fans, you are looking at world champion air hockey play. No one in the world can do this except the 2 people you see playing now and a couple of other wannabes.
Jacob cuts the lead, makes use of that cross. Colin with another quick cross. And it's just, he's just smashing it. Colin loses possession, but strikes it too hard. Jacob needing a point here. He's got to cut this lead. Let's see if Colin can. Colin's defense is so disciplined. Wow, that was a great cut. Oh, and
Good
that quick
reach
release
by
cross
him.
doesn't make it this time.
Yeah, he stopped him that time. He needs this point.
Jacob
Colin
with an
shot
opportunity
very
to tie the
quickly.
game. If he can get this tied right here, it's good for him.
Good defense.
I myself, right now, if I'm Jacob, I'm firing that right wall over. You got to get this
Ball
point.
over, you think might
He's
work
yelling back
right.
to our
He needs
commentary
to.
table trying to get the puck from those wires.
Good defense by Jacob. He brings the puck up to the blue line.
Oh, man, he just missed it.
Yep.
Let's see if Colin finds an answer.
And, by
Good
this point,
defense.
both these players are going to feel the fatigue kind of setting in.
With a cut, to
Play
tie it
really
at 4.
well.
We're tied at 4.
In the arm and the legs.
Now it's the best first of 3 points.
And even their reflexes must be tired. They're cranking 110%.
Colin goes,
trying to make
cuts
sure.
5-4.
Yep, 5-4 Colin.
Oh, with a charge.
He's hitting that puck super hard.
Colin goes to tournament point 4. He got 2 quick points there. Jacob's got to dig in. Jacob is so close. If he could see if he can bear down. Colin is 1 point away from his 11th world title.
This is what we've all been waiting for. Possession goes to Weissman.
Good defense by Colin.
Colin defends. He'll now have another opportunity here to put the tournament away.
The air hockey belt is ready for a winner. Good defense.
Jacob is in tune. It was quick.
Good
Wow,
catch.
what a steal.
This could be it. Off speed didn't work.
All over. Nope.
And you know these players want to finish in style if they can.
Jacob's hanging in there. He is
This is
fighting.
so
He's having a
tense
close
when you
match.
Left wall. Oh.
What happened? Oh,
Glasses
we
are
don't want
knocked
that.
off.
Yeah.
Jacob Weissman.
That's life.
And that's it. Colin scores to win.
World champion again. He defends his world championship. Look.
Colin with a right wall
Amazing.
under to put it. Danny Hines with 11 world titles, 8 of those USAA, 3 AHPA. What an amazing victory for Colin.
Good job. Colin hosts the trophy now. Colin has won that belt 8 times. That belt has been won by Colin 8 times. It's amazing. Nobody else has held that belt like that. Amazing. Can anyone in the world beat this man? If you think you can do it, you come to Houston. And you have the right to challenge this man to a mano-mano match. And if you beat him, you can get that belt and take it back to wherever you live. This man is the #1 player in the world. He's ready to take on all challengers from around the world. You may be in Russia, you may be in England, you may be in Australia, you may be in Venezuela. We have players all over the world. And they're welcome to come here to try to beat this man and take that belt. It won't be easy. No one in the world has been able to do it. You're looking at the very best air hockey player on the entire planet. Brags on you so much. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's all true. That's great. Now, you live in Idaho. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. It's an amazing event, huh? You guys made it so much better. You don't feel down here.
Get started with that, guys.
I'll be able to do it. We ought to have a big bit up along the
A lot of instructions, but you just had it done, right? All right, hello everyone. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. It has been 3 days of blood, sweat, tears, and air hockey. Most importantly, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, the seeded #1, the favorite to win. You may be able to see he's got the belt here, the one, Colin Cummings. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling spectacular right now. So glad that everything at the very end ended up working out, and yeah, this is amazing.
It was a fantastic match. Were you ever worried for a moment there? Because Jacob really came out swinging.
I was definitely worried. I think he won the first game, and that is never a good thing. So, yeah, I really just knew that I needed to get some kind of quick win lead at some point, and so we were able to go 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, and then right at the beginning of Game 7, I was able to basically get 4 of the same shots in a row, and yeah, just
it happened. So.
And they were killer shots, absolutely. So I'm sure everyone has heard us say on the stream a couple of times, this is now number 11 World Championship. You are tied for the record. What comes next? When should we be watching?
Next World Championship, 2024. I'll be going for 11. So, but till then, I'll keep things updated. I'm actually moving to Hawaii after this with the Air Force. So, gonna try to get some Hawaii people playing and see how that goes.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Again, congratulations. We've been waiting 3 whole days to see you pull this out, and we did. It was incredible. Get some rest. You've been out here fighting and have lots of fun in Hawaii. Congratulations again. We know your name means air hockey, so we'll see it again. Thanks, everyone. That's the end. Hello, everyone. We're here with Jacob Weissman, our number 2 in the world. An incredible feat. We watched him play Colin Cummings himself on this table just now, and it was a bloodbath in both directions. Incredible. Jacob, how are you feeling?
You know, happy with how I played. You know, obviously upset that I didn't win, but yeah, I mean, I feel good about my tournament.
And we want to point out, as a testament to what you had to go through in this game, you lost your glasses. It looks like maybe pulled a hamstring. You were fighting uphill every step of the way, and the crowd was with you. We loved watching the fight you put up. There was this idea that it was a foregone conclusion for Connor, but you know what? You didn't let him have it as foregone conclusion. You put up a fight every step of the way. Is there anything we should be looking forward to come? What's your next goal? What's coming next?
Well, you know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take a set off Colin. Just gonna get back at it, keep practicing, learn from today, you know, and you know, one foot in front of the other.
Absolutely, you do have a dynasty to uphold, Jacob. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch you. I've loved having you in my winner circle so many times. You have done a fantastic job all around. I look forward to what's coming next. You know, next year we'll be here. We'll get back at it again.
Yeah.
Love to see what's coming next. All right, thanks, Jake. Have a good one.
All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we are going to have, the World Championship 2023 Air Hockey Championship closing ceremonies. We'll be awarding trophies, showing up and showing out, with appreciating everyone who participated. Well, obviously, Colin's going to get his trophy. We'll have our doubles awards, as well as the women's tournament awards. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Where are you at here? Right. I do like it being against the air hockey tables actually. If we're like standing on it or standing against it, we can get it here.